My friends, come closer to the fire. The night has grown quite chill, hasn't it? I see the glow in your eyes, a reflection of the embers, and perhaps a touch of that restlessness that sometimes steals away our peace. Yes, I know that feeling well. That quiet hour when the world is asleep but our own minds decide to begin their restless dance. Thank you for joining me here tonight, beneath the vast, silent sky. Sometimes just being together, sharing the quiet warmth, is enough, isn't it? Here, by this fire, on the Zen Mind Sleep channel, we simply share stories. Not grand pronouncements or intricate philosophies, no. Just the simple, true tales that have guided hearts like ours for centuries. I remember once, when I was a young monk, barely more than a boy, I too struggled with a mind that refused to settle. It felt like a wild horse pulling in 100 different directions, and I, the rider, had no reins. I would lie awake, listening to the crickets outside my window, their chirping a steady rhythm that somehow only amplified my own internal turmoil. Have you ever had a night like that, my friend? When the silence itself felt heavy, and every thought, every worry grew larger in the darkness? It was during such times that my unteacher, a man whose presence was as still and deep as an ancient well, would often share simple stories. He would say that the Buddha, many, many centuries ago, understood this struggle perfectly. He understood that a mind steeped in kindness, a heart at ease, would naturally sleep in comfort, wake in comfort, and know no troubled dreams. It's a teaching older than the trees outside this window, yet it still breathes, still works. Because the human heart, dear ones, has not changed so much over time. My teacher also spoke of specific qualities of awareness that could gently dissolve restlessness, not through force, but like mist evaporating in the morning sun. He taught us how to face our fears, not to run from them, but to turn towards them, like turning a lamp towards a shadow, until the shadow simply ceased to be. These were not intellectual lessons. They were whispers passed down through generations, chanted at sickbeds and beside restless souls for over 2,000 years, from the snowy peaks of Tibet to the sun-drenched temples of Japan. Practical instructions, you see, for minds like ours that sometimes just refuse to be still. So please, my dear friends, find a comfortable spot. If you can, lie down. Let the weight of your body sink into the earth. Let the gentle crackle of the fire fill the space between us. And as you listen, let these stories land not just in your mind, but in the quiet chambers of your heart, in the very marrow of your bones. I recall a particular night many, many years ago when I was still that restless young monk. A storm had been brewing for days. The air hung heavy and thick, smelling of distant rain and the earth's anticipation. Then it arrived. Oh, the lightning! It came first, a blinding flash that painted the entire valley in stark white, revealing the jagged peaks for a split second. Then, a heartbeat later, the sound. A crack so deep, so profound, it truly seemed to tear the very fabric of the sky, echoing off the mountainsides and vibrating through the monastery stones. The rain followed, a relentless deluge, drumming against the tin roof of our meditation hall like 10,000 small, determined fists. I could hear individual droplets hitting the stone path outside my window, a frantic, insistent rhythm. The wind, my friends, it howled like a hungry wolf for 2 full days and nights without pause. It tore through the pines, a mournful, wild cry that seemed to unsettle everything. I watched from my rain-streaked window as the trees on the lower slopes bent almost double, their crowns scraping against the ground, their branches groaning under the strain. I could hear the sharp crack of wood as some gave way, falling into the roaring torrents that had become rivers overnight. The small wooden structures on the hillside where some of the older monks lived shuddered and groaned, bracing against the full, terrifying weight of the sky. Everything that could move was moving. Everything that could be unsettled was being unsettled. And yet, the mountain across the valley did not move. It stood there, ancient and unwavering. It did not brace itself, you see. It did not lean into the storm, nor did it attempt to turn away. Lightning struck its rugged face, not once, but again and again, illuminating its scarred rock in brilliant, fleeting bursts of light. And the mountain, it absorbed each blow, each searing flash without even a tremor, without a flinch. Water streamed down its immense sides in fast white rivers that appeared out of nowhere, carving temporary paths only to vanish by morning, leaving no trace. The wind, with all its furious might, threw everything it had against those ancient, unyielding walls of stone, and the mountain simply received it all. It received the lightning, the rain, the wind, the thunder. It received the entire storm, and remained exactly what it was before the first cloud had even dared to gather in the vast expanse above. I remember my own eyes watching this spectacle through the rain-streaked window. I was that young monk. I had traveled for many days, an arduous journey through difficult terrain and uncertain weather, just to reach this remote monastery in the northern mountains. Why? Because I had heard stories of the teacher who lived there, a man whose wisdom was said to be as deep as the mountain itself. People whispered that this teacher was untouched by difficulty, that criticism did not move him, that praise did not inflate him, that even physical pain seemed to pass through him without leaving the lingering residue it leaves in most people. I wanted to know how. Oh, how I longed to know his secret. I had tried so many things in my own life to find that elusive peace, so many meditations, so many austerities, so many hours spent wrestling with my own turbulent mind. And yet, nothing had truly worked. I was still that leaf, caught in the moving air, carried wherever the next disturbance decided, with no say in the matter. When I finally arrived, weary and rain-soaked, and bowed before the teacher, asking to be shown the path to inner peace, I expected detailed instructions. I expected a complex technique, a secret mantra, or perhaps a long, arduous spiritual exercise. Instead, the teacher, with eyes as deep and calm as mountain lakes, simply pointed through the window at the vast, silent mountain across the valley. His voice was soft, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Watch it," he said. "During the next storm, do not meditate, do not practice any technique, just watch." The storm, as you know, arrived the very next morning. I took my place at the window, my heart a mixture of anticipation and doubt. I had come because I was utterly exhausted by my own reactivity, my own ceaseless inner turmoil. A sharp word from another monk, a casual, thoughtless remark could shatter my concentration for an entire day, leaving me feeling bruised and vulnerable. An unexpected noise, The sudden clang of a bell or the creak of a floorboard would pull me immediately out of whatever fragile stillness I had managed to build during my meditation. My mind felt like a chaotic marketplace filled with endless chatter and commotion. I longed for stability. I yearned to become the kind of person that things moved around rather than through. I wanted to be that mountain. Ah, yes, my friend. I remember you saying you wished to be that mountain. Unshakable, steadfast. It's a natural longing, isn't it? Especially when the winds of life feel so strong, threatening to uproot everything we hold dear. We often imagine stability as a fortress, don't we? Something with thick, unyielding walls built high to keep the world out, to protect what is fragile within. We spend so much of our lives trying to construct these walls around our hearts, around our peace, around our very sense of self. But then, the mountain. It showed him something entirely different, something he couldn't quite grasp with his mind alone. For the mountain had no walls at all. None. It stood there, ancient and vast, utterly open to the heavens. Can you imagine? The sky would darken, bruised with purple and gray, and then the storm would descend. The rain, not just a gentle shower, but sheets of it, drumming on its granite shoulders, carving new rivulets down its slopes. The sound of individual droplets hitting the tin roof of the old temple, and the smell of ozone in the air. That's how I remember it. The lightning, sharp and merciless, would find it without resistance, streaking across its face, illuminating its contours for a fleeting second. And the wind. Oh, the wind would howl, a relentless, mournful song, sweeping across every crag and peak, touching every exposed surface without anything blocking its fierce embrace. Yet through it all, nothing truly changed the mountain. The lightning didn't burn it. The rain didn't wash it away. The wind didn't erode its fundamental shape. Nothing that passed through it stayed. Nothing that struck it, no matter how violent, left a mark that altered what the mountain fundamentally was. It simply received. Received the rain, received the lightning, received the wind. And then, as mysteriously as it arrived, the storm would pass. The clouds would part, revealing a sky scrubbed clean, and the mountain would remain, just as it always was. Unmoved, unaltered, simply present. This quiet observation, it always reminds me of something the Buddha spoke of. A profound truth about the mind that very few truly encounter in their daily bustle. He said, "The mind in its natural state is luminous." A strange word, perhaps, when we often feel our minds are anything but bright, tangled as they are with worries, regrets, and endless to-do lists. But the word he used, it meant bright, clear, shining of itself. Not because of good conditions, not because of pleasant experiences or fortunate circumstances. No, it was a quality, intrinsic to awareness itself, he said. Like a clean mirror reflects light, not because the light is kind to it, but because that is simply what a clean mirror does. It doesn't try to reflect, it simply does. I remember sitting many years ago when I was a young monk, watching my own mind in meditation. It felt anything but luminous. It felt like a marketplace full of shouting vendors and bustling crowds. Yet my teacher, old Master Hu, he would just smile. "Watch closer, little one," he'd say. "Past the noise, past the dust." and slowly I began to see it. He said that anger, fear, grief, and restlessness are visitors. Just visitors. They come to the mind, yes. They move in, sometimes quietly, like a shadow creeping under the door, sometimes with considerable force, like a sudden gust of wind rattling the shutters. They stay for a while, making themselves quite at home, rearranging the furniture of our thoughts. And then, just like all visitors, they leave. But they are not the mind itself. They are not the homeowner. They are like the weather moving through a sky that remains, underneath all of it, fundamentally clear. The sky does not become the cloud, does it, my friend? Even the darkest, most thunderous cloud, it passes. The sky does not become the rain. The mind does not become the anger, the sorrow, the fear. What they are, these emotions, and what passes through them, this luminous awareness, are two completely different things. Have you ever had a night like that? Lying in bed, thoughts spinning, eyes wide open, feeling completely consumed by a worry, and then, just for a moment, a tiny space opens up, and you realize you are watching the worry, not being the worry. If you sit quietly with your own experience for a moment, perhaps even right now, with the gentle crackle of the fire beside us, you will see this is true. Thoughts are arriving right now, aren't they? You didn't construct them deliberately. They came on their own, unbidden. Some will leave before this sentence even ends, like tiny butterflies flitting past a window. And you are not doing the leaving either. You are not pushing them out. They simply dissolve. But something in you is watching all of it. The arriving, the staying, the going. Something is aware. And that something is never the thought itself. It was here before the thought came, silent and steady. It will be here after the thought goes, still silent, still steady. That, my dear friends, is the witness the Buddha was pointing at. It's the part of you that has quietly observed every sunrise, every tear, every joy, every difficulty throughout your entire life. It is untouched. The Chan master, Hongxi, who lived in 12th century China, spent his entire teaching life trying to describe this quality. He called it silent illumination. Not silent in the sense of empty, like a vacant room, nor illumination in the sense of some dramatic, blinding awakening. No, he meant a steady, clear, luminous awareness that receives everything without grasping any of it, like the surface of a still pond reflecting the world without holding on to a single image. Aware of the storm, yes, feeling its intensity, but utterly undisturbed by it, present to everything yet possessed by nothing. It's like the quiet, knowing gaze of a grandmother who has seen 1,000 storms come and go. This, then, is truly what the mountain demonstrates. Not numbness, certainly not distance or indifference to suffering. It's not about closing yourself off to pain or joy. No, it's a full, open, luminous presence that remains itself, unchanging in its essence, regardless of what moves through it. It embraces, it allows, it witnesses. When the storm finally passed that day, leaving the air smelling of fresh earth and clean rain, the young monk found his teacher in the garden. He was tending small plants that had been battered by 2 days of relentless wind and rain, gently propping up a broken stem, brushing mud from a leaf. The morning air was clean and cold, smelling distinctly of pine and wet stone. with a hint of damp earth. The teacher, his robes slightly damp, looked up, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "What did you see?" he asked, his voice soft like the rustle of leaves. The monk was quiet for a moment, his gaze distant as if still watching the retreating clouds. He took a deep breath, the cold air filling his lungs. Then he said slowly, thoughtfully, "The mountain did not try to stop the lightning. It did not try to redirect the rain. It let the storm be completely what it was, and it stayed completely what it was at the same time. When the storm left, nothing about the mountain had changed." The teacher smiled, a deep, knowing smile that seemed to understand not just the words, but the space between them. "Yes," he said, turning back to his plants, his movements slow and deliberate. "You came wanting to become unshakable. But the mountain is not unshakable because it mastered some technique, or built higher walls, or learned to resist. It is unshakable because it has never been confused about what it is, deep down. And in you, my dear one, underneath the reactivity, underneath the exhaustion from days of toil, underneath everything that today asked of you, there is something that works the very same way." He paused, gently touching a dew-kissed leaf. "It waits for you, always." And that quiet understanding, it settles, doesn't it? Like dust after a long journey, slowly coming to rest on the old wooden floor. I remember a time, many decades ago, when my own heart felt like a tempest-tossed ship, listing heavily in the dark. Every wave of worry, every gust of doubt threatened to capsize it completely. But then, one starlit night, an old master whose eyes held the calm of 1,000 sunsets spoke to me. He said, with a voice soft as falling snow, "Your fear tonight, young Ming Xin, it is real. Your tiredness, yes, that too is real. Whatever tangle of unresolved thoughts twists within you right now, it is undeniably real. Feel it. Acknowledge it." He paused, and the only sound was the distant call of an owl. "But none of these things," he continued, "are truly what you are. They are merely the weather passing through the vast sky of your being. They are fleeting clouds, a sudden downpour, a chilling wind. They will move on. And what watches them? That silent, spacious awareness within you? That will still be here when the sky clears, serene and unbroken." It was a teaching that resonated deeply, a truth that seemed to hum in my very bones, even then. There is indeed something in us, isn't there, my dear friends? Something that has silently observed every difficult day we have ever lived through. Every night that stretched on endlessly, refusing to yield to dawn. Every fear that arrived uninvited, like a thief in the worst possible hour, snatching away our peace. That something, that quiet witness, observed it all without ever flinching. It was never broken by any of it, not by the deepest sorrow nor the sharpest pain. It is here, right now, steady and clear, watching these very words arrive and pass through your mind like ripples on a still pond. Think of the storm that visited this mountain just last week. Remember the fury of the wind, the way the ancient pines bent and groaned. It lasted 2 days, perhaps 3. Some storms in a human life, we know all too well, last much, much longer. The teaching does not promise short storms. It simply says that what you are at your deepest core runs far deeper than any storm that has ever moved through you or ever will. Let that be true right now, my friend. Not as some abstract idea held lightly in the mind, but as something the body already knows. Perhaps it's in the quiet rhythm of your breath as you listen, or the steady warmth of the fire on your skin. The mountain does not need to announce its stillness, does it? It simply is what it is, through every season, through every single storm the sky can produce, standing firm, observing all. And as this night deepens, as the embers glow softer and the air grows cooler, a quieter, perhaps more profound question begins to form in our hearts. Not just about stillness, for one can be utterly still inside and yet, strangely, still feel empty. Like a beautifully crafted vase, perfectly formed, but holding no water. What then makes that stillness worth something? What fills it with that deep sense that the day truly mattered? That the whole life, with all its joys and sorrows, has a direction worth following? The answer to that question, dear ones, has burned steadfastly in a small, humble lamp for 40 long, long years. A lamp tended by one solitary man, a monk whose quiet understanding knew precisely why its light must never, ever be allowed to go out. 40 years. Think of that, my friend. It's a lifetime, almost. 40 years of performing the exact same simple task every single night. 40 years through the howling gales of winter storms that shook the very foundation of the temple, and through the humid, suffocating heat of summer. 40 years through bouts of illness that left his body aching and weak, and through periods of robust health. 40 years through every kind of exhaustion a human body and spirit can produce, that deep weariness that settles in the bones. 40 years without a single exception, not one forgotten evening. Down in the quiet hills near Kyoto, the monk Dogen, a true guardian of the flame, had lit the oil lamp in the temple hall every evening for 4 decades. He did not speak of this devotion. He did not count the nights, nor did he ever seek recognition for his steadfastness. He simply arrived at the lamp as the daylight began to fade into twilight, with the same quiet reverence each time. He would clean the wick with a soft cloth, carefully fill the small reservoir with fresh oil, and then, with a gesture as old as time, touch the tiny flame to it. And the light would rise, as it always did, steady and warm, a beacon visible from the winding valley road far below, a small star against the growing darkness. It was one spring afternoon, when the cherry blossoms were just beginning to unfurl their delicate petals, that a merchant named Tishi arrived at that very temple. He was dusty from the long journey, his robes a little rumpled, but his eyes were sharp and held a certain curiosity. He had heard the people in the valley speak of this Dogen with a particular kind of quiet reverence, a hushed respect that intrigued him. Tishi, by all measures the world used to gauge success, was a truly prosperous man. He traded in fine silk and rare teas between the bustling major cities of the land, his reputation for fairness and shrewdness preceding him. He had built his considerable business empire through relentless, disciplined work, a sharp eye for opportunity, and an unwavering attention to every detail. Yet, Despite his outward success, he carried a persistent feeling within him. He wouldn't have used the word empty himself, perhaps, but it was a quiet, nagging awareness that something was profoundly missing from his life, a space he couldn't quite name or fill. And sometimes, my friends, that quiet, nagging awareness, that feeling of something profoundly missing, a space you cannot quite name or fill, it pushes us to seek answers in unexpected places. It might lead us down a winding path, or, as it did for Tishi, a successful merchant, up a steep mountain to a quiet temple, where the only thing offered was a simple meal and the companionship of a silent monk. I remember hearing about that evening decades ago from an old traveler who had passed through that same valley. After their humble supper, Tishi and the monk Dogen sat on the temple's small wooden veranda. The air was cool, carrying the faint scent of pine needles and damp earth. Below them, the vast valley began to lose its colors to the encroaching twilight. One by one, then dozens, then hundreds, small points of warmth began to prick the gathering darkness. The evening fires, the oil lamps in distant homes, each flicker a tiny heart beating in the vastness, a promise of warmth and gathering. It was a sight that could either make one feel utterly alone or deeply connected, depending on the heart that watched. Tishi, I am told, watched with a kind of restless longing. Then Dogen, with the same unhurried grace he had shown every night for 40 years, rose and lit the temple lamp. There was no rush in his movements, only a deep, abiding presence. The flint struck, the wick caught. A small flame sputtered, then gathered strength, casting its gentle light across the wooden boards of the veranda, pushing back the shadows that clung to the ancient pillars and reaching out into the silent garden. "I want to ask you something," Tishi finally said, his voice a low rumble against the quiet. "You are clearly intelligent. You could have built a different kind of life. A grander life, perhaps. Why this? Why 40 years of the same lamp, the same path, the same small temple? Have you ever had a question like that burning within you, dear ones? Looking at someone whose path seems so utterly different from your own, yet who carries such undeniable peace?" Dogen was quiet for a long while, the kind of silence that isn't empty but full, like a deep well. It wasn't because he lacked an answer, but because the answer was something he had lived, not merely thought. To put it into words required a delicate touch, like holding a fragile bird in one's palm. He took a slow, deep breath, the evening air filling his lungs. "I do not experience this as a small life," he said finally, his voice soft yet resonating with conviction. "I experience it as the only life I have found where I go to sleep knowing what the day was for." Tishi looked from the steady glow of the temple lamp to the scattered lights in the valley below, and then back again. Perhaps, my friend, he was seeing a reflection of his own nights filled with questions, with calculations, with the unsettling feeling that, despite all his efforts, he rarely knew what his days were truly for. "When I light this lamp," Dogen continued, his gaze following the faint beam into the darkness, "I am not doing it for myself. I am doing it for whoever is on that winding road tonight and needs to know there is a place up here. A merchant coming home late, weary from his journey, the dust of the road still clinging to his robes. A traveler, perhaps a young woman who has lost her way, her heart trembling with uncertainty. A farmer walking back from the fields in the deep dark, his shoulders aching, his thoughts heavy with tomorrow's toil. I will never meet most of them. I do not need to. The lamp reaches them, whether I know their names or not, whether I know their stories or not. Its purpose is simply to shine. The merchant sat with these words, letting them sink deep into the places where his own truths resided. In his life, everything he had built was for himself, for his security, his burgeoning reputation, his imagined future. There was nothing inherently wrong with such aspirations, of course. We all seek a measure of comfort and recognition, don't we? But it meant that the success of each of his days was measured entirely by what he had accumulated, by the ledgers balanced, by the profits gained. And accumulation, he was slowly beginning to understand, had a ceiling, a limit. You could only hold so much before the very act of holding became a kind of weight, a burden that pressed down upon the spirit. He had worked tirelessly his entire adult life and had everything to show for it. Fine silks, rich spices, stacks of coin, yet he had nothing to come home to that felt like enough. No matter how much he gathered, the sense of sufficiency remained, elusive, like mist on the mountain peaks. He would wake at dawn, the same relentless hunger driving him, only to return at dusk feeling just as empty, perhaps even more so, as the weight of another day's striving settled upon him. It reminds this old monk of the ancient teaching whispered by the Buddha to his first disciples, a teaching that has not changed its profound truth in 2.5 millennia. He said, "Go for the benefit of the many, for the happiness of the many, out of compassion for the world." It was not an instruction in self-sacrifice, my friends, not a call to diminish oneself for others, but a precise observation about where genuine, lasting peace is actually located. A mind turned entirely inward, measuring every single day by personal gain and personal loss, lives in a constant, anxious calculation. It's like trying to fill a sieve with water. Every drop is counted, and most are lost. There is no true resting place for such a mind. But a mind that has found something to serve beyond itself, something larger than its own small desires and worries, that mind discovers a quiet harbor, a resting place that the relentless winds of calculation cannot reach. This is not some lofty idealism, dear ones, meant only for monks and saints. No, it is a simple, profound description of how the human mind actually works, how our hearts truly find solace. When the purpose of your day is bigger than the day itself, when it extends beyond the immediate concerns of me and mine, then the small irritations that would otherwise consume your thoughts begin to lose their power. The unkind word from a colleague that stings so sharply becomes less significant. The carefully laid plan that failed, which would otherwise feel catastrophic, shrinks in proportion. Not because these things do not matter at all, but because they are held inside something vastly larger, something that does not depend on any single day going perfectly well. It's like a small ripple on a vast lake. The ripple is there, but the lake itself remains undisturbed. Dogen, I am told, slept profoundly well. This was not incidental, a stroke of good fortune. It was the direct, natural result of knowing each night that the lamp was lit, that its purpose was being fulfilled, and that the quiet, simple purpose of his day was complete. There was nothing left to rehearse in his mind, no endless wondering whether he should have done something differently. The act was complete. The lamp was burning. The rest belonged to the night, a night he, embraced with open, peaceful arms. Tishi, the merchant, left the temple the following morning. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of dew and distant wood smoke. He walked slowly down the mountain path, the small stones crunching softly under his worn boots. At the bottom, he turned and looked back at the temple, nestled among the trees. He could no longer see the lamp from here, hidden by the morning light and the twists of the path, but he knew it was there. And he thought about his own days. The endless transactions completed, the vast distances covered, the mountains of goods moved from one city to another, all of it purposeful, yes, all of it efficient and productive. Yet he realized with a quiet ache, none of it pointed anywhere beyond itself. He had built a life that worked perfectly well, but it did not, in the deepest sense, feed him. And my dear friend, that feeling, that hollowness, even when all seems well, that too is something the Ancient One spoke of directly, long, long ago. He didn't just name the feeling. He showed us the path to something deeper. He taught that there is a happiness, yes, a real happiness that comes from receiving, from grasping what you desire, from seeing your carefully laid plans unfold exactly as you wished. It's like the satisfying click of a lock when the key turns just right, or the warmth of a full belly after a long day of toil. And we all know that feeling, don't we? The fleeting joy when a new robe fits perfectly, or the quiet triumph when a harvest is bountiful, just as you hoped. It's the happiness of acquisition, of control, of having the world conform to your will. It is real, for a time. But like the moon, it waxes and wanes. But then, he spoke of another kind of happiness, different in its very nature, a subtle whisper rather than a joyous shout, a quiet, deep well rather than a rushing stream. This, he said, comes from giving, from contributing a small piece of yourself to the world, something that continues to exist, a quiet ripple long after you have turned your gaze away from it. This deeper happiness, you see, it doesn't depend on the outcome, not in the same way. It doesn't shatter or reverse when the winds of circumstance inevitably shift, as they always do, like leaves scattering in an autumn gust. No, it rests entirely on the act itself, complete and perfect in its moment, incapable of being undone by tomorrow's tides or yesterday's regrets. The act of giving without needing return, without even a thought of what might come back to you. That, my friends, is the only transaction the mind does not revisit at the end of them. Day, picking at it, wondering if it was enough or too much or what it truly meant. It simply was. And in that simple being, there is an unshakable peace. Sometimes, as the embers grow low and the night air turns crisp, bringing with it the scent of pine and damp earth, I find myself sitting just like this, remembering. And I ask myself, as I might gently ask you, dear ones, to consider what this day, just past, truly asked of you, and what in return you offered it. Not what great task you accomplished or what grand goal you achieved, for those are often measured by others, by the world's loud yardsticks. No, think. Instead of the quiet offerings, the unseen threads you wove into the tapestry of existence. Perhaps it was a moment of patience when your temper flared hot and sudden, but you chose instead to breathe, to wait, to offer stillness. Like the time old Master Wu, who lived down by the river and mended nets, waited for the young ferryman to finally tie his knots correctly, even as the sun began to set and the villagers grew restless on the bank. Master Wu just watched, his gaze soft, a faint smile playing on his lips, knowing that some lessons cannot be rushed, and some beings need only space to learn. He didn't say a word, just offered his quiet presence. Or perhaps it was an act of quiet care that no one, not a single soul, noticed. A blanket tucked tighter around a sleeping child, a spilled cup wiped clean before anyone could see, a single weed pulled from a neighbor's overgrown path, not for praise, but simply for order. These are like the small, unseen roots that hold the mightiest tree firm against the storm, providing sustenance in silence. Or a word, spoken softly, offered from the heart, that helped another find their way. A word that was perhaps not even acknowledged, but you saw the light flicker in their eyes, a small shift in their burdened shoulders. I remember when I was but a young novice, clumsily trying to carve a wooden Buddha, my hands aching, my spirit frustrated, convinced I would ruin the sacred wood. The abbot, passing by, his footsteps barely a whisper on the worn stone, simply paused and said, without looking directly at me, "The wood will tell you what it wants to be, if you only listen." He walked on, and I thought little of it then, in my youthful impatience. But the words settled like fine dust, and slowly, gently, I began to see, to feel the grain, to let the wood guide my hand. Or even that hardest of choices, a decision to respond gently, with an open heart, with a quiet strength, when every fiber of your being wanted to snap back, to lash out, to feel anything but gentle. My friends, these quiet acts are not lost to the wind. They are not forgotten by the universe, which remembers every breath, every kindness. They are the lamp already lit, already burning, already reaching someone on a dark, winding road you will never walk, illuminating their path in ways you cannot comprehend, a silent warmth against the encroaching chill. The lamp burns for whoever needs it. Like the old hermit Dogen, whose simple hut high in the mountains always had a small flame flickering in the window, not for himself, for he knew the path by heart, but simply because it could. He never chose his travelers, never peered out into the swirling mists to see who might be approaching. He simply kept the light going, a steady, unwavering beacon in the endless night, a pure offering. But what happens, my friends, when someone arrives not needing light, but instead carrying a heavy burden of anger, a burning resentment, and stands directly in front of you, insisting, demanding that you take something you never agreed to hold? What then, when the storm is not outside, but directly facing you? There is indeed a teaching, a profound wisdom for exactly that moment. And it begins not in the quiet stillness of a monastery, but in the vibrant, swirling chaos of a crowded marketplace, with a monk who understood something about what truly belongs to us and what does not. A truth most people spend their entire lives missing, mistaking ownership for fleeting possession. Picture it with me now, if sleep still eludes you. You are standing, not in this quiet room by this comforting fire, but at the very edge of such a market. Not any particular market, no. It's the one your mind effortlessly conjures when it hears the words color and noise, and yes, that irresistible, complex smell of food cooking somewhere nearby. Perhaps a vendor roasting chestnuts over an open flame, another stirring a fragrant lentil stew, the tang of fresh ginger and coriander sharp in the air. The scene is alive. People are a river of motion, flowing in every direction, each carrying that particular urgency of those who have somewhere important to be, someone important to meet. Vendors are calling out their wares, their voices a symphony of persuasion and promise, a joyous cacophony. The clatter of coins, the rustle of fabrics, the low hum of 1,000 conversations. The distant bray of a donkey, all press in around you like water swirling around a silent, unmoving stone in the riverbed. And into this vibrant, bustling scene walks a monk. He wears a simple, worn brown robe, its fabric softened by countless washings, faded by many suns, patched in a few places. You notice him immediately, not because he is grand or loud, but because he is moving differently from everyone else. Not slowly, not exactly, but with a profound, almost startling deliberateness. Each step is placed with the quiet attention of someone who is completely present, utterly at home in the precise space where his foot meets the earth, as if he carries a hidden world of calm within him. He is here, you understand, for a very mundane task, to buy the daily rice and fresh vegetables for his monastery, a simple, necessary chore. And he approaches each stall, each basket of glistening produce with the same unhurried care, picking up an item, feeling its weight in his palm, examining it closely, almost reverently, before finally making his decision. He doesn't haggle, he simply pays what is asked. His name, we shall say, is Xuan, and he is about to become the unsuspecting target of something he did not invite, something that will test the very stillness he carries within him, not with a whisper, but with a shout. The first vendor, a woman with quick, sharp eyes and even quicker hands, snaps at him for taking too long to choose his greens. Her words are like tiny pebbles, sharp and dismissive, meant to sting, meant to hurry him along. Xuan looks up at her, his gaze steady, a faint, genuine smile gracing his lips. He thanks her softly, his voice a balm against her harshness, makes his small purchase, and moves on. His face, my friend, has not changed. It is as calm and unruffled as a still pond on a windless morning, reflecting the sky without disturbance. The second vendor, a burly man with a booming voice and a flair for the dramatic, is louder. He makes a grand performance of his irritation, grumbling and sighing, drawing the attention of nearby stalls. "Who do you monks think you are?" he bellows, his voice echoing over the market din like a sudden clap of thunder. "Examining everything like you are buying for the emperor himself. If you cannot afford good rice, buy the cheap kind and stop wasting my precious time." Several people turn to look, their eyes curious, some visibly uncomfortable, shifting their weight from foot to foot, unsure where to place their gaze. No one, however, intervenes. Xuan, unperturbed, finishes his careful examination, pays the exact amount, places the rice meticulously in his cloth bag, and continues through the market, unhurried, unchanged. A quiet presence amidst the storm. Then a wealthy merchant, a man named Sengai, who has been watching this unfold from his own lavish stall, piled high with exotic spices and shimmering fabrics, with growing contempt, decides he has seen enough. He is a man used to deference, accustomed to his opinions shaping the very air in a room, his pronouncements taken as law. His silk robes, dyed the deepest indigo, rustle as he strides forward, planting himself squarely in front of Juan. He delivers his verdict, his voice booming and clear enough for all the surrounding stalls to hear, cutting through the market's natural hum like a blade. "You are arrogant," he declares, his finger almost jabbing the air toward Xuan, though he doesn't quite touch him. "You shave your head and wear those drab clothes, and you think it makes you better than the rest of us. You are nothing but a beggar pretending to be holy." The market, which had been a symphony of sound, goes utterly quiet. Every eye, every ear is now fixed on the monk. The only sounds are the distant caw of a crow and the beating of their own hearts. Everyone is waiting, holding their breath for the monk to finally break. Some perhaps want him to defend himself, to unleash a righteous anger that would make Sangai retreat. Others are simply curious, wondering what a person truly does when struck so directly, so publicly, in the face of such raw disdain. Sangai himself is waiting too, his gaze unwavering, hungry for the flinch, the reddening face, the stumbling attempt at dignity that would, in his mind, confirm his superiority, his power over this silent, humble monk, and cement his place in the hierarchy of the bustling marketplace. And there, in the bustling marketplace, as the hawkers cried their wares and the scent of spices mingled with damp earth after a morning shower, Juan, the quiet monk, finished placing the last of his simple purchases into his woven bag. He straightened slowly, the bamboo creaking softly, and turned to face Sangai. Sangai's eyes were still fixed on him, sharp and unwavering, like a hawk circling for prey. He had expected a flinch, a reddening of the face, perhaps a stumble over words, anything that would confirm his own perception of power, his place in the clamor of that dusty square. But Juan's gaze held no anger, no theatrical show of calm, only a quiet clarity, like a still pond reflecting the sky. "Thank you for sharing your thoughts," Xuan said, his voice soft, almost a whisper against the market's din. "I hope the rest of your day brings you genuine happiness." Sangai just stared. He had launched every barbed word, every cutting judgment, every imagined insult he possessed, and it had landed nowhere. It was like throwing stones into a vast, silent lake. "That is all you have to say?" His voice, usually so confident, now carried a tremor of frustration, a bewildered confusion that rippled through the air. "You are not angry? You are not going to defend yourself?" Juan tilted his head slightly, genuinely curious, like a child observing a strange new bird. He wasn't performing humility. He simply was. "What would I defend myself against?" he asked, his tone gentle, as if explaining a simple truth. "You have offered me something. I have chosen not to take it. Tell me, my friend, if you bring a beautiful gift to someone's door, wrap it in silk, and they do not accept it, who does the gift truly belong to?" Sangai answered without even a moment's thought, the words escaping him almost against his will. "To the person who brought it." "Yes," Juan said quietly, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. "Your anger and your judgment, dear Sangai, are yours. I did not take them from you. They remain exactly where they came from." He bowed slightly, a gesture of profound respect for the truth, not for the man's words. Then he picked up his bag and walked back through the market, the same steady, unhurried pace he had arrived with, his sandals kicking up small puffs of dust. Sangai stood alone in the silence he had created, the bustling market suddenly seeming distant. He was left holding something he suddenly could not put down, this unaccepted offering of venom and resentment, now strangely heavy in his own hands. It reminds me, my friends, of a story I often recall from my own youth, when I was but a young monk at the temple. I, too, had my share of fiery words and sharp judgments thrown my way. Sometimes they felt like arrows piercing my heart. I remember one evening after a particularly harsh scolding from the head monk. Oh, his voice could rumble like thunder when he was displeased. I felt a terrible knot in my stomach. I carried that knot with me all through evening, meditation, through the quiet meal, and into the night. The moon shone through the narrow window of my cell, painting silver stripes on the rough floorboards. I tossed and turned, replaying his words, imagining my clever retorts, feeling the sting of injustice. My mind would not settle, not even for a moment. It was as if I had swallowed a stone, and it sat heavy, preventing any peace. It was during those restless hours that I often recalled a teaching my own master had shared, a story from the Buddha himself. It was not about some superhuman monk immune to human feeling, but a simple, profound truth about how our minds work. It spoke of a time when a certain Brahmin, full of hostility and insults, came before the Buddha. The Buddha, they say, listened to everything the man spewed forth without a single interruption, without a flicker of emotion on his serene face. When the Brahmin finally exhausted himself, his voice hoarse, the Buddha simply asked, with that same quiet clarity Zhuan had shown, "My friend, when you prepare a feast for guests, lay out the finest foods, fill the bowls with fragrant rice and savory dishes, and the guests do not eat. Tell me, who does the food belong to?" The Brahmin, perhaps still fuming, but caught by the simplicity of the question, answered, "To the host, I suppose. It remains with him." "Precisely," the Buddha replied, his voice calm as a mountain spring. "In the same way, I do not accept what you have brought. It remains with you." Think about that, my dear ones. It's not asking us to pretend that hostility doesn't sting, is it? We are human, with tender hearts. The initial pang, the surprise, the sadness, those are natural, understandable. The teaching is not suggesting we achieve some elevated state where words just slide off us like water from a duck's back. Oh no, that would be denying our own humanity. What it points to, with such remarkable precision, is something structural, something about how psychological harm actually works. It's like a simple equation, isn't it? Harm of this kind requires two participants, the one who offers it and the one who reaches out and accepts it. Remove the second participant, and the transaction, the intended hurt, simply cannot complete. The anger still exists, yes, the judgment still exists, but it remains precisely where it came from, with the person carrying it. It does not transfer unless we, in our long-held habit, reach out and take it. And most of us, my friends, have been reaching out and taking things our whole lives without ever realizing we had a choice. It becomes an automatic reflex, doesn't it? Someone speaks harshly to you at the end of a long, tiring day. Perhaps it's a careless word from a colleague or a sharp tone from a loved one who is also weary. You feel that sudden clench in your chest, that familiar tightening, and you carry that harshness home with you, don't you? It sits with you through dinner, perhaps making the food taste a little less sweet. It follows you into the quiet evening, coloring your thoughts. You lie in bed long after the house has fallen silent, and you replay the moment. You adjust it, responding differently in your mind, feeling the sting of it again with each passing thought. By midnight, you have carried it for hours, sometimes 8, sometimes even more. And the person who offered it, who spoke those careless words, has almost certainly forgotten them entirely, already deep in their own dreams. This, my friends, is precisely what the Buddha identified as one of the 5 mental states that most reliably prevent us from peaceful sleep. Not the original upset, that is understandable and human, as I said, but the restlessness that follows from continuing to hold it long after the moment has ended. The mind that cannot settle because it is still replaying something that is already over. Still trying to resolve in thought what simply cannot be resolved in thought. Still gripping something that was never required to be gripped in the first place. Isn't that so, my dear ones? We carry so much that isn't ours, simply because it was handed to us, or perhaps thrown at us. This old monk has seen it countless times in the quiet corners of my own heart and in the weary eyes of those who seek a moment of peace. The teaching, you see, it does not ask for a change in how you feel about the storm that has just passed. It asks a far simpler question, one that echoes in the stillness of a deep well. Is this truly yours to carry? Imagine, if you will, walking down the sun-dappled path to the market, perhaps with the scent of pine in the air after a light morning rain. A stranger, rushing by in a hurry, thrusts a heavy, unfamiliar coat into your hands. It's too large for you, perhaps stained with mud from another's journey, and it carries the faint smell of tobacco you do not smoke. They walk away without a word, disappearing into the bustling crowd. Would you truly take that coat home, hang it in your own wardrobe, and feel its weight upon your shoulders day after day? No, you would not, would you? You would feel its strangeness, its unwanted bulk, and with a quiet sigh you would gently set it down on a nearby bench, or perhaps drape it carefully over a fence post. Not out of indifference, no, but simply because it was never, in truth, yours. The sharp words someone hurled at you today, like jagged stones, or the heavy judgment delivered with such certainty by someone who knows nothing of the winding paths of your life. These were indeed offered in your direction. You felt their impact, yes, perhaps a sting or a dull ache. But look closely, my friend. Were they ever actually about you? Or were they, like that ill-fitting coat, truly about the person carrying them, about the unresolved storms within, their own interior, the shadows they carry in their own hearts? You, in that moment, were simply the nearest available surface upon which their burden could momentarily rest. I remember old Sangai, the potter from the next village. He would walk home from the market at dusk, his shoulders still hunched, even after selling all his wares. He'd often be muttering to himself about the price he didn't get, or the unfairness of the weather, or a rude merchant. He would arrive home, not just with empty baskets, but still holding the invisible weight of every grievance. Then there was Juan, the quiet farmer, who would walk the very same path. He, too, would leave the market. But he carried only the fresh rice and vegetables he had bought for his family, the earthy scent a simple comfort. His stride was light. Tonight, my dear ones, as the fire embers glow softly and the world outside settles into its quiet rhythm, before sleep comes like a gentle wave, it is worth a moment to just notice, to ask, very gently, what you are still carrying from the long day. Not to dissect it, not to argue with it, not even to try and change it. Just to notice whether it was ever truly yours. Whether you picked it up because it truly required holding, or simply because it was handed to you. And in the rush of the moment, you did not think to set it down. You can set it down now, right here, by this fire, in the quiet space of your own breath. You don't need to resolve it, or mend it, or understand it. You only need to recognize that it was never yours to resolve in the first place. Juan, he walked out of that bustling market, carrying only what he arrived with in his heart. Quiet peace. But my friends, there is a situation even harder than the passing anger of a stranger. And that is the sharp criticism, the pointed finger, the judgment about who you are, delivered with absolute conviction by someone who knows your very name, who believes they see right through you. I once heard a story about a young monk who experienced exactly that. This, at a village well, from people who never imagined he could hear their words. What he chose to do next, that became a teaching for many.
He is lazy.
One woman's voice drifted on the cool morning air, clear as the mountain spring water she drew. Sleeps past the other monks, I hear. These young people today, no real dedication, no context yet, no location, no names, no surrounding detail. Just these words, harsh and certain, floating near the old stone well, spoken by two women, their hands busy washing the morning's vegetables for their families, their voices a casual hum against the chirping crickets. Words that were so precise, so utterly confident, and yet completely, tragically wrong. Delivered with the full assurance of people who had never once truly met, never truly seen the person they were so casually describing. A young monk named Joshua heard every single syllable. He was on his morning rounds through the small village, his bare feet silent on the dusty path, his wooden bowl held gently for the monastery's daily alms collection. The women's voices, though low, carried clearly across the quiet street, woven into the sound of splashing water. He did not announce his presence. He did not stop, did not correct them, did not even glance their way. He simply kept walking, his head bowed slightly, and listened to the rest of their conversation, each word a tiny, invisible stone added to an already heavy load. What they said was not merely unkind, you see. It was a fully constructed portrait, vivid and detailed, of a person who simply did not exist. The lazy monk, they painted, who had joined the monastery merely to avoid honest work. The young man, they whispered, without true spiritual commitment, merely pretending in his robes. Every single detail was wrong. Joshua rose before the first hint of dawn each day, often earlier than anyone else in the community, when the air was still sharp with the night's chill. He sat in meditation longer, his body aching, worked harder in the monastery gardens until his hands were rough and calloused, studied the ancient texts later into the night by the flicker of a single lamp, his eyes often heavy with exhaustion. He had, in truth, given up a life of comfort with his respected family to pursue this demanding path with the most profound sincerity and dedication. Not one word of what those women spoke had any contact with the reality of Joshua's life. Not a single one. And yet, my friends, by the time he completed his rounds, his wooden bowl still mostly empty, and returned to the quiet sanctuary of the monastery, his entire morning was utterly ruined. Not, mind you, by what they said, but by what he did with it afterward.
Because Joshua did something that most of us do so automatically, so habitually, that we barely even notice it happening. He picked up their poisoned arrows, those casual, cruel words, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned them directly upon himself. He took their false portrait, so confidently drawn, and he held it up against his own reflection in the silent mirror of his mind. And then, without even realizing it, he began to meticulously examine whether it might, just might, actually fit. He revisited every moment of his own behavior from the past days, looking for evidence, for some faint trace of laziness, of insincerity. He constructed elaborate, impassioned defenses in his mind, delivering eloquent rebuttals to an imagined audience who were not even present. He felt his face flush with a hot wave of anger, then a cold wash of shame, and finally, a helpless indignation that had nowhere at all, to go. By the time his tired feet carried him to his teacher's tranquil garden, where the morning dew still clung to the lotus leaves, he had been stabbing himself, relentlessly, with those two women's words for a full 2 hours. I remember that morning vividly, the air cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of damp earth and blooming jasmine. The rising sun was just beginning to paint the edges of the distant mountains in hues of soft rose and gold. Old Yun Men, with his weathered hands, was busy by the ancient pine, carefully tending to its branches with a tiny, gleaming trimming tool. He didn't look up right away, my friend. He simply continued his delicate work, his movements slow and deliberate, as if each leaf held a universe within it. But I saw his eyes, just a brief flicker upwards, taking in young Joshua's slumped shoulders, the tightness around his mouth, the almost frantic energy humming beneath his stillness. Yun Men didn't speak. He just gestured, with a slight tilt of his head towards a smooth gray stone bench beneath the shade of an old maple, inviting Joshua to sit. And Joshua, poor young man, he unburdened himself. He poured out the whole story, every bitter drop of it, just as you might recount a difficult day over a warm cup of tea here by the fire. He spoke of the specific words, how they had been woven with such casual cruelty. He mimicked the confident, almost dismissive tone of those two women, their voices echoing in his own mind, replaying like a broken record. He told Yun Men about the complete falseness of everything they had said, the way their accusations felt like a physical blow, even though he knew them to be untrue. The anger he felt, a hot, churning knot in his belly that he simply could not release. And the shame, a cold, creeping thing that wrapped around his heart. A shame he could not possibly justify, for he had done nothing wrong. He described the strange, paralyzing helplessness of being inaccurately described, of having a version of himself presented that he had never not once been. His voice, I recall, grew tight, almost hoarse as he spoke. The morning's wound, fresh and raw, was fully open, bleeding its pain into the peaceful garden air. Yun Men listened. He listened with a stillness that seemed to absorb the very sound of the cicadas in the trees, the distant crow of a rooster. He simply sat there, patiently, until the last strained word died away and only the gentle rustle of the maple leaves remained. Then, with the same unhurried grace, he set down his small trimming tool onto the mossy ground beside him. He looked at Joshua, not with pity, but with a profound, quiet understanding. and asked a question that seemed to drift in from a different, calmer world entirely. When you practice archery, my young friend, and your arrow misses the target, what do you do? Joshua, still caught in the whirlwind of his own hurt, blinked slowly, as if awakening from a deep slumber. I check my aim, he replied, his voice still a little thick, and I try again. Yunmen nodded, a slight, almost imperceptible movement. And if another archer standing beside you shoots at the very same target and their arrow also misses, does their miss affect your next shot? Joshua furrowed his brow, considering. No, master. Their arrow has nothing to do with mine. It was as if a tiny crack, a sliver of light, had appeared in the dark wall of his thoughts. Yunmen then gave a single, firm nod. Those women, dear Joshua, they drew a target in the empty air. A target of their own making, and then they shot their arrows at it. But their target, you see, was a person they had invented. A lazy monk, they called him. A young man without commitment or dedication. But this person does not exist. Their arrows, therefore, flew through empty air, through a phantom, and fell harmlessly to the ground. They never reached you, not truly. He paused, letting the silence settle again, a soft blanket over the garden. He looked directly into Joshua's eyes, a gaze that seemed to pierce through the layers of his self-inflicted pain. But you, my dear friend, you were watching, and you, in your earnestness, caught those arrows mid-flight. You picked them up, loaded them into your own bow, and you have been shooting yourself with them all morning. The women, in truth, caused you no harm. You have been doing that entirely yourself. Joshua sat with this, the words sinking in like pebbles into a still pond. A long moment passed, filled only with the distant chirping of birds. Something in his chest, something that had been clenched so tightly it felt like a stone, began very, very slowly, almost imperceptibly, to release its grip. It was not a sudden burst of relief, but a gentle, thawing sensation, like ice melting in the warm sun. This ancient wisdom, dear friends, it reminds me of a teaching the Buddha himself gave, one that is echoed through the centuries, remaining in the Pali Canon unchanged for 25 centuries. He understood this human tendency so profoundly. He described, you see, 2 arrows. The first arrow, he said, arrives from outside. It is the sting of an unpleasant experience, the sharp jolt of a painful sensation, a harsh word spoken in the bustling market, or a dismissive glance from someone beside the village well, perhaps even from a loved one after a long, weary day. This arrow, he taught, it lands, it hurts, it is a part of life, a part of moving through a world filled with other people, each carrying their own unresolved interior storms, their own frustrations. This first arrow is not optional, my dear ones. It is simply part of being a person, living and breathing in this interconnected existence. We all feel it. We all know its sting. But the second arrow, the second arrow is entirely different. The second arrow is what an untrained mind, our own mind, fires at itself in response to the first. It is the hours we spend replaying that conversation, turning it over and over like a stone in a stream until its edges feel sharp again. It is the internal argument we have, shouting back at someone who isn't even present, who perhaps has long forgotten the incident. It is the tireless search through our own history, desperately seeking evidence that perhaps, just perhaps, they were right, that we are flawed in that particular way. It is the shame that follows the anger, the heavy exhaustion that settles in after the shame, leaving us hollow. The first arrow, my friends, it causes pain, a real, undeniable pain. But the second arrow, the one we shoot ourselves, that causes suffering. And the second arrow, listen closely to this, for it is profound. The second arrow is always, in every single case, self-inflicted. Now, this is not a teaching about suppressing our feelings. No, not at all. The Buddha was very precise, very clear about this. He did not say that the first arrow does not hurt. He acknowledged that pain is real. What he said was this: a trained mind feels the first arrow and does not add the second. The pain is acknowledged, deeply felt. The experience is real, it happened. And then the mind does not compound it. It does not build a towering structure of suffering on top of a single moment that has already passed, that has already dissolved into the river of time. Think about it, dear ones. Most of the heavy weight we carry into our nights, the weight that keeps us tossing and turning, staring at the ceiling, is not the first arrow. The first arrow lands, yes, and its moment is often over quickly, its sharp edge dulled by the passing seconds. What fills the quiet hours between dinner and the elusive dawn? What turns and churns in the mind while the body is longing for rest? That, my friends, is almost entirely second arrows. It is constructed suffering. Suffering happening right here, right now, in this present moment, about something that actually ended hours or days or even years ago. That old bitterness, that old regret, that old argument, it has long since passed, but we keep bringing it back, like an old wound we pick at, preventing it from healing. Here's what is worth sitting with tonight, as the embers glow softly on the hearth and the world outside sleeps. Not what happened today that hurt you, but how many times you have picked up that arrow and reshot it at yourself since the very moment it first arrived. Just notice. You do not have to answer this by resolving anything, not tonight. You don't have to force yourself to arrive at forgiveness or a grand understanding or any particular feeling at all. The teaching simply asks you to notice the distinction. The first arrow was real, yes, and it landed. Everything since then, every fresh sting, every renewed ache, has been you picking it up, loading it into your own bow and firing it again and again. One arrow, my dear ones, is enough. You do not have to carry the second one, this self-inflicted burden, into your sleep tonight. Let it go. Just for now. Just for now, my friend. And sometimes, even those things we believe are just for now, if left unattended, can quietly begin to take root. I remember once visiting Master Yun Men, a quiet soul who lived high in the mountains. He had a small pine tree near his meditation hut, not grand or ancient, but one he tended with great care. On one particular morning, I watched him, after a young disciple had left his side, return to that tree. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke. He paused, his gaze soft, then he trimmed one more branch, just one. And then he simply stood there, motionless, looking at what remained. The silence around him was so profound, you could almost hear the mountain breathing. It wasn't a tree shaped by harsh winds or violent storms, you see. It was a tree shaped by gentle hands, by the steady, patient removal of what did not truly belong, what might have diverted its strength or obscured its true form. And as he stood there, this old monk understood. That tree was a living testament to quiet transformation. Not the dramatic wounds from other people's arrows, no, but the quieter ones. The ones that arrive so small and so slowly that most people do not even notice them taking root until they have already grown into something that fills the whole garden of their being. A shadow, a persistent worry, a subtle resentment. Have you ever known a garden like that, dear ones? Perhaps the small patch behind your own home, or even the wilder edges of a forest path you often walk. Before the sky lightens, before the birds find their first tentative notes, before any other monk in the temple has even stirred from sleep, there is a small flame moving through the great temple garden. It's not the bright, assertive light of a lantern for travel, but a soft, warm glow, almost like a solitary star fallen to earth. Row by row, this flame moves unhurried, the oil lamp held low, its gentle circle of light falling soft and warm on the dark, sleeping soil beneath it. The air is still cool, holding the lingering scent of night dew and awakening earth. Only after watching this moving flame for some time, perhaps from a quiet window or a hidden corner of the courtyard, do you begin to notice the hands holding it. They are gnarled but steady, reflecting years of patient work. Then you notice the simple, worn robe blending into the pre-dawn shadows. And then, the man himself, Brother Heiming, who has tended this very garden for 20 long years. 20 springs, 20 summers, 20 autumns, 20 winters. He walks every single morning in that last sliver of darkness before dawn, looking at the ground with the focused attention of someone reading something immensely important, as if the very soil holds ancient scriptures visible only in that precise, fragile light. This, my friends, is not ordinary gardening. He is not pulling weeds, not yet anyway. What Heiming is doing is far more subtle, far more profound. He is looking for what is about to become a weed. The tiny green thread barely visible in the lamplight, the almost invisible shoot that arrived yesterday on the wind, perhaps clinging to a bird's feather, and has been nestled in the soil for perhaps 18 hours. Just a breath, a fleeting moment in the grand cycle of growth. At this nascent stage, it can be removed with a single gentle touch. A light scrape of his pointed stick, a tool he carved himself from a fallen branch, and it is gone without a trace, without disturbing a single root of anything precious growing around it. It leaves no mark, no ripple. Tomorrow, that same tiny shoot would require more effort, a deeper pluck, perhaps disturbing the tender roots of a young lettuce plant. In a week, it would be noticeable. Problem: its leaves unfurling, its stem strengthening. And in a month? Oh, in a month, my dear ones, it would have threaded its roots so deeply, so intricately through the roots of everything nearby, that removing it would mean damaging the very plants you were trying so desperately to protect. The cost of delay would be too high. This is why Heiming walks the rows before dawn, not because the garden is in crisis, no, but because he has learned through years of quiet observation and patient tending that the difference between a manageable garden and an overwhelming one is measured in hours, not seasons. It's the quiet diligence, the almost imperceptible effort that prevents the storm. A young monk named Faxian, fresh from the bustling city, had been assigned to help with the garden work that season. He was curious, eager, and willing, but utterly without any experience of growing things beyond perhaps a potted flower on a city windowsill. He watched Haiming's pre-dawn routine day after day with a polite bewilderment. He couldn't quite grasp the necessity, the logic. His young mind, accustomed to efficiency and large-scale solutions, saw only repetitive, almost wasteful effort. After several mornings of this silent ritual, the question that had been sitting in his mind like a small, persistent pebble finally tumbled out. "Brother Haiming," he asked, his voice a quiet whisper in the stillness, "why walk the rows every single day? Would it not be far more efficient to do a thorough weeding once each week, perhaps on the Sabbath, and then be finished with it? To simply set aside a block of time for one large task?" Haiming, without a word, crouched beside a row of young lettuce, their tender green leaves still glistening with dew. He gestured for Faxian to look closely at the soil between the plants. Faxian leaned in, his brow furrowed with concentration, but he saw nothing, just dark, rich earth. He probably thought his old teacher was playing a gentle trick on him. Haiming then took his pointed stick, the one he always carried, and scraped the surface very, very gently. There, barely visible, were 3 pale green threads, no larger than a young thumbnail, like tiny sleeping emeralds. "These arrived 2 days ago," Haiming said, his voice soft as the rustling of leaves. "By your weekly schedule, young Faxian, they would be 5 times this size before you even considered touching them. By the end of the month, they would own this entire row. They would choke the very life out of these young lettuces you see struggling to grow." Faxian looked from the tiny shoots to his teacher, a new understanding dawning in his eyes, like the first blush of pink on the eastern horizon. "The mind, my dear Faxian," said Haiming, replacing the stick in his robe pocket, "works exactly like this garden. Every day, from every direction, from conversations you half heard, a critical word perhaps, or a perceived slight that lingered longer than it should, from things that did not go as you hoped, a missed opportunity, a broken promise, from fears about tomorrow that have not happened yet, a financial worry, a concern for a loved one, seeds arrive. Thousands of them carried on the winds of circumstance. Most of them are harmless, truly, and will not take root. They simply blow away like dust. But some will, my friend. Some will. And the ones that do grow according to the very same law as every living thing, small and easy to address at the beginning, enormous and tangled if left alone. They will eventually consume the garden of your peace. The Buddha, with his profound wisdom, taught this very principle with the precision of someone who had spent countless years observing exactly how the mind generates its own suffering. He identified 5 specific methods for removing an unwanted thought, not as a rigid, ranked list to work through in order, but as 5 different, specialized tools. Much like how a skilled gardener carries different instruments for different tasks, a trowel for planting, shears for pruning, a gentle rake for smoothing the soil. Each tool perfectly suited for a particular kind of challenge. And understanding which tool to use and when is the beginning of true freedom. Ah, yes. freedom. It is not merely the absence of chains, my friend, but the knowing of what to do with the space that remains once they are gone. And sometimes, the chains are not around our wrists, but around our very thoughts, coiling tighter and tighter until we cannot breathe. This old monk has seen much of that in his days. Many years ago, when I was but a young novice, barely taller than the prayer mat, I struggled terribly with a restless mind, especially at night when the temple grew quiet and the only sound was the distant call of a cicada. Thoughts would come like little mischievous sprites dancing in the shadows of my mind. Thoughts of yesterday's spilled rice, tomorrow's chores, a harsh word from a senior monk. They would cling, these thoughts, like burrs to a monk's robe. One of the first lessons I truly learned, not from a scroll but from experience, was this simple art of redirecting. It is like a quiet stream that encounters a fallen branch. It does not fight the branch. It simply flows around it, finding another path. When an unhelpful thought would arrive, perhaps a flicker of worry about failing my meditation, I learned to gently, almost imperceptibly, guide my mind to something else. The feeling of my breath, soft as a feather at the tip of my nose. Or the warmth in my heart, a genuine spark of care for the weary souls in the village below. Or simply the astounding, undeniable fact of being alive in that very moment under the vast, starlit sky. This works best, you see, when the thought is still fresh, still small, before it has gathered the momentum of a rushing river. I remember old Heiming, the temple's gardener, a man who spoke little but taught much with his hands. Every morning he would move from one garden row to the next, hoeing, watering, tending. He wouldn't dwell on the row he had just finished, even if a few stubborn weeds remained. No, his eyes, his hands, his very breath would be wholly given to the row in front of him, leaving behind what he had already checked, giving his full attention to what was now. That is, redirecting, my friend, a simple shift. Then there is a deeper approach for thoughts that are a little more stubborn, more deeply rooted. This is to scrutinize. A thought can be very seductive, can't it? It can whisper promises. The satisfaction of resentment, perhaps, replaying an old slight, feeling justified in your anger. Or the false comfort of worry, making you feel as though by worrying, you are somehow preparing for tomorrow's difficulties. It feels productive, doesn't it, to replay an argument or to rehearse a problem that has not even arrived? But have you noticed, dear friend, that replaying an argument has never resolved it? It only makes the wound deeper, the bitterness more potent. And rehearsing tomorrow's difficulties, has it ever truly prevented them? Or has it merely robbed you of today's peace? When you look honestly, truly honestly, at where these thoughts lead, they often lose their power. The satisfaction of resentment turns to ashes in your mouth. The comfort of worry reveals itself as a heavy cloak, suffocating rather than protecting. Seeing this clearly, truly seeing it, often dissolves the thought's grip without any further effort. It's like holding a beautiful, ripe fruit, only to realize upon closer inspection that it is rotten within. You simply put it down. And sometimes, when a thought truly clings, refusing to budge, we turn to non-engagement. Not a fight, mind you, never a fight. Fighting a thought is like wrestling with a shadow. The more you struggle, the more entangled you become. No, this is simply choosing not to engage. It is not suppression, which builds pressure, like holding a breath until you gasp. It is rather like turning your gaze away. A thought that receives no water, no attention, no further. Thinking, it does not grow. It sits in the soil of your mind, perhaps for a time, but eventually it dries out. Haeming, in his quiet wisdom, showed this to Faxian one afternoon. He pointed to a small, stubborn weed in a dry corner of the garden. He had deliberately left it untouched for 4 days. The sun had beaten down on it. The earth was parched. "See, Faxian?" he had murmured, his voice like dry leaves rustling. "It has not spread. It has simply sat there, its energy spent, going nowhere. It had no nourishment, you see, nothing to feed its growth. That is the power of non-engagement, my friend. A subtle yet profound act of letting be. But for those relentless thoughts, those chains that seem to link one anxious thought to another, there is a fourth way: to intercept. This requires a deeper kind of watchfulness. It is to feel the very moment when one anxious thought is about to generate its successor. To catch that subtle movement, that tiny flicker before the chain completes its link. Think of it like noticing your hand reaching for a sweet, a habit you wish to break. You see the movement begin, and you choose to pause, to interrupt the action before it completes. This, my dear ones, requires a quality of attention that develops with patient practice. It is like training a wild bird to land gently on your hand. But once it is present, this awareness is extraordinarily effective. Most mental suffering, you see, is not one difficult thought, but a long, insidious chain of them, each pulling the next into existence with a relentless tug. Breaking that chain at the second or third link, it prevents everything that would have followed. Imagine the weight of an entire burden lifted simply by intercepting the very first thread of its weaving. And for the thought that persists through all of this, the truly tenacious one, the one that still buzzes stubbornly around your head, there is a fifth method. This is a deliberate and temporary act of stopping, a brief, conscious stopping of the mental movement. It is a powerful tool, like clenching a fist to stop a hand from trembling, to bring a sudden, forceful halt to a tremor. The Buddha, in his boundless wisdom, described this as a last resort, not a first response. Used occasionally, sparingly, it works. It can sever the connection, create a sudden gap in the mental chatter. But used as a habit, as a constant struggle against the mind's natural flow, it exhausts the spirit. It leaves you weary, depleted. Which is why, my friends, the first 4 methods are so profoundly important. They cultivate a gentler way, a sustainable path. I remember hearing about Faxian, that very same student of Haeming's. Later that afternoon, he was working silently near the garden gate, the scent of fresh earth and damp leaves filling the air. He was lost in the rhythm of his work when suddenly he heard it. 2 visiting monks, their voices low but clear, speaking critically about the head teacher. Their words, sharp as thorns, were certainly not kind. Immediately, Faxian felt it. Something in his own mind began to form a response, a small shoot of agreement, a tiny tendril of doubt about the teacher he had respected so deeply, a whisper of comparison between this monastery and others he had known. He felt the subtle pull, but this time he noticed it. He noticed it while it was still small, still a tender sprout, small enough to remove with a single touch. He did not argue with it. He did not judge himself for having such a thought. He simply chose not to water it with further thinking. He simply returned his attention, gently but firmly, to the physical work of his hands, feeling the rough texture of the hoe handle, the give of the soil. The shoot sat there in the soil of his mind for a moment, waiting for nourishment, and then, without it, it went nowhere. It withered before it could take root. That evening, Heiming watched his student work, his old eyes crinkling at the corners. He said nothing, for words were often unnecessary between them. But he could see it. He could see that something had shifted within Facian. A person who has learned to catch a thought while it is small, before it can grow into a thorny bush or a suffocating vine, carries themselves differently. Less burdened, more present, as though the invisible weight of every unconsidered thing they used to carry has been quietly, gently set down. A lightness settles over them, like the evening dew. This understanding, my dear friends, is not new. It is as old as the mountains. For over 2 millennia, in the quiet villages and bustling temples of Theravada communities across Southeast Asia, practitioners have gathered before sleep to recite protective chants. They are specifically designed, these sacred verses, to do for the community what Heiming taught Facian to do alone each morning, to clear the mental ground before rest, to prevent the seeds of disturbance, the tiny burrs of worry or anger from taking hold in the night, in the fertile darkness of the subconscious mind. The form is different, yes, the collective hum of voices versus the silent, individual practice. But the understanding is identical. What you allow to settle in the mind before sleep, that, my friends, is what the mind will grow, silently, patiently, while you are not even watching. Yes, it grows. And sometimes, my dear friends, what it nurtures are not the blossoming flowers we wish for, but tiny, insistent seeds of worry. You know them, don't you? Those little burrs that cling to your robe after a walk. The ones you barely notice until they start to prickle. The stray words spoken carelessly earlier in the day, turning over and over in the quiet of your room. Or that knot of an unresolved task whispering its demands just as you begin to drift off. Perhaps a small doubt, like a shadow briefly passing over the sun, attaching itself to an ordinary, beautiful moment. They arrive uninvited, these little guests in the mind, don't they? Still so small, so easy to overlook. This old monk has known many such nights. The fire here crackles, casting long, dancing shadows, and the scent of damp earth after the evening rain fills the air. But sometimes, even in such peace, the mind insists on replaying fragments of the day. And in those moments, my friend, you do not have to wage a war against these little seeds. You do not have to uproot them with force, tearing at the soil of your being. No, there is a gentler way. You simply do not have to water them tonight. Just let them be. Do not feed them with your attention, your restless thinking. Allow them to sit there, unacknowledged, in the hope that by morning, the sun will simply dry them out. You know Heiming, the old farmer down the valley, the one with the crooked smile and hands like gnarled oak roots. Every morning, just as the dew still glistens on the blades of grass, he walks his rows of vegetables. Not just to pull weeds, no. He walks to find what is growing, what might take hold before it becomes too strong. He feels the soil. He listens to the leaves rustle. He catches the sweet scent of ripening tomatoes. It's a mindful walk, a silent conversation with his garden. But Heiming, he was a man of the earth, not of philosophy. He never quite addressed a deeper question, one that his old friend Facien, the quiet scholar, used to ponder. Not about what grows in the garden, but about who is walking the rows. Who is this tireless gardener within us? Have you ever noticed this, my friend? This presence within you that seems to have been watching every single thought arrive and depart, every emotion bloom and fade for your entire life. It's been there since your first breath, this silent observer. You have never once had to remind it to pay attention, have you? It just watches with an unwavering gaze. What is that watching? Is it a part of you or something more fundamental than you? And what happens, I often wonder, when you turn your gaze not outward, not towards the ceaseless parade of thoughts and feelings it is watching, but inward? What if you turn your attention towards that which watches? What would you see then in that vast inner space? Sometimes a question arrives like that, doesn't it? Before a location, before a face, before any sense of who is asking or why. Just the question itself, a pure, clear bell tone in the stillness. And above it, whatever sky your mind naturally builds when it hears that word. A pale morning sky, a stormy, bruised purple, or perhaps the endless, inky blackness dusted with a million stars, like the one we gaze at now, beyond the smoke of our little fire. I remember hearing a story, whispered among the older monks when I was a young novice, about a certain monastery high in the Tibetan mountains. The air there, they said, was so impossibly clear, it seemed to sharpen everything it touched. The edges of the distant peaks, the sound of the wind whistling through the prayer flags, even the thoughts in one's own mind. And on a high stone terrace, catching the first golden light of dawn, a young monk named Norbu was being asked just such a question by his teacher, an old master named Tenzin. Tenzin was a man whose wisdom seemed to radiate from him like the warmth of a hearth. His white beard, long and flowing, would move gently in the crisp mountain wind, and his eyes, they held the depth of ancient lakes, reflecting centuries of quiet contemplation. He simply pointed upwards, towards the vast expanse above them, and asked, "Norbu, look up. What do you see?" Norbu, earnest and eager, looked up. The sky was a deep, impossible blue, the particular shade that truly exists only at such altitudes, where the world feels closer to the heavens. And across it moved large, pillowy white clouds, slowly, without hurry, like silent ships on an endless sea, indifferent to any direction or destination. "I see clouds," Norbu replied, his voice a soft murmur against the wind. "Many clouds, teacher, against a beautiful blue sky." Master Tenzin nodded once, a slow, deliberate movement. "And the clouds that were here yesterday, Norbu, at this same hour, drifting across this very spot, are any of them still there?" Norbu looked again, thoughtfully this time, remembering the ever-shifting patterns of the sky. He had seen countless sunrises and sunsets from that terrace. "No, teacher," he said, a faint smile touching his lips. "They have all moved on, dissolved, perhaps, or drifted far beyond our sight, like old memories." "Yes," Tenzin affirmed, his voice soft as the wind, a gentle echo of the mountain's own quiet truth. "Each one forms, born seemingly from nothing, drifts gracefully across the vastness, and then dissolves back into open space. None of them stay, not one. Just like our joys, our sorrows, our fleeting triumphs, and our passing pains, my friend. They all arrive. They all move on. He paused then, letting the silence of the mountains settle around them, letting that truth sink in. Norbu's gaze remained fixed on the sky, a new kind of awareness dawning in his young eyes. "Now tell me, Norbu," Tenzin continued, his voice a gentle invitation, "about the sky itself. Does the sky change?" Norbu looked again, this time past the clouds, past their transient beauty, to the immense, unchanging blue expanse that held them all. The depth of it, the quiet immensity. He felt a shiver, not of cold, but of profound recognition. "The sky stays the same, teacher," he breathed. "Always present, always open. The clouds move through it, yes, they may obscure it for a time or change its appearance, but the sky itself does not move. It is always there, vast and unblemished, holding everything." Tenzin turned then, his ancient eyes meeting Norbu's directly, a warmth spreading from his gaze that seemed to hold all the wisdom of the mountains. "And when you sit in meditation, Norbu, when you turn your attention inward, what do you notice in your mind?" And sometimes, my friend, that clinging feels like a physical weight, doesn't it? A persistent ache in the chest, a tightness around the heart, even when all around you is peace. I remember a young monk, Kelsang, from a temple high in the mountains. The air there was always crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth, and the silence. Oh, the silence was so profound it often felt like a presence itself. But for Kelsang, this silence was not a balm. It was a canvas upon which his inner turmoil painted its most vivid scenes. He had been a monk for only 2 years, yet every single day the same unwelcome visitors arrived. Memories of the bustling life he once led, the warmth of prosperity, the sting of a profound betrayal that had shattered his world, and the heavy, suffocating grief that had clung to him like a shroud, following him all the way up the winding mountain path to the monastery gates. Alongside these vivid recollections, there was always a deep, knowing restlessness. It made genuine stillness feel like a mirage, forever shimmering just beyond his reach. He would sit for hours in meditation, trying to quiet the storm within, but his mind, he would tell me, felt like a busy marketplace, never truly closing. "I see so many thoughts, Master Mingxin," Kelsang confessed to me one evening, his voice barely a whisper against the gentle hum of the cicadas. The scent of burning sandalwood incense filled the small meditation hall, but even that could not quiet the clamor in his head. Memories, anger, the persistent worry about whether I truly made the right choice by coming here. Sometimes it feels as though these thoughts fill the entire mind. There is simply no space left, no quiet corner that is not occupied by something painful. His eyes, usually bright with youthful energy, held a deep weariness, like two small flickering lamps in a vast, dark room. I sat with him for a while, not speaking, simply watching the way the evening clouds drifted slowly across the highest peaks, catching the last golden light of the setting sun. They moved with such unhurried grace, each one distinct, yet all part of the same vast, silent expanse. After a long moment, I asked him, very softly, Kelson, my dear, are these the exact same thoughts you had yesterday? He considered this, his brow furrowing slightly, as if sifting through a pile of forgotten letters. The themes are similar, Master, yes. The feeling of loss, the old hurts. But the specific thoughts, they change. Different memories resurface, different versions of the worry about my path. He sighed, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of countless unbidden thoughts. Like clouds, I murmured, nodding slowly. Just like the clouds you see passing over the mountain peaks right now. Then a silence settled between us, deeper than before. Only the whisper of the wind through the ancient pines outside broke the stillness. I let the silence stretch, allowing it to settle around Kelsang, to perhaps touch that restless corner of his mind. Finally, I spoke again, my voice gentle, almost a continuation of the wind's breath. And tell me, Kelsang, what is it that notices these thoughts? What is aware of the memories and the worry while they are passing through? This question, so simple yet so profound, seemed to stop Kelsang completely. His eyes widened and he sat utterly still, as if every part of him had suddenly come to a halt. In 2 years of diligent practice, 2 years of striving for stillness, he had never once turned his attention in this direction. He had always been focused on the thoughts themselves, trying to manage them, attempting to escape their grip, or simply enduring their relentless presence. He had never paused, not even for a single breath, to notice the awareness that was quietly, patiently watching all of it unfold. He tried now. I could see the subtle shift in his posture, the slight turning inward of his gaze. He began to turn his attention away from the relentless parade of thoughts and toward whatever it was that was doing the noticing. It was, as I often describe it, like trying to turn and look at your own eyes, rather than at the myriad things your eyes are seeing. Strange, disorienting even, at first. A feeling of searching for something that felt both intimately close and utterly elusive. But then, after a few moments, something shifted within him. A sudden, profound stillness settled over his face like the surface of a deep, calm lake. The awareness seems always present, Kelsang said finally, his voice now quieter, softer than before, filled with a newfound wonder. It does not seem disturbed by the thoughts that pass through it, even the painful ones. It simply watches. Yes, I replied, a warmth spreading through my own chest. There was something in my voice that was not just simple agreement, but something closer to a quiet, profound relief. The relief of an old teacher, my friend, watching a student finally truly see what was always there, what had always been present, waiting patiently to be recognized. Your thoughts, Kelsang, are like those clouds we just watched. They form, they move, they change shape, they dissolve. Some are dark and heavy, pregnant with a coming storm. Some are light and fluffy, like cotton drifting across a summer sky. All of them pass. But you, my dear Kelsang, you are not the clouds. You are the vast, boundless sky that holds them. And the sky, no matter how fierce the storm, how dark the tempest, has never once been damaged by the weather moving through it. The sky remains the sky always. This teaching, you see, my dear friends, does not ask you to believe anything at all. It asks you simply to look. Right now, as you sit here, perhaps stirring the embers of the fire or simply breathing in the quiet night air, thoughts are arriving, aren't they? You did not schedule them. You did not send an invitation. Some are about today's tasks, the meals you cooked, the paths you walked. Some are about things nowhere near today, perhaps a memory from childhood or a worry about tomorrow. But something in you, something silent and unwavering, is registering all of it. The arriving, the specific content, the slow, inevitable departing. That something, my friend, is not itself a thought. It was present before the last thought arrived, and it will be present long after the next one leaves. It has been present, like an unwavering lamp, through every single experience of your entire life. And not one of those experiences, not the deepest joy nor the sharpest sorrow, has ever truly changed what it fundamentally is. I remember learning about the Buddha's own journey to this same profound recognition. He invited his monks, so many centuries ago, to examine every element of human experience with unflinching honesty. The body, the raw sensations, the perceptions we form, the thoughts that arise, and consciousness itself. And to honestly ask of each one, is this me? Is this truly what I am? And in each case, after deep contemplation, the answer was always the same. These are things you have, things that arise and pass within your experience. They are like guests in a house, but they are not the house itself. They are not the one who is experiencing. A thought arises, it passes, and it is no more you than a cloud passing silently overhead is the vast, boundless sky. The way a thought arises, passes, and is no more you than a cloud passing silently overhead is the vast, boundless sky. This reminds me, my friends, of a very ancient understanding, one that has brought solace to countless souls over the centuries. It speaks of a state, a quiet, deep place within us that the old texts called the life continuum. Imagine it as the very bedrock of your being, the silent earth beneath all the bustling marketplaces and winding rivers of your mind. It is the baseline, the resting condition of your consciousness that quietly underlies every single experience you have, even those nights when you slip into dreamless sleep. Yes, dear ones, in that deep, quiet sleep, when no images dance and no worries cling, your mind, without your conscious effort, returns to this very ground. It doesn't return to an empty blankness, no, but to its own natural resting state. Clear, stable, undisturbed, a quiet pool reflecting the moon, without a single ripple. You visit this ground every single night, don't you? Without even knowing it, you journey there. And every morning, when the first light touches your eyelids, you return from it, refreshed, perhaps a little wiser, even if you cannot say why. The old Tibetan teachers, with their deep insights gained from countless hours on cold mountain peaks, called this same ground the clear light. Not a dramatic, blinding flash of revelation, mind you, but the quiet, steady luminosity of a mind that has simply stopped being disturbed by its own contents. Like the steady glow of embers long after the fire has died down, casting a soft, comforting warmth. What both these traditions whisper to us, my friends, is not some grand spiritual achievement reserved only for those who meditate for decades in solitude. No, it is far simpler, far more intimate than that. It is the natural baseline of consciousness that has been present your entire life. It has been there, patiently,
underneath every anxious thought that has ever stirred your heart, every difficult memory that has ever clouded your days, every sleepless hour you have ever endured. It is always there, like the deep, silent current of a river, even when the surface churns with storms. Training the mind in stillness, then, is not about building something new, is it? It's not about adding a new skill or acquiring a new treasure. It is simply about learning to recognize what the mind already rests in every single night. It's like forgetting the path to your own home, only to remember it again, finding the front door standing open, welcoming you back. So when a thought arrives tonight as you are trying to sleep, and thoughts will arrive, this old monk promises you, for this is simply what minds do, like birds flying across the sky. You do not have to engage with it. You do not have to follow it down a rabbit hole of worries, nor do you have to fight it as if it were an enemy trying to steal your peace. You can simply notice that you are aware of it. You can rest, not in the thought itself, but in the spaciousness of. You're noticing. The sky receiving the cloud, yes, but never becoming the cloud. It simply holds it, allows it to pass, and remains vast and clear. I remember once visiting a small mountain monastery. There was a young man named Kelsang. He had come from a distant village carrying a burden that seemed to weigh down his very spirit. His parents had passed, and the family land had been lost in a season of drought. He spoke little, his eyes often fixed on the distant peaks as if searching for answers there. One afternoon, after a long conversation with the monastery's elder, Tenzin, Kelsang sat alone on the stone terrace. The air was cool, and the clouds, thick and heavy earlier, kept moving across the sky, slowly, majestically. For a long time, Kelsang just sat there, the breeze rustling his simple robes. I watched him from the distance, seeing the way his shoulders, so hunched before, began to subtly relax. For the first time since he had arrived at the monastery, he seemed to feel something other than the crushing weight of what he was carrying. He felt, I believe, the vast, quiet space in which that very weight was being carried. A space that was entirely untroubled by anything that had passed through it. The sky does not shrink from clouds, does it? Even the ones that carry the fiercest storms or the heaviest rains. It simply holds them, allows them their journey, and then awaits their passing. This brings us to a different kind of cloud, my friends. Sometimes the clouds are not merely thoughts. Sometimes they arrive not as fleeting ideas or mental images, but as something profoundly felt in the very depths of your body. A tightening in the chest, a catch in the throat, a cold knot in the stomach. A weight that thoughts alone do not carry. A presence that feels far more substantial. When this cloud has a name, and its name is fear. Have you ever felt it, dear ones? That subtle tightening somewhere just below the collarbone? Perhaps a slight stiffness in the shoulders, a clenching in the jaw you didn't even realize was there. The one that arrives quite often before any thought has even formed to explain it, before your mind can conjure a reason for its presence. Then, the breath. You notice it. Slightly shallower than it was a moment ago, perhaps a little faster, not quite reaching the very bottom of your lungs. It's like a quiet alarm bell, ringing in the body before the mind even understands the message. And then, the scanning begins. The mind, like a small bird startled by a shadow, moves quickly through recent memories, checking exits,
running its quiet audit of everything that could possibly go wrong. It starts building a subtle case for danger, even when nothing specific can be named, no clear threat identified. This, my friends, is fear. Not the dramatic kind that announces itself with a thunderclap and an obvious cause, like a tiger in the path. No, this is the quiet kind. The kind that lives in the body before it ever reaches the mind, tightening the jaw during ordinary conversations, or waking a person at 3 a.m. with a general unease that cannot be traced to its source. It sits somewhere just behind the ordinary hours of the day, like a low, persistent hum, a sound that never quite resolves, always present, just beyond the edge of hearing. And it was just this kind of quiet, unsettling hum, dear ones, that I remember a young monk named Pema once described to me, his voice barely a whisper in the pre-dawn chill of the temple courtyard. He had sought out a remote monastery, nestled high among the craggy peaks of the Tibetan mountains, a place so ancient you could almost feel the silent prayers of 1,000 years etched into the very stone of its cliff-face home. He hoped to find a deeper quiet there, to truly root himself in the earth of his practice. Pema was a sincere soul, with a heart earnest and hands always willing. In the communal rhythm of the monastery, he thrived. I recall seeing him during morning chanting, his voice a steady, resonant part of the chorus that echoed through the prayer hall, carrying the scent of juniper incense. During the shared meditations, his posture was always erect, his breath even. And when it came to the daily chores, sweeping the dusty floors, tending the small wind-whipped gardens, polishing the ancient bronze bells until they gleamed like morning sun, he worked with a quiet diligence that warmed the heart. His mind, he told me, felt grounded, capable, settling like fine dust in the shared presence of others. But then came the solitary moments, especially after the sun dipped below the jagged mountain peaks, painting the sky in strokes of fiery orange and deep indigo, when the last communal chants faded, and the only sound was the whisper of the wind through the high passes. When Pema attempted to practice alone in the profound, echoing silence of his small cell, something would arrive. Something he couldn't name, a presence without form, yet it filled every corner of the room, every space within him. A formless dread, like a cold mist seeping into his bones, a sense of something patiently waiting in the quiet, something he'd been carefully, expertly moving around for years, long before he ever set foot on these mountain paths. And now, the stark, unyielding silence of this sacred place made it utterly impossible to avoid. Have you ever felt that, my friend? That creeping realization that the quiet holds a mirror to something you've always managed to keep hidden, even from yourself. The monastery held a particular practice, a rite of passage almost, that every monk was expected to undertake once each month. A full night of solitary retreat in a small cave, carved even deeper into the cliff, a place of profound solitude. Complete darkness, complete silence, no contact with the community until the first rays of morning light touched the mountain peaks. For 3 months, Pema found reasons to avoid his turn. First, there were kitchen duties that simply couldn't wait, he'd insist. The pots needed scrubbing, the grains sorting. Then, a developing illness that required proximity to the infirmary, though he looked hale and strong as a mountain goat. And always, he was quick to offer to take the place of other monks whose schedules were overloaded, a generosity that felt a little too eager. These were the careful, quiet evasions of someone who cannot yet admit, even to himself, the true nature of what he is actually afraid of. A dance we all perform sometimes, isn't it? Twirling away from the very thing that calls us most deeply. His teacher, the venerable Lama Tubten, observed all of this with the patient, unblinking gaze of an old owl. He had guided countless students through countless shapes of avoidance over his many decades. He understood that confronting it head-on rarely helped. People tended to argue back or to shrink into shame, adding another heavy layer of difficulty on top of the original one. What truly helped, Tubten had learned, was something much quieter, much gentler. It was about removing the deeply held belief that the thing being avoided was as dangerous as the avoiding mind insisted it was. One crisp morning, when the air still held the bite of the night, Tubten called Pema to his room. I remember Tubten, a man whose movements were like the slow, deliberate turning of prayer wheels. He poured steaming yak butter tea into 2 bowls with the unhurried grace of one who has nowhere more important to be in the entire universe. The aroma filled the small room, warm and earthy. Then, he simply asked, his voice soft as falling snow, "When you imagine being alone in the cave, Pema, what do you believe you will find there?" Pema sat with the question, truly sat with it, his gaze distant as if peering into the very cave of his own heart. "I do not think I will find anything specific, Lamala," he said slowly, his words feeling their way through the silence. "It is more that I am afraid of what I might find in myself. Something I've been moving around for a long, long time. Something about who I am when there is no one else in the room and nothing left to distract me from it." Tubten nodded, a slow, deep understanding in his ancient eyes, as though this were the most reasonable, most natural thing he had heard all week. "Good," he said, and the single word seemed to carry the weight of centuries of wisdom. "Then, tonight, you will go to the cave, but you will not go alone." Pema felt a wave of profound relief wash over him, a lightness in his chest, before his mind even fully grasped the meaning of the words. Not alone? A companion? A fellow monk? "You will go with your fear," Tubten clarified, his gaze steady, kind, instead of trying to leave it at the entrance like a worn pair of boots. "You will invite it inside. You will greet it the way you would greet a venerable visitor who has traveled a great distance across many mountains and valleys just to find you, with sincere acknowledgement, with genuine gratitude for its presence, and with the simple, open-hearted offer of a comfortable place to sit. And then, my dear Pema, you will remain there together for the night." Pema simply looked at his teacher, speechless, the tea growing cool in his bowl. The words hung in the air, clear as the mountain spring water, yet profound as the deepest chasm. "Fear arrives because it believes it is protecting you," Tubten continued, his voice a gentle rhythm. "It learned this role a long, long time ago, in circumstances where its protection was genuinely needed. Perhaps when you were just a small child, facing a world that felt too big, too loud. Perhaps when a sudden loss left a wound too raw to bear. In those moments, staying alert, staying ready meant staying safe. And so, it has carried out this work. Faithfully ever since, diligently, tirelessly, long past the moment when the original danger passed. long after those original circumstances changed beyond all recognition. It is a loyal guardian, even if its methods are now outdated. It does not need to be overcome, my dear Pema. It does not need to be fought or banished. It needs to be told clearly, gently, and with real gratitude for what it has tried to do for you all these years. That you see it, that you are not unaware of its tireless efforts, and that tonight, in the quiet darkness of that cave, you are truly safe. You are held, and you can simply be. That night, Pema lit his small lamp, a tiny, hesitant flame that seemed only to deepen the shadows on the ancient stone walls. The darkness didn't just recede, it pressed in, a palpable presence, thick and cold. I can almost feel the chill myself, the way it creeps into the bones, not just from the air, but from the very silence of the cave. The silence that had not changed for centuries. Have you ever felt such a cold, my friend? Not just on your skin, but deep within, a sense of timeless isolation. Within moments, Pema felt it too. That familiar tightening in the chest, the shallowing of the breath, the mind's frantic search for an escape, a door, any way out of the stillness. It's a feeling we all know, isn't it? That knot in the stomach when worry takes hold, or the sudden urge to simply leave when discomfort arrives uninvited. I remember when I was a young monk, how my own mind would race like a wild horse trying to outrun its own shadow whenever the meditation grew too quiet, too still. But Pema, that night, he did something different. Instead of fighting it, instead of pushing the fear away as he had so many times before, he spoke to it, quietly, gently, as if addressing a weary traveler who had just arrived at his door. "I know you are here," he whispered, his voice barely disturbing the dust motes dancing in the lamp's glow. "I am not asking you to leave. I am asking you to sit with me." Can you imagine that, dear ones? Inviting your deepest unease to simply sit. And something shifted. Not like a sudden gust of wind, but like the subtle turning of the tide. Not completely, not all at once, but enough to notice. The fear did not vanish. It didn't pack its bags and depart, but its quality changed. It transformed from a towering wall blocking all passage into something more like a quiet presence, perhaps a companion, though an uncomfortable one, that could simply be shared in the stillness. It's a profound difference, isn't it? The difference between being trapped by a wall and simply sitting beside something that feels like a wall. As the hours deepened, as the small lamp burned lower, Pema began to sense what lay underneath that fear. Not by pushing through it, not by trying to conquer it, but because the fear, having been acknowledged without argument, without struggle, gradually loosened its grip. It was as if the guard had finally relaxed, allowing him to feel what it had been so diligently covering. A deep, aching loneliness, an old sorrow of feeling somehow separate from everyone, from everything, from whatever solid ground he had once stood on before his life had turned. It's a feeling many of us come to know in these later years, isn't it, my friends? That quiet ache for what was, for who was, for the sense of belonging that sometimes feels just out of reach. He allowed himself to feel this fully, this profound loneliness without any attempt to resolve it, without trying to fill the empty spaces. And then, right in the center of that loneliness, something truly unexpected bloomed. a warmth, a quiet, steady presence that had been there the entire time, undiminished by the fear or the encroaching darkness or the years of careful avoidance. It wasn't arriving from somewhere outside like a sudden ray of sun. No, it was simply what had always been underneath, patient, waiting without impatience for him to become still enough, quiet enough to notice it. Like the steady glow of embers beneath a dying fire, always there, even when the flames have subsided. This subtle yet profound discovery that Pema made in his cave, it resonates deeply with an ancient teaching, a formal practice from the Tibetan Buddhist tradition built on this precise understanding. It is called sleep yoga, one of the most carefully developed Buddhist teachings on what actually happens as our consciousness passes into the gentle embrace of rest. Its practitioners learn to train the mind to recognize at that exact liminal threshold between waking and sleep, the very same quiet ground that Pema touched in that cold cave. It's not about constructing or achieving a particular state, you see. It's about simply recognizing what is already present when the noise and the movement of the day have finally, mercifully, stopped. The practice exists because this ground, this quiet, undisturbed baseline of consciousness is always there. It requires not effort, not a heroic struggle, but simply recognition. And recognition, my dear ones, is only possible for a mind that has learned, even in small, halting ways, to stop its endless running. Like a child who, after a long day of play, finally collapses into the stillness of their own bed, finding peace not through activity, but through rest. The Buddha himself named what lies behind this constant running, this frantic search for an exit. He called it aversion, that reflexive pulling away from difficult experience, the instinct to create distance between ourselves and whatever feels uncomfortable or frightening. It's a natural impulse, like pulling your hand from a hot stove. But he taught that this very pulling away is the primary source of suffering that we ourselves create. We suffer not from the thing itself, but from our relentless flight from it. And its resolution, he taught, begins not with achieving better circumstances, not with waiting for the right conditions to miraculously appear. No, its resolution begins with simply stopping the pulling away, with sitting with what is here, allowing it to be known. The difficult thing does not magically disappear when we stop running from it, of course, but it becomes almost immediately smaller, less formidable than it was when we were in full flight. It's like turning to face a shadow. It loses its power when you stop fearing what might be behind you. So tonight, my friends, as you settle toward sleep, if something uncomfortable arrives, a worry that clings, a grief that aches, a restlessness without a clear name, perhaps that old familiar feeling of not being quite enough, you do not have to make it go away. You do not have to understand it or trace it to its source tonight, not in the dark quiet. You can simply acknowledge it. Perhaps it has been asking for your attention for some time, like a neglected child. Give it a moment of genuine, unjudging attention. Simply say, I see you. I know you are here. And then, just notice what happens in its grip. Just notice the texture of it, the quiet hum it makes. Pema left the cave at dawn, having slept more deeply than he had in months. The fear did not vanish in a single night. No, these things rarely do. But something between them had changed permanently. He had found that the thing he was most afraid of meeting in the silence was not a threat waiting to harm him. It was a door that had been standing open the entire time, waiting for him to simply turn and walk through. It was a door that had been standing open the entire time, waiting for him to simply turn and walk through. And sometimes, my dear ones, the door is open, but we are so busy looking elsewhere or so fearful of what lies beyond that we simply don't step through. This reminds me of a quiet tale I often ponder in the twilight hours, a story of a young woman who, like many of us, carried a hidden burden that kept her from simply walking through the open door. She was a young nun named Nanda, and each morning, as the first light of dawn painted the monastery walls in soft rose and gold, the other nuns would walk the familiar garden path. I can almost hear the gentle rustle of their robes, the soft sigh of the morning breeze through the bamboo as they made their way to the teaching hall. They would settle with a quiet grace, like birds returning to a familiar nest, their faces eager, their hearts open. And when they emerged, an hour later, I imagine their steps were lighter, their eyes holding a newfound clarity, their shoulders released from some invisible tension. The air around them seemed to shimmer with a quiet peace. But Nanda found somewhere else to be, day after day. Perhaps it was the meticulous polishing of the old wooden floorboards until they gleamed like still water, or the careful arrangement of fresh blossoms on the altar, each petal placed with such delicate precision, or the mending of a communal robe, her needle a tiny rhythmic whisper in the quiet morning air. These were the quiet, practiced evasions, my friends, of someone who had become very skilled at not quite arriving at the very thing she was avoiding. Have you ever felt that pull? That strange inclination to busy yourself with 100 small tasks just to avoid one larger, unspoken truth? It wasn't that she neglected her practice, no. She was diligent in her meditations. Her communal work was always done with genuine care, and the daily rhythms of monastic life flowed through her without complaint. It was only one specific circumstance that she avoided with such quiet consistency and considerable ingenuity. Any moment that would place her in direct sight of the Buddha himself. The reason for her avoidance, when it finally surfaced, was not what most would expect. Nanda, you see, was known throughout the community for her extraordinary beauty. Not the kind that merely inspires a passing glance, but a beauty so striking it was almost like a force of nature. It was the kind of beauty that made her an object before she had even opened her mouth, that generated attention she never asked for, a gaze she could never truly put down. It followed her into spaces where she had come to be something entirely other than seen. I remember when I was a young monk, sometimes people would come to the temple, drawn not by the teachings but by the reputation of a particular master, or perhaps the grandeur of the ancient halls. They would see only the surface, and it was hard for them to look deeper. Nanda, I think, felt this deeply. She had entered monastic life precisely to step out of that old story, to become finally someone whose worth had nothing to do with how she appeared to others. To be known, if she was known at all, for what she understood, for the depth of her spirit rather than the curve of her smile or the grace of her walk. But it was a tangled knot within her, a difficult truth. The pride she carried about her beauty, a subtle, almost unconscious satisfaction in its power, and the shame she carried about that very pride, The feeling that such a worldly attachment should have long been released had woven themselves into something she could not cleanly separate. It was like trying to unravel a skein of silk threads that had been dyed the exact same color, yet came from different looms. She was afraid, you see, that seeing the Buddha, whose presence was by all accounts extraordinary, luminous even, would stir in her that old quality of vanity. She feared her response would reveal to herself, more than to anyone else, how much of that old attachment still lingered, clinging to the deepest corners of her heart like morning mist to the lowlands. So she stayed away, managed the risk by never entering the room where that perceived danger existed. She told herself this was caution, a wise avoidance, and let the telling go unexamined, like a pebble dropped into a deep well, its ripples unseen. The Buddha, in his boundless awareness, noticed. He did not address it directly, did not send a stern teaching on the subject of avoidance or a gentle correction about her reluctance. He understood the delicacy of the human heart, the subtle dance of fear and longing. He simply asked one of the senior nuns to let Nanda know that he would like to speak with her. Nothing more. No additional framing, no explanation, nothing that would give her a clear, polite reason to refuse without making it glaringly obvious what she was doing. It was an invitation, soft as a falling leaf, yet firm as the earth itself. So Nanda came, her heart undoubtedly thrumming like a plucked string, her composure carefully constructed like a freshly built wall of stones. Her eyes, I imagine, were fixed on the ground before her, or perhaps on the intricate patterns of the old wooden screen, anywhere but directly at the revered teacher. She walked with the careful tread of someone who has decided in advance not to look directly at the very thing they have come to meet. What awaited her was not a lecture, my friends, not a stern word or a pointing finger. Oh no. The Buddha, with a quiet gesture that seemed to draw light into the room, created a vision. A woman of extraordinary beauty, vivid and present in the hall as clearly as any physical form. Nanda saw her without effort, without being asked to look. She was simply there. Her presence filled the space with a radiant glow, more captivating than any mortal form Nanda had ever encountered. That radiant glow, my friends, it often shines so brightly in our youth, doesn't it? A light that seems to defy the very shadows of time. But then, as Nanda continued to gaze, a subtle shift began. Like watching the morning mist slowly lift from the valley, revealing the contours of the land underneath, the woman before her began to age. Not with a sudden jolt, mind you, but with an undeniable, gentle, yet firm insistence that belongs only to time itself. The smoothness of her skin, once like polished jade, softened, changed its texture, like an old silk cloth that has known many seasons of sun and rain. The brightness in her eyes, though still holding a flicker of that youthful fire, settled into a deeper, perhaps more knowing gaze. I remember when I was a young monk, we had an old ginkgo tree in the courtyard. Every spring, its leaves would burst forth in such a vibrant green, so tender, you felt you could almost see the life force pulsing through them. And then, as summer deepened, they'd grow richer, fuller, only to turn that magnificent gold in autumn before finally letting go. It was never a tragedy, just the breath of the seasons. Have you ever noticed that, my dear ones? How the lines around a beloved's eyes, those maps of laughter and worry, appear not as flaws, but as stories etched into their very being.
Middle age arrived for the woman Nanda watched, not as a burden, but as a new kind of dignity. A particular weight, yes, like a seasoned potter's hands that know the clay intimately, shaping it with a quiet authority. And then, the deep lines of old age, the posture that carried decades in its gentle curve. Not a collapse, but a graceful yielding. Like an ancient willow bending to the wind, its branches heavy with history. Every crease, every slight tremor became a visible record, a silent narrative of everything she had lived through, every joy, every sorrow, every meal cooked, every path walked. And then, illness, the body's final whisper of weariness. And then, the quiet dignity of death. The full, complete arc of a form moving through its entire journey, from that first radiant glow to the final, soft dissolution. All of it, unfolding before Nanda's unblinking eyes, compressed into a single, unbroken seeing. Nanda watched, my friends. She did not avert her gaze, not out of morbid curiosity or a morbid fascination with decay. No, not at all. It was something else entirely. Something in what she was seeing was landing deep within her, with a quiet precision, like a stone dropped into a still pond, sending ripples of understanding through her entire being. It was as if she had always known this truth, deep down in the marrow of her bones, but had never quite allowed herself to truly, fully acknowledge it. This, you see, this is what true beauty does. It's not a punishment for being beautiful, nor is it proof of anything failing or diminishing. It is simply the neutral, unchanging movement of impermanence, flowing through every single form that exists in this world. Every single form, without a single exception, including her own, including yours, my dear friend, and including this old monk's. And what she felt as she watched this unfolding was not the sharp pang of grief, the kind that rends the heart and leaves one breathless. No. It was something far closer to a deep, profound recognition. Ah, yes, she might have whispered to herself, perhaps without even forming the words. A recognition, like finding a long-lost friend in a crowded market, or remembering a melody from a dream. It was the particular relief, my friends, of discovering that what you had been carrying, perhaps for years, as a secret, private shame, was in fact a universal condition shared by all of humanity. She saw then with a clarity that stung and soothed all at once that she was not uniquely burdened by her own beauty, nor uniquely far from liberation because of the struggles it had stirred within her. She was simply a person, living in a body, watching what all bodies inevitably do, feeling what any honest person, truly seeing, would feel upon witnessing such clear, undeniable truth. And what was released in that moment? It was not only the heavy cloak of vanity, that desire to cling to a fleeting image. No, my dear ones, the shame released too. Both of them, vanity and shame, had been built upon the same fundamental misunderstanding, like a house built on shifting sand. The misunderstanding that her appearance, her outer form, was something she was, something intrinsic to her very being, rather than something she merely had for a time, like a borrowed garment or a temporary shelter. The pride, the vanity had whispered, "This is mine, and it makes me more than others." And the shame, the quieter, more insidious voice, had countered, "This attention, this attachment to the superficial,
makes me less than what I truly aspire to become. Both, Nanda realized, were just arguments, fervent debates about something that was already at that very moment in the gentle, relentless process of passing away. It was never as fixed, never as defining as either. Argument desperately required it to be. When she saw this, my friends, with such piercing clarity, both arguments, both the pride and the shame, simply lost their footing. They dissolved like morning mist touched by the rising sun, no longer able to hold their form. This, you see, is precisely what the Buddha meant so many centuries ago when he spoke of impermanence. Not as a teaching designed to bring us loss or sorrow or a sense of things slipping away. No, not at all. It is a teaching that gently yet powerfully dissolves the intricate structures we build around these impermanent things, structures of attachment, of expectation, of identity, which are the true causes of our suffering. Vanity, that desperate clinging to a fleeting image, is indeed suffering. But the shame we feel about that vanity, the self-reproach, that too is suffering. Clear seeing, dear ones, that honest, unflinching gaze at reality ends both simultaneously through the very same single act of truly looking without flinching away even for a moment. It's like watching a candle flame. You don't judge its flickering, you just observe its nature. The self-compassion that came to Nanda in that quiet room, by the way, was not soft and consoling in the way we often imagine. It wasn't a gentle pat on the back or a whispered reassurance that everything will be fine. No. It arrived through a kind of piercing precision, a clarity so complete, so utterly unclouded, that the entire elaborate structure of self-criticism, of judgment, simply lost its foundation. It had nowhere left to stand. You see, my friends, you cannot maintain a harsh judgment about something you have truly seen all the way through, from its first arising to its final dissolution. The judgment, you understand, requires a certain kind of not knowing, a deliberate turning away from the full truth in order for it to survive. Once you see the entire tapestry thread by thread, both the light and the shadow, the judgment just vanishes, like a phantom in the dawn. Vanishes, like a phantom in the dawn. But some shadows, my friends, they do not vanish so easily, even with the first rays of morning. They cling to the quiet corners of our hearts, not because they are monstrous, but often because we have decided without truly looking that we are not quite ready to meet them. It is like the story I once heard of a young woman named Nanda, who, it was said, avoided her own reflection for weeks, afraid of what she might see, afraid of what she might not see. Perhaps it is not about the face in the mirror for you, dear ones, but a certain quality in yourself you find difficult to accept. A stubbornness, perhaps, that makes you hold on to old hurts even when your heart aches for release. Or a restlessness that keeps you moving, always searching, never quite allowing yourself to simply be in the quiet of this moment. Have you ever felt that, my friend? That corner of your own experience, the one you circle endlessly in your mind, like a wary deer around a hidden thicket, never quite stepping in. We hope, don't we, that if we give it enough time, it will soften on its own, fade into the background like an old stain. But it does not soften. It waits, with a patience that is both unsettling and, strangely, a testament to its enduring presence. This old monk has learned that what we avoid does not diminish in the avoiding. It simply gathers more dust, grows a little more formidable in our imagination. I remember a time when I was but a young novice. I had a particular habit of speaking before I thought, often causing unintended ripples of discomfort. I would tell myself it was just my lively spirit, but deep down, I knew it caused hurt. I avoided truly looking at that impulsiveness, hoping it would simply fade as I grew older. It did not. It persisted, a quiet hum of regret beneath my skin, until one day I simply sat with it. Not with harsh judgment, you understand, not with the aggressive scrutiny we often turn upon ourselves, but with the same quiet steadiness Nanda eventually brought to the vision in front of her. Just a gentle, open gaze. And what did I find? Not a monster, not a flaw to be condemned, but a part of my own experience that simply needed to be seen, to be understood, without the added weight of shame for having it. Like Nanda, when I finally stopped running from that reflection, it was as if the room I had avoided for so long was exactly where everything I was carrying finally put itself down. A quiet sigh of relief, a soft settling of the heart. Once we have found a small peace within ourselves, dear ones, life often sends us another kind of mirror. It moves from the interior to the exterior, from the parts of ourselves we keep avoiding to the person standing directly in front of us who seems, at times, to exist entirely to disrupt our hard-won peace. Perhaps it is a family member who always knows how to push your buttons, or a neighbor whose endless chatter frays your nerves, a colleague whose very presence seems to stir up old resentments. You wonder, don't you? Why them? Why now? Sometimes I used to wonder too. This old monk has spent many decades on this earth, and I have seen how life unfolds. What if that person did not arrive by accident? What if they appeared at precisely this moment in your life because your practice, your very growth, needed exactly what only they could offer? A challenging stone in your path, perhaps, to help you understand the strength of your own step. I recall a time, many years ago, when I was on a solitary retreat deep in the mountains. The sun had just dipped below the peaks, painting the sky in fiery hues, but as twilight deepened, a different kind of presence began to stir. The sounds arrived before my eyes could find anything to fix on. A rustling, slow and deliberate in the high canopy above, heavier than any bird. A deep sigh of branches rubbing together. Then a sudden, complete stillness, so profound it seemed to swallow all other sounds. And then, from a different direction, lower, closer to the damp earth, another sound. A soft crackle, a whisper that seemed to stop the very air. My attention, unbidden, turned towards it. The darkness between the ancient trees was not empty, my friends. Oh no. It had texture and faint shifting movements that played tricks on the eye, and a quality of presence that my rational mind could not quite account for, and certainly could not dismiss. The hairs on my arms stood on end. It reminded me of a story often told in the old texts. A group of monks, earnest and sincere, had been sent by the Buddha to spend the rains retreat in a deep forest in the Kosala region. They arrived with good intentions, preparing their humble shelters, settling into their practice with great care. But the forest had other inhabitants, spirits of the trees, as the understanding went in that ancient time and place, beings that were neither welcoming nor indifferent to the monks who had moved into their home without asking. Strange sounds in the night, just like I described, but more persistent. Presences felt at the very edge of sleep, like a cold breath on the neck. Visions that arrived at the threshold between waking and dreaming, leaving the monks shaken, restless, and unable to truly settle into their meditation. The fear was a constant companion, a physical ache in their bodies, making the stillness that genuine practice requires utterly impossible. After weeks of this, the monks, pale and exhausted, returned to the Buddha. They explained with trembling voices that they could not practice in that forest. The fear was too consistent, too physical, too present in their very bones. They needed either his permission to leave, to find a more peaceful dwelling, or something that would make staying possible. The Buddha, with his calm and knowing gaze, gave them something profound to take back with them. Not a technique for suppressing the fear, mind you, not an elaborate argument for why the spirits were not real or why their fear was unfounded. He understood that such things do not touch the heart's deep unease. Instead, he gave them a practice, a way of being that would change the very quality of mind the monks brought into the forest each night so thoroughly, so genuinely, that the forest itself would respond differently to them. He gave them what has been recited in Theravada communities, quietly, every single night for over 2,500 years. The teaching on loving kindness, or metta. He began not with the instruction to radiate love, but with a list of qualities, like preparing the ground before planting a seed. He spoke of being capable, upright, straightforward in their dealings, gentle in speech, without conceit, content with what they had, easy to support, with few duties, living lightly upon the earth. These, he explained, were not moral requirements to earn some divine favor, but practical preparations. They were the description of a mind that had cleared enough interior space to truly do what came next. A mind still cluttered with ambition, with old resentments, with the heavy weight of self-importance, simply cannot hold goodwill steadily. It keeps bumping into its own furniture, you see. It cannot extend true peace outwards if it is not first quiet within. And so, my dear friends, we come to the very heart of this ancient teaching, the practice that asks us to reach out, not with a grasp, but with an open hand, extending what the old texts call goodwill, a genuine, unconditional, boundless kindness in every direction to all living beings without a single exception. Think of the rain falling on the strongest oak and the smallest blade of grass alike, without judgment, without preference. That is the nature of this goodwill. It reaches the weak and the strong, the tall mountain and the tiny pebble, the long path you've walked today and the short sleep you hope for tonight, the large, the small, the medium, the short, the fat. All are held within its gentle embrace. Those we have seen with our own eyes, perhaps even those familiar faces around this fire tonight, and those unseen creatures that stir in the darkness beyond our reach. The ones who are near, and those living in lands far beyond the horizon. Those already born, who breathe the same air as we do, and those yet to be born, whose whispers might one day grace this world. Every being, everywhere, without a single exception carved out, without a corner of the world left unvisited by this warmth. The ancient Pali words, the very core of this teaching, whisper, Sukhi Attanam Parihareya. It means, quite simply, may one sustain oneself in happiness. This is where the journey truly begins. Not with a grand gesture outwards, but with a quiet turning inwards. The Buddha, in his boundless wisdom, did not ask us to immediately send our goodwill to the distant stars. No, he began here, right within this very self. He instructed that the practitioner must first truly wish for their own well-being, for their own happiness, before that outward movement can ever be truly real, truly felt. I remember when I was a young monk, barely taller than this fire pit. I was eager, full of grand ideas of helping the world, of radiating peace to everyone I met. I would sit for hours trying to send my loving kindness to the villagers, to the animals in the forest, even to the brigands who sometimes passed through our valley. But often, a small, persistent voice would whisper in my own ear, "Who are you to send such good wishes? Look at your own failings. You still argue with the senior monk. You still get distracted during meditation. You still yearn for the sweet rice cakes." My heart felt heavy, a little cracked vessel trying to pour out water it didn't truly hold. That isn't selfishness, my friends. It is simply the deepest recognition that goodwill, if it is extended from a place of self-contempt or from a heart that neglects its own aching corners, is not truly goodwill. It becomes a performance, a duty, a hollow gesture, like trying to light a lamp when your own oil reservoir is empty. The foundation, you see, must be solid, must be whole, before anything true and lasting can rest upon it. For so many of us, this first direction, this turning inward, is the very hardest part. Isn't it true? We can easily extend warmth to our loved ones, to our children, even to strangers we pass on the road. We can even, in the abstract, wish well upon those difficult people who have caused us pain, thinking, may they find peace so they stop bothering me. That is one kind of challenge, a noble one. But to turn that same warmth, that same gentle regard directly towards yourself, without irony, without that immediate qualification of all the ways you feel you've fallen short, without that reflexive internal voice that insists you haven't yet earned such kindness. That, my dear ones, is another kind of challenge entirely, a more honest one. And the teaching asks you to meet it first, before moving anywhere else. When the monks, after receiving this instruction, returned to the quiet solitude of the forest, it wasn't the forest itself that changed. The trees remained the same, their ancient roots gripping the earth. The night sounds continued, the rustle of leaves, the hoot of the owl, the distant cry of a deer. What truly changed was the quality of mind they brought into that forest each night. A mind genuinely filled with goodwill toward all beings, a mind rooted first in its own well-being, finds it has no enemy to protect itself against. It does not need to scan the darkness for imagined threats, because it has already extended its boundless care to whatever lives and breathes in that darkness. The very vigilance that often keeps a person awake at night, that constant mental rehearsing of past hurts or future worries, that bracing against what might arrive, the body's stubborn refusal to fully unguard itself, all of this operates on the deep assumption that there is something out there that wishes you harm, and that staying alert, staying tight, is the only appropriate response. Loving kindness practice, when truly embraced, dissolves that assumption. Not by arguing against it with harsh words, but by gently replacing its very root. The mind that has genuinely, unconditionally sent goodwill in all directions, a care that started with itself, simply has nothing left to defend against. And the body, that faithful companion, receives this profound information, this quiet permission, and responds accordingly. The Buddha spoke of this plainly, simply, in that same teaching. He said, "The practitioner of loving kindness sleeps in comfort, wakes in comfort, dreams no evil dreams." Think about that for a moment, my friends. This is perhaps the only place in the entire Pali Canon, those ancient texts, where the Buddha names restful sleep as a direct and specific fruit of a spiritual practice. He wasn't speaking poetically, not weaving a beautiful metaphor. He was describing a mechanism, a precise, intricate way that a mind trained in genuine goodwill relates to those hours of vulnerability that sleep absolutely requires. Consider what the vigilant mind does at night. Perhaps a mind much like your own tonight, dear one, lying awake. It reviews the day, picking apart everything that went wrong, and then everything that might go wrong tomorrow. It rehearses conversations that have not yet happened, crafting perfect responses, and replays old ones, adjusting, defending, preparing for a trial that is not scheduled and may never come. It holds the body in a state of readiness, a subtle tension that the body was never designed to maintain through the long, quiet hours of sleep. The jaw tightens, doesn't it? The shoulders stay lifted just a fraction. Sleep arrives late, if at all, and often leaves too early. And the morning carries the heavy weight of a night spent on guard, a night of silent battle. This isn't a flaw in your character, my friend. It's simply the mind doing what it believes is required of it. It's trying to protect you. And the loving kindness practice does not argue with the mind's logic, does not scold it for its fears. Instead, it changes the very information the mind is working with. When that genuine goodwill has been extended in all directions, including foundationally, deeply toward yourself, the mind's assessment shifts. There is truly nothing out there that has not already received your care. The guard, at last, can be stood down, and the body, receiving this profound, silent permission, finally does what it was always capable of doing. It rests. It rests. A quiet mind, a quiet heart, like the still surface of a mountain lake reflecting the first stars of evening. Tonight, before sleep truly arrives, before you drift into that gentle forgetting, perhaps try a different path, dear friend. Not one that reaches outward, grasping at solutions or worries, but one that turns gently inward, like a shy bloom unfurling in the moonlight. Simply a genuine wish, a quiet intention that you yourself be well. That you be free from the unnecessary burdens and sharp edges of suffering that life sometimes presses upon us. That you sleep tonight, not just in slumber, but in the deep comfort that this ancient teaching promises. Have you ever tried that, my friend? Just for yourself. It's not a formula to be mumbled without feeling, like a forgotten prayer. No, it's something you truly mean, even if meaning it requires a small moment of effort, a gentle push against the unfamiliar current of always caring for others first. I remember when I was a young monk, full of zeal, always wanting to serve, to help. But my master, old Master Yun, would often say, "Mingxin, before you can truly fill another's cup, make sure your own is not empty or cracked." He wasn't speaking of selfishness, but of foundation, of a quiet, steady love for the vessel that carries your spirit. Then, if that feeling of goodwill settles softly in your own heart, if it feels as natural as breathing, let it gently move outward. Picture the people in the nearest rooms to you tonight. Perhaps a spouse sleeping beside you, or a child stirring faintly in their dreams. Send them that same quiet wish. May they be well. May they be free from suffering. May they sleep in peace. Feel that warmth extend, like the heat from this fire reaching out to warm our hands. Let that goodwill spread further to the people in the surrounding streets. Can you hear the distant murmur of the city? The soft hum of a passing cart, the bark of a dog far away? Imagine them, each one a soul, also trying to sleep, also carrying the quiet weight of a day that has asked so much of them. A day of triumphs, small disappointments, unspoken words. To everyone in this city tonight, to everyone struggling anywhere in the world in this very hour, in ways you will never know about and do not need to know about for the goodwill to be utterly real. To all of it, without exception, without needing to manage the endless, intricate details, just a simple, expansive wish. I remember once during a retreat in the deep forest, the sounds of the night were overwhelming for many of the young monks. The rustling of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, the mournful cry of an owl, the wind sighing through the ancient canopy. The darkness between the trees seemed to press in, thick and heavy. But the forest monks, those who had dwelled there for years, slept that night, even amidst the chorus of the wild. The sounds in the canopy did not stop. No, the darkness between the trees did not become less dark. What changed, dear ones, was the relationship between the monks and that darkness. It was no longer adversarial, no longer something requiring defense or resistance. It was simply held inside a quality of mind that had room for all of it, for every rustle and every shadow, and needed to fight none of it. And the monks who learned this practice did not just sleep better, no. They began to encounter the world differently when they were awake. The very quality of mind that allows for such restful sleep is identical to the quality of mind that makes waking life manageable, that allows us to walk with grace through the challenges of our days. This is why the Buddha, with such clarity and precision, identified the 5 things that most reliably destroy it. We call them the hindrances. The 4th one, in particular, is the one that keeps most people awake, spinning like a top in the dark. Imagine, if you will, a bowl of clear, cool water, still, clean, completely transparent. You can see straight through it to the very bottom. Every grain of sand, every small stone resting on the floor of it, perfectly visible, distinct. This, my friends, is the mind at its natural resting best. Not something achieved through immense effort, not earned through long, arduous practice, but simply what clarity looks like when nothing, absolutely nothing, is disturbing it. It is your inherent peace. The Buddha used exactly this image, a simple bowl of water, to describe 5 specific conditions that prevent a person from seeing clearly, from settling deeply, from resting fully. He was speaking to a king, I recall, a powerful ruler who had asked him to describe the true fruits of a contemplative life. And what he offered was not abstract philosophy, not grand pronouncements, but 5 precise, relatable images that any person, from a king to a humble farmer, could recognize immediately in their own experience. Images so accurate, so profoundly true, that 25 centuries have not made them less so. They still hold their mirror to our hearts tonight. The first disturbance, he said, is like someone adding a vibrant dye to the water, perhaps a rich crimson or a deep indigo, or even a glittering gold, spreading through the bowl until the water holds nothing but that vivid color. You cannot see the bottom anymore. The clarity is gone, replaced by something vivid and absorbing that draws the eye entirely to itself, demanding all attention. This, dear friends, is the mind caught in desire. Not just physical. Craving, no, but the wanting mind in any of its myriad forms. The mind that needs this particular outcome, this specific future, this exact version of how things should turn out. Perhaps it's the longing for a word unspoken, or the regret of a choice made, or the anxious yearning for tomorrow's meeting to go just so. The water itself is not damaged, you see. It simply cannot see through itself while the color fills it, obscuring its natural depth. Then imagine the second disturbance. The bowl of water is brought to a boil. The surface churns and breaks. Little bubbles rise, then larger ones. Steam rises like a soft sigh. The water that was so clear a moment ago is now agitated by heat that distorts everything it passes through. You cannot see the bottom through boiling water, can you? Not because there is nothing there, but because the movement itself, the sheer agitation, blocks the seeing. This, he explained, is ill will. The mind heated by resentment, by irritation, or by a slow simmering anger toward another person, or even towards the circumstances of one's own life. It doesn't have to be dramatic or conscious, a raging storm, my friend. Sometimes a low, persistent simmer is enough, just a stubborn warmth in the chest, a quiet sigh over an unfair word, a memory that pricks you like a thorn. The distortion is the same. Indeed, my friend, the distortion is often the same, manifesting in different forms like the surface of a pond. We've spoken of the muddied depths, the boiling anxieties. But there is a third way the surface can become obscured, far quieter than the others. Imagine a still pond, nestled deep in the valley behind our temple. It is a place I often visited in my youth, seeking quietude. Some days, especially in the late summer, a green film would begin to spread. Algae, they call it. It starts subtly, a faint emerald blush along the edges, clinging to the reeds. Then, day by day, it thickens, slowly creeping inward until it becomes a dense, opaque blanket, sealing off the entire surface. No longer can you see the clear water beneath. No longer can the sky reflect its azure or the passing clouds paint their fleeting shapes. The water itself, mind you, is still there, potentially clear, potentially still. But the surface, the part that connects with the world, has become a heavy, dull shroud. This, dear ones, is the heavy, dull quality of a mind that is stopped engaging. Not because it is truly at rest, but because it has lost its aliveness. It's an exhaustion that feels like peace, a kind of torpor. Everything seems slightly too far away to matter. The world outside seems muted, distant, like a faint echo from a dream. I remember once visiting an old potter, Master Lee, who had long since stopped throwing clay. He would sit by his kiln, day in and day out, staring at the embers that had long gone cold. He told me, "Mingxin, I feel no pain, no joy, just this quiet." But there was no light in his eyes, no flicker of the old fire that once shaped such beautiful vessels. It was not the peace of a mountain stream, but the quiet of a stagnant puddle. The spirit, like that pond, had become covered, sealed off from its own potential. Have you ever felt such a weariness, my friend? Not the weariness that welcomes sleep, but a profound dullness that saps the color from the world? Now, let us skip ahead for a moment to another kind of disturbance, the fifth, which is quite different from Master Lee's quiet stagnation. Imagine yourself in a completely dark room, perhaps a small storage shed, the kind where old tools gather dust. There, in the center, is a bowl of water, and you are stirring it with a stick. You cannot see the water, cannot see the stick, cannot see the reflections. Two problems at once, aren't there? The constant motion preventing the water from ever settling, ever finding its equilibrium, and the absolute darkness, ensuring that even if it did settle, you could not see clearly into its depths. This, my dear ones, is the mind caught in doubt. Not the honest uncertainty that asks genuine questions, the kind that seeks answers with an open heart. No, this is the circular, self-undermining doubt. It questions everything, even its own capacity to understand, to know, to truly see. It's like a perpetual motion machine of what if and but then, spinning endlessly in the dark. It does not move toward clarity because it has lost all confidence that clarity is even a possibility. I once knew a young scholar, brilliant in his youth, who would spend his nights poring over ancient texts, but he never wrote his own. He would endlessly critique his own ideas before they even fully formed, endlessly doubt the very words he read. "How can I be certain?" he would lament, pacing his small room, his lamp burning late into the night. "How can I know this truth is truly true?" He was stirring his own mind in a dark room, forever churning, forever seeing no reflection. Perhaps you've known such a soul, or felt that gnawing uncertainty within your own breast when a big decision loomed, leaving you paralyzed, unable to act. And now, my friends, we come to the fourth disturbance, the one that often troubles us the most, especially in these quiet hours before dawn. The Buddha spoke of it with a gentle precision. Imagine again that clean, clear bowl of water. It is not muddied, not boiling, not covered in green algae. In every observable way, the water itself is pristine. But the bowl is outside, perhaps on a small table in the courtyard, and there is wind. Not a raging storm, no, just wind. Consistent, perhaps, but directionless, moving across the surface from every angle at once. The water cannot still itself. Every time the surface begins to smooth, just as a ripple is about to fade, another gust crosses it, breaking that forming stillness before it can fully complete. The bottom of the bowl is there, visible if the surface would only settle. The clarity is present, just beneath the agitated skin. But that surface, it never settles long enough for any of it to be truly seen. The Buddha called this restlessness and worry. If you have ever lain in bed, my friend, as the moon climbs high and your mind refuses to stop, not because anything specific is terribly wrong, not because you are angry or exhausted or deeply uncertain about a particular thing, but simply because the surface will not settle. Thought following thought, like beads on a broken string, a chain with no clear beginning and no clear end. The sound of a distant dog barking, the memory of a conversation from 3 days ago, a worry about tomorrow's breakfast, a fleeting image from a book. All these dance across the surface. You, my dear one, have met this hindrance. It is, I have found in my many years, the most common reason people cannot sleep. Not a great crisis, not profound sorrow, but this incessant, gentle wind. The Buddha was precise about its cause, and this is important for tonight. Restlessness and worry is not produced by having too many problems. It is produced by a mind that has not been given a resting place. A mind with nowhere to truly settle will keep moving, not because it wants to, not out of malice, but because movement is simply what minds do when they have not been shown stillness as a natural alternative. The wind does not choose to disturb the water. It simply keeps moving because nothing has stopped it, because it has no place to land. Notice what this means for tonight, my friends. It means the restlessness you might feel, that churning of thought, is not a sign of something wrong with you. It is not evidence of a mind that is uniquely difficult or damaged or too far from peace to ever reach it. No. It is simply what any mind does when it has not yet found its resting place in this particular night. The bowl is not broken. There is just wind. And wind, like all things, can stop. In the ancient Pali Canon, the antidote the Buddha gave most directly for this particular hindrance is called composure. This is not about forcing stillness, pushing thoughts away with clenched teeth. It is the quality of a mind that has returned its attention again and again to a single, gentle object, until that very act of returning, that turning back, becomes more natural, more inviting than the wandering. It is not about stopping the wind by force, but about providing a warm, sheltered cove where the water can finally find its stillness. You were given such a resting place, dear ones, in our last conversation. The practice of goodwill, the gentle sending of kindness, extended first toward yourself, then outward in all directions, to those you love, to those you find difficult, to all beings, everywhere. That practice is not only a teaching about compassion, about loosening the knots of the heart. It is, perhaps surprisingly, a direct antidote to this fourth hindrance. A mind genuinely resting in goodwill, truly immersed in that soft, warm feeling of boundless kindness. It has somewhere to be. It is not scanning the horizon for dangers, not rehearsing old arguments, not running its endless audit of everything unresolved. No, it has landed. The wind does not stop by being fought. It stops because the mind has found something warm enough, real enough, and steady enough to rest in. Something that feels like coming home, like a small bird buffeted by the wind, finally finding a sheltered branch to fold its wings and sleep. Ah, yes, it is much like that, isn't it? The mind, weary from its flight, searching for a place where the gusts do not reach, where the leaves do not rattle so loudly. And then, there it is. a quietness that settles not because you have commanded it, my friend, but because the wind itself has grown tired. The Buddha, bless his ancient wisdom, spoke of such a quality. Not something you force, like pushing a stone up a hill, but something that simply arrives. He called it tranquility. Not the forced calm of a pond held still by a dam, but the tranquility that descends when the storm passes, and the surface of the water, left to its own nature, slowly, patiently, finds its own level again. You see it in the morning mist, how it embraces the valley after a night of rain, soft and unhurried. Or perhaps you've seen the face of a child, deep in sleep after a day of joyous play, that unburdened stillness. It is not engineered, this peace. It simply is. Because it was always the water's nature to be still, always the child's nature to rest, once the conditions that stirred them eased. This gentle settling, this tranquility is but one of 7 precious qualities, dear ones. The Buddha spoke of them as the natural companions of a mind beginning to awaken, like blossoms appearing on a tree in spring. He called them the 7 factors of awakening, and he laid them out not as some grand, abstract philosophy to be debated in dusty halls, but as a map, a clear, practical path. A map not just for the journey of the spirit, but for the very ground beneath your feet. For the moments when life presses heavy, when the body aches, when the heart feels lost. I remember once, many years ago, when I was a young monk, still struggling to tame my own restless mind. My old teacher, Master Li, saw the fret in my eyes. He didn't give me a long lecture. Instead, he simply told me stories. Stories of how these factors, these simple qualities, held a verifiable power. A power demonstrated not in scholarly debates, but in the most tender, most human of places, at a sickbed. He spoke of monks, gravely ill, their bodies racked with fever, their spirits dim, and how, when these 7 factors were recited in their presence, a calm would descend. Not a miracle, not a magic spell, but a subtle shift, a release, an immediate relief, a sense of healing, a quietude returning to the troubled waters of their being. Perhaps even now, as you listen to my old voice beside this flickering fire, you feel a whisper of that same settling. The bowl in the wind, as the Buddha described the agitated mind, is slowing its spin, isn't it? Not because you have wrestled it into submission or forced yourself to be calm. No, my friend. It is simply because you have been listening. Listening with this quiet attention, allowing my words to wash over you like a gentle stream. And this very act of listening, this receptive presence, is itself a kind of resting place. The surface of your mind, I imagine, is not yet perfectly still. A ripple might still cross it now and then, a memory, a worry. But the strong gusts, those anxious winds that pushed and pulled at your thoughts an hour ago, they are less frequent now, aren't they? And each interval of relative stillness, each moment of quiet breathing is lasting a little longer. Just let the water find its own level, dear ones. It knows how. It has always known how. What it truly needed was for the harsh conditions, the relentless churning to ease enough for its own deep inherent nature to reassert itself. The bowl in the wind settles when the wind finally stops. And these 7 qualities, the Buddha taught, when cultivated gently, create exactly those conditions. Not by force, but by a natural resolution, like ice melting into water on a warm spring day. Tranquility is just one of them. And this teaching, this profound understanding, has been chanted at bedsides for over 2,000 years. It has been shown to heal what even the finest medicines could not touch, what no surgeon's knife could mend. I remember another story Master Li told me, his voice soft as falling snow. He spoke of the Buddha himself, lying down, gravely ill. This detail, my friends, it matters more than one might first think. He was feverish, his body weakened, utterly spent. The kind of unwellness that laughs at willpower, that shrugs off discipline, that cares nothing for a lifetime of spiritual practice. Even the enlightened one in that moment was simply human, suffering. A monk named Kunda, a devoted disciple, came to him. He approached with such careful respect, his heart surely heavy to see his master in such a state. He asked gently whether the Buddha would perhaps wish to hear the 7 factors of awakening recited aloud. A simple question, yet full of profound understanding. And the Buddha, in his weakness, simply said, "Yes." So Kunda, with a quiet, steady voice, began to recite them there, beside the bed of his beloved teacher, moving through each quality one by one, allowing their essence to fill the hushed room. The scent of temple incense, perhaps, still lingering in the air, mingling with the heavy scent of illness. And what happened next, dear ones, is recorded in the ancient texts with such quiet understatement that its full weight can easily be missed. Upon hearing the 7 factors, it is said, the Buddha recovered. His illness, that stubborn fever, simply lifted, and he rose from his bed. Can you imagine the relief, the awe in Kunda's heart? This wasn't a solitary event, a one-off miracle. The same account is given twice more in the very same collection of teachings. The Venerable Mahakassapa, another great disciple, when gravely ill, heard these factors recited at his bedside and, like the Buddha, recovered. And the Venerable Moggallana, suffering similarly, also found his illness lifting upon hearing them spoken. 3 specific instances preserved without grand embellishment of wise practitioners, lying helpless, rising again after these 7 profound qualities were simply named aloud in their presence. And so, my friends, a tradition blossomed from these quiet moments. For over 2 millennia, in the quiet temples and humble homes across Southeast Asia, practitioners have gathered. They gather at the bedside of the sick, yes, but also at the threshold of the night, when the day's worries cling. When a person lies down and desperately needs the mind to release its tenacious grip on all that has passed, and they recite these protective teachings, not with haste, but with careful, unhurried attention. The exact words, the specific texts, might shift a little from one village to the next, from one occasion to another, but the deep understanding beneath them, that never changes. It is this: words that carry genuine qualities of mind, spoken with such care, at just the right moment, do something profound to the one who receives them. Not through ritual alone, my friend, not through mere sound, but through the profound quality of presence they demand from them. Speaker, and the luminous quality of mind they so gently describe. They awaken something that was always there, waiting, like the clear spring water hidden beneath the disturbed earth. Yes, that clear spring water hidden beneath the disturbed earth. It reminds this old monk how the mind, too, has its own natural currents, its own way of clearing. Not by force, no. Never by force, my friends. for that only stirs the mud more. These are not steps you climb like a ladder to the heavens. They are more like the seasons unfolding in the valley, one naturally leading to the next, each preparing the ground for what is to come. You don't command the spring rain to fall, do you? Or tell the blossom to open? No, you simply watch and recognize as nature takes course. And so it is with the mind. The first gentle stir, the very beginning, is simply knowing where the mind is. Not correcting it, not trying to make it better or still, just an honest, quiet recognition of what is present right now. I remember when I was but a young novice, full of youthful zeal, trying so hard to meditate. My master would just sit there, sometimes for hours, eyes half closed, while I wrestled with every stray thought, every persistent itch, every faint scent of incense from the main hall. One day, after I had been particularly agitated, he simply asked, his voice soft as a sigh, "Where is your mind, little one?" I stammered, "Trying to be still, master, trying to quiet the chatter." He just smiled, a gentle crinkle around his ancient eyes, and said, "No. Where is it? Is it worried about tomorrow's chores, the leaky roof? Is it remembering yesterday's sweet bun from the village, or the sting of a misplaced word? Is it feeling the rough texture of the mat beneath you, or the chill from the stone floor seeping into your bones?" It wasn't about making the mind be somewhere, you see. It was simply about noticing where it already was. Like a shepherd counting his sheep, not trying to change them into tigers or doves, just seeing where each one grazes, acknowledging its presence without judgment. That honest recognition, my friends, is where everything begins. For how can we move deliberately from where we stand if we do not even know where we are standing? And from that quiet knowing, my dear ones, a second quality can arise as naturally as dawn follows the night. A willingness to look more closely at whatever that knowing finds. Not an analysis, no. Not the busy problem-solving mind organizing itself for action like a general planning a campaign. It is a simpler, softer willingness, more like leaning closer to a faint inscription on an old moss-covered stone tablet just to decipher what is truly etched there, rather than reaching past it toward what we fear might be written or what we hope it will say. I recall old Auntie May, who lived by the bamboo grove down the valley. For years, she fretted over her eldest son, convinced he would never find a good wife, never settle down, never amount to anything more than a restless wanderer. She'd conjure up all sorts of dire scenarios in her mind, each one more bleak than the last, until her face was perpetually etched with worry. But one autumn evening, as the first scent of wood smoke drifted from her chimney, she simply watched him mend a broken fence post in the fading light, humming a quiet tune. She saw his strong, capable hands, his patient focus, the quiet kindness in his eyes as he coaxed the wood back into place. Not the son of her fears, but the man before her, real and present. And a sigh, a deep, weary sigh of relief escaped her lips, as if she'd been holding her breath for a decade. And finally, she let it go. It was the particular relief, my friends, of seeing something clearly after a long, long time of looking away. This honest gaze allows the mind to stop defending against a version of the situation that may not match the situation itself. It begins to work with what is real, and in that there is an immense, quiet ease. Then, when you allow yourself to truly see, truly be with what is, without grasping or pushing away, then a different kind of energy begins to hum within you. This is not the frantic energy of a young man rushing to market, his basket heavy, his mind racing. No. It is something closer to aliveness, a deep, abiding presence, like the steady, comforting glow of embers in a hearth after a long day, feeding itself with each quiet breath. I remember a time when I was tasked with polishing the temple bells, a chore I used to dread. My mind would wander to 100 other things. My arms would ache. My back would protest with every stroke. It felt like a heavy burden. But one morning, after a particularly peaceful meditation, I picked up the cloth, and instead of thinking about the endless task, I felt the cool, smooth metal beneath my fingers. I watched the dull surface slowly catch the soft morning light, reflecting the quiet temple courtyard. I heard the faint, rhythmic whisper of the cloth against the bronze. My breath settled, deep and even. My movements became a quiet dance, unhurried, graceful. And when I finished, instead of exhaustion, there was a quiet fullness, a gentle warmth in my chest. The task hadn't changed, but my genuine engagement had. My friends, have you ever felt that? The difference between a meal eaten quickly while your mind frets about tomorrow and a meal savored, each flavor distinct, each bite nourishing your very soul. That is the difference. The mind that is genuinely present, it feeds itself. And with that genuine aliveness, my dear ones, something truly precious often arrives, uninvited and utterly unexpected. The early texts use a word that translates roughly as rapture, but it is not the grand, dramatic kind, no. It is far quieter, far more subtle. Imagine, if you will, the first fragile blossom after a long, cold winter. Not a burst of fireworks, but a gentle, almost secret gladness. A quiet that escapes your very being. A subtle appreciation for simply being alive in this particular moment. Not because the moment is exceptional or filled with joyous news, but because being alive in any moment, when met with full, unburdened presence, carries a quality of rightness that does not depend on anything outside it. Perhaps it's the warmth of the teacup in your hands right now, or the distant call of an owl from the ancient pines outside the window. You might feel a softening in your shoulders, a release in your jaw that you didn't even realize was tight until it loosened. This old monk remembers sitting by the river one afternoon, simply watching a tiny, forgotten leaf drift along the current, endlessly, gracefully. Nothing remarkable about the leaf or the river or the day itself, but in that moment of complete, unburdened presence, a wave of profound rightness washed over me. Not happiness tied to an event, but the simple, undeniable goodness of being. Just being. It wasn't a thought, my friends. It was a feeling. A deep relaxation, as if a knot I hadn't known I carried, perhaps for a long, long time, had finally, quietly, unraveled. And then naturally, without decision, without instruction, the fifth quality arrives, like the quiet twilight after a soft sunset. Tranquility. It is the settling that follows genuine gladness, the way exhaling follows a breath taken all the way in. The mind that has moved through knowing, clear seeing, aliveness, and that quiet gladness finds itself in a place it did not need to create. Remember that bowl from our last conversation, the one the wind kept stirring, making the surface of the water restless, reflecting only distortions. When this subtle gladness arrives, it's as if the wind itself has decided to rest, to lay down its burdens. The agitation simply ceases. The surface of the water, without any effort from us, begins to smooth itself. The reflections become clearer, sharper, revealing the depths beneath. You don't make it tranquil. The tranquility is the natural state of the water when the conditions that cause disturbance have eased. This old monk has seen many troubled souls, many hearts heavy with the clamor and discord of the world. And I tell you, true tranquility isn't found by wrestling with the noise, but by allowing the conditions that feed the noise to simply fade. It is the deep, quiet exhalation after a long, full breath, a profound letting go. The mind finds a quiet harbor it didn't even know it was searching for, a place where the boats of worries can finally drop their anchors. In that deep, unforced tranquility, my dear ones, something even deeper settles in. Composure. It is not the rigid composure of a soldier standing guard, tense and alert. No. It is the soft, yielding composure of the earth itself, holding everything without effort, without judgment. The mind simply rests in itself, not because it has forced its way into stillness, but because stillness is what remains when the restlessness has finished, when its energy has simply burned itself out, like a candle flame quietly extinguished. There are no frantic whispers at the edges of consciousness, no forgotten tasks tugging at your sleeve, no unfinished conversations rehearsing themselves in the quiet corners of your mind. Nothing left undone that demands your immediate attention, nothing to fear losing. It's like reaching the top of a familiar mountain path you've walked 1,000 times and realizing you're simply there. The striving is gone. The worrying about the next step is gone. The regret about the last step is gone. This old monk remembers a time when a great storm raged outside the temple walls. The wind howled, the ancient trees bent low, rain lashed against the windows with a furious rhythm. But inside, in the deepest part of the meditation hall, where the air was still and warm from the brazier, there was a profound peace. Not because the storm had stopped, but because the mind had stopped resisting the storm. It was simply present, observing the sound and fury from a place of unwavering calm within itself. That, my friends, is composure. It is not an achievement to be grasped, but the quiet, unwavering presence that remains when all the drama has finally, gently, settled. It has arrived without needing grand gestures at what was always available, simply waiting for the right conditions to be recognized. And so, we speak of equanimity, my dear friends. It is not something you chase like a fleeting butterfly in a summer meadow. No, this seventh quality, this deep, abiding stillness, settles upon you like the evening dew. It is the natural culmination, the quiet ripening of all the practices that came before. Like the old persimmon tree outside my window,
It doesn't try to force its fruit. It simply lets the sun warm it, the rain nourish it, and in its own time, the sweetness arrives. You might think, when I speak of a mind that can be fully with what is, without wanting this moment to be different, that I speak of indifference. But that is not it at all. Indifference, my friend, is like a field left fallow, unloved, eventually growing dusty and barren. It is a turning away, a closing off. True equanimity is not the flattening of your experience into something gray and colorless like a faded old photograph. No, not at all. It is more like the great river flowing through the valley. It does not rage against the boulders in its path, nor does it cling to the smooth, sandy banks. It simply flows. It embraces the swift currents and the quiet pools alike. The river is not indifferent. It is profoundly present with every ripple and every depth. It allows everything to pass through it, yet its essence, its flowing nature, remains undisturbed. This steadiness, it is so complete that whatever arises in your life, be it joy or sorrow, praise or blame, gain or loss, can move through you like a passing cloud without ever destabilizing the deep blue sky of your own being. I remember when I was a young monk, I often mistook equanimity for a kind of stoicism, a refusal to feel. But the abbot, a man with eyes like ancient pools, once told me, Mingxin, the tree that truly stands firm is not the one that refuses the wind, but the one whose roots are so deep it welcomes the storm. When a practitioner reaches this quality, they lie down at night without carrying the heavy burden of unfinished business, without the gnawing worries clinging to their mind like burrs. The sleep that follows? That is the sleep the Buddha described. It is not merely rest. It is comfortable, clean, genuinely restorative. You know, my friend, that feeling after a long day of honest work, when your body is tired but your mind is clear, when your head touches the pillow, and it's as if a great sigh escapes your very bones, that deep, silent sinking into the earth where dreams are gentle and the morning awakens you with a quiet, renewed spirit. That is the taste of such sleep. Consider what this quiet night, our time together here by the gentle fire, has already been doing for you. Perhaps, without even realizing it, you have been like a mountain that stayed still through everything the sky threw at it. The fierce winds, the soft rain, the harsh sun. You have been recognizing that awareness itself is not the thought that troubles you, but the vast, open space in which all thoughts move and dissolve, like clouds drifting across the infinite sky. Perhaps you have felt, even for a moment, that practice of goodwill, extended not just to those you love, but in all directions, until the mind had nothing left to guard against, nothing left to cling to. We have spoken of the exact disturbances that often steal our sleep, and the gentle antidotes prescribed by the ancients. These were not separate lessons, you see, laid out like stones on a path. No, they were conditions being set, one after another, in a sequence that has its own gentle, organic direction. Like tending a garden, you prepare the soil, you plant the seed, you water it, you protect it, and then life unfolds. Knowing was being established within you, like the first light of dawn. Clear seeing was being offered, like the morning mist slowly lifting.
Genuine aliveness was being invited through the very quality of attention this kind of deep listening asks for. The quiet gladness, the tranquility, the composure. These subtle shifts have been accumulating in the background of everything, like the scent of pine needles gathering on the forest floor. Whether or not they were named aloud as they were building, the listener who has stayed with this night, sitting here with me, has been moving through these qualities without even needing to know their names. That is precisely how these bedside recitations were always meant. To work, not as information to be processed by the busy mind, but as conditions to be entered, to be felt deep within the bones. The entering has been happening, my dear ones. The conditions are present right here, right now. So let this seventh quality, equanimity, settle now into whatever space in you has been holding on too tightly without releasing. Perhaps you can feel it in your shoulders, softening, or in the gentle rhythm of your breath. This is what Kunda, the humble blacksmith, gave to the Buddha beside his bed in those final moments. Not a remedy administered from outside, not a potion or a grand ritual, but conditions created through careful, attentive presence within which the great healer that was always available within the Buddha could finally do its work. That same quiet, profound work is available to you right now, in this very hour, in whatever position you are lying or resting in. As these words reach you, remember, equanimity does not mean nothing matters. It means simply that nothing needs to be held with clenched hands, with a tight grip that only causes more strain. Yet this raises a question, doesn't it? A question that difficulty has always made sharp, like a newly honed blade. What happens, my friend, when the thing disturbing your peace is not just a passing thought or a vague fear or an old, lingering wound from within? What happens when it is a person, a specific, external, consistent person who arrives every single day, like the sunrise, and makes you wonder whether your peace was ever as stable as you believed? Ah, yes. That particular challenge. The next teaching, the next story, begins with exactly that person and with what they were actually there to do, though you might not see it at first. Imagine for a moment a sound, metal on metal, a relentless, unyielding rhythm without mercy, without pause. It begins before the first hint of dawn, a harsh, grating clang that slices through the pre-morning quiet. And it continues, without pause, through the hours of the morning, through the period of afternoon work, and often well into the evening, long after the birds have settled in their nests. It is not a sound that rises and falls with any consideration for what surrounds it, for the quiet of the monastery, for the meditations, for the gentle chanting. No, it is a constant, indifferent percussion, a hammer striking anvil, a clang, a scrape, a rasp that enters every single corner of the temple grounds. It makes silence feel like something permanently lost, a treasure buried deep beneath an endless din. For a moment, just that sound. Close your eyes if you wish. Just that sound. No monastery around it, no ancient walls, no monk yet disturbed by it. Simply the hammering, and whatever response rises in you upon hearing it described, deep within your own heart. Because that response, my friend, that very feeling you have right now, is the teaching. In those days, not so far from this very place, there lived a monk named Jishin. He had spent 3 years in a quiet retreat in a place called the Temple of Still Waters. He had cultivated exactly the kind of practice that the name suggested. His days were a careful tending of a contemplative life built around silence, like a sturdy house is built around its central beam. Early rising, long periods of sitting meditation, the measured walk, the mindful breath, had genuinely grown peaceful in those 3 years. His mind, once a turbulent stream, had settled into rhythms that felt stable and real, like the deep, unmoving earth beneath our feet. He was not merely performing calm for others to see or for himself to believe. No, Jishin had truly found it. He was peaceful, deeply so. And it reminds this old monk of a time many decades ago when the quiet of our own temple was tested, not by a storm, but by the relentless rhythm of a blacksmith. It was a story that echoed through many monasteries, a gentle lesson passed from one generation of monks to the next. There was a young monk named Jishin, earnest and dedicated. For 3 years, he had meticulously cultivated his practice in a small, serene temple. Each morning, the first rays of dawn would paint the quiet garden, and Jishin would sit, finding a stillness that seemed to deepen with every silent breath. He found solace in the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a cuckoo, the soft murmur of the stream behind the temple walls. His peace felt vast, unshakable. Then the house next door was purchased. A metal worker, they called him Tanaka, and Tanaka, with the straightforward efficiency of one who earns his living with fire and hammer, set up his workshop in the adjoining yard. Oh, the clang! I remember when I first heard of it, the description of that sound. It wasn't just noise, they said. It was a presence. A resounding gong that began just as Jishin would settle into his deepest morning meditation. The sound of individual hammer strikes on hot metal, echoing, reverberating, seeming to penetrate the very stones of the temple, and certainly the very bones of the monks. The smell of coal smoke, too, began to drift over the walls, mingling with the scent of incense, an uninvited guest. Within a week, Jishin's practice, so carefully built, had begun to unravel. Not dramatically, you understand, like a sudden storm, but subtly, like water finding every tiny crack in a foundation that once seemed solid and impregnable. He couldn't settle. His mind, usually a quiet pond reflecting the morning sky, became a turbulent stream, churning with anticipation, waiting for the first thud. And when it came, a shudder would run through him. He simply could not release his resistance to it. Each strike became a personal affront, a challenge he felt compelled to meet with an equally strong internal protest. Have you ever felt something similar, my friend? That creeping irritation over something so seemingly small, yet it grows until it overshadows everything? Jishin began to resent Tanaka with a consistency and a creativity that surprised even himself. This man he had never spoken to, who was simply conducting his honest trade, became the villain in Jishin's silent drama. When silence did occasionally appear, a brief lull in the hammering, Jishin couldn't trust it. He knew it was temporary. He would brace himself, waiting for the next blow, and thus true peace remained elusive. After a month of this, Jishin, his spirit worn thin, went to the temple's head teacher, old Eko-sensei. He believed he had a perfectly reasonable problem, one requiring a practical solution. The noise, he explained, was destroying the very atmosphere of practice. Surely something could be done. Surely the community had a right to protect the sacred conditions that made a genuine contemplative life possible. Echo-sensei, his face etched with the wisdom of countless sunrises and sunsets, listened. He listened to every detail. The specific sounds, the jarring timing, the accumulated resentment, the collapsed sittings, even Jishin's quiet fantasies of intervention. He listened with the profound patience of someone who has heard many versions of this same complaint over many decades, recognizing in each one the same underlying human question, simply dressed in different clothes. His eyes, like still pools, held no judgment, only a deep, knowing understanding that seemed to reach into Jishin's very core. Then, after a long, quiet moment, Echo-sensei said something that Jishin was entirely unprepared for. The words landed softly, yet with the unexpected weight of a single, perfectly aimed stone. "What do you think he is here to teach you, Jishin?" Jishin stared. The question felt entirely wrong. Tanaka was not here to teach anything. He was here to make metal goods, to sell them in the market. And the collateral damage, the unintentional consequence of that enterprise, was the destruction of Jishin's 3 years of careful, painstaking practice. He felt a surge of indignation, ready to defend his position, to argue the injustice of it all. But Echo-sensei continued, his voice calm, without waiting for the objection to fully form. "You have spent 3 years, Jishin, learning to find peace when the conditions are ideal, when the morning is silent, when the temple is ordered, when nothing outside your control interferes with your interior work. This is a real accomplishment, and I do not diminish it. It is like learning to sail only on a perfectly calm lake under a cloudless sky." He paused, letting his words settle in the air, allowing the distant clang of Tanaka's hammer to underscore his point. "But it is not the accomplishment you came here for. The peace that exists only in silence. That peace is not yet free. It is dependent on silence, which means silence owns it, not you. It is a borrowed peace, a tranquility that can be taken away by the first gust of wind or the first strike of a hammer." Jishin sat there, the air thick with the unspoken truth of Echo-sensei's words. The silence that now enveloped them felt different from the fragile, defended silence he had been fighting for. It was a deeper, more resonant quiet, born not of absence, but of understanding. "Your neighbor," Echo-sensei then said, his gaze unwavering, "has arrived at precisely the right moment to show you where your practice truly ends. This is not misfortune, Jishin. This is precision. Any student can find stillness when everything cooperates. The question your practice has been building toward, without your knowing it was building toward anything, is whether you can find it when nothing cooperates at all." He leaned forward slightly, his voice a low, comforting rumble. "The Buddha taught this not as an abstraction, but as a precise description of what genuine equanimity truly is. He knew, as we all come to know in our later years, that life is a constant turning of seasons, a mixture of light and shadow, quiet and clamor. He said that a practitioner with a truly well-developed mind remains stable, whether praised or blamed, whether comfortable or uncomfortable, whether the conditions of a given day are favorable or entirely otherwise. Echo-sensei then looked out towards the distant workshop, as if seeing Tanaka himself. The stability, Jishin, is not produced by the conditions. It exists prior to them, underneath them, as a quality of mind that circumstances can test, yes, but cannot create and certainly cannot remove. If it could be removed by a metalworker's hammer, my dear boy, it was never really there. It was merely borrowed from the silence, like a reflection in still water that vanishes with the first ripple. And sometimes, dear friends, it is not the world that needs to change, but the way we meet it. I remember a young monk, Jishin, at a small temple nestled deep in the mountains, much like this one. He was a diligent fellow, earnest in his practice, always the first to his cushion in the silent hall. But for 3 years, his meditations were plagued, not by inner demons, no, but by the clamor of a carpenter, old Tanaka, who had set up his noisy workshop just beyond the temple walls. Day in and day out, from dawn until the late afternoon sun dipped behind the peaks, the rhythmic thump, thump, thump of Tanaka's hammer echoed through the stillness. For Jishin, it was a torment. Every strike was a blow against his peace, a disruption of his quest for quiet. He would clench his jaw, his shoulders tightening, his breath growing shallow as he fought against the sound, wishing, praying, begging for it to stop. Have you ever felt that way, my friend? Wishing so desperately for something outside yourself to cease, to just be quiet, so you might find a moment of calm? I know I have, many times in my younger days. Then, one evening, after another day of relentless hammering had finally subsided, Jishin returned to his cushion. But this time, something within him had shifted ever so slightly. He didn't carry the old hope, that desperate longing for silence. No, instead, a peculiar curiosity stirred in his heart. He wondered, truly wondered, what would happen if he simply stopped fighting, if he didn't brace himself against the next blow. He settled onto his cushion, the familiar scent of old wood and damp earth filling the air around him. The faint echo of the day's work still seemed to hum in the mountain air. He took a deep, slow breath, feeling the cool air fill his lungs, then release. And he just listened. The hammering, though not present at that moment, was still there in his mind's eye, a ghost of a sound. But this time, he allowed it to enter the vast field of his awareness, alongside everything else that was present. The gentle touch of the cushion beneath him, the subtle shift in the evening air's temperature, the quiet, steady rhythm of his own breath. He imagined the hammering, not as an invading force, but simply as one sound among many. Just present, real, not requiring a verdict of good or bad, pleasant or unpleasant. And as he did this, something truly profound happened. Not immediately, no. The world did not suddenly fall silent, but something within him shifted. The sound itself had not changed its nature, but his relationship to it had utterly transformed. And in that quiet transformation, he found a steadiness, a deep, unwavering peace that did not for a single moment require the hammering to stop. It was real, regardless of the noise. It was much like what the old Chan master Hung Shi used to describe. He spoke of a quality of light, a silent illumination that does not select what it shines upon. It simply falls on everything equally. The vibrant green leaves, the thorny branches, the smooth river stone, the rough mountain path. It illuminates the beautiful and the difficult, the welcome guest and the unwelcome intruder, without ever contracting or shrinking in its presence. This, he taught, is not achieved by becoming indifferent to life. No, It is what becomes possible when our own awareness stops insisting that our experience conform to our preferences before it will remain open, before it will simply be. Silent illumination, my friends, is not the absence of noise. It is the quality of awareness that noise simply cannot reach. Months later, old Tanaka, with his strong hands and his noisy hammer, found a larger workshop in the valley and moved his operations there. And by then, Jishin found that the anxiety he might have felt about his neighbor's departure had simply faded. His practice had deepened so much that it no longer needed the hammering to be there, but it also no longer needed it to stop. He had found a freedom that transcended either presence or absence. What the difficult neighbor teaches us, you see, is often the same thing the river teaches, though they seem to come from entirely different directions. I remember a story, whispered down through generations, of a king who once sat with a monk beside an actual river, its waters murmuring softly over ancient stones. The king, a man of great power and keen intellect, asked a question that has troubled philosophers and seekers for millennia. He pondered how action could still be true action, still intentional, still arrive exactly where it was meant to go if there was no fixed, stable self to guide it. If the doer was merely an illusion. The monk, whose name was Nagasena, simply pointed at the flowing water. And the answer, my friends, was so breathtakingly simple that it took the king a long moment to fully recognize how complete it was, how it embraced the very essence of his complex query. This moment, this quiet dialogue between a king and the monk, is actually recorded in an ancient text, a testament that has survived for over 2,000 years. It doesn't begin with grand philosophy, but with the simple reality of geography. Imagine, if you will, two men sitting together, perhaps beneath the shade of a dusty banyan tree, somewhere in the northwest reaches of the Indian subcontinent. It was a region where two great civilizations, the Greek and the Indian, had been colliding and intermingling for generations. A unique culture had emerged there, one that could think with the sharp clarity of Greek logic, yet feel with the deep, expansive heart of Sanskrit wisdom. They asked questions that neither tradition alone could fully answer. The king, as I said, was Milinda, and the monk was Nagasena. Their conversation was later recorded in a text that has been studied in Theravada communities for centuries, regarded as one of the most precise and accessible explorations of Buddhist teaching. What made this exchange so extraordinary was the king himself. He wasn't merely curious. He was genuinely interested, incredibly sharp, and utterly resistant to being satisfied with any answer that didn't hold up under the pressure of his rigorous mind. He brought the interrogating habit of Greek philosophical tradition, with its precise questions and logical demands, to a body of teaching that had developed in an entirely different climate of thought, one often expressed through metaphor and direct experience. And the beautiful friction between these two approaches produced something neither tradition could have created alone. One of his most profound questions concerned action, my friends. If there is no fixed, permanent self, the king pressed, his eyes intent on the monk. If what we call a person is actually just a collection of constantly changing processes, like a river, without any stable center, then who, precisely, is acting? Who is truly making the decision, taking that step, directing the intention? He leaned forward, searching for an answer. And if there is no one there, in the way we ordinarily assume there is someone there, How can any action be truly genuine? How can it be wise? How can it possibly arrive anywhere at all? It's a question, isn't it, that many of us grapple with in our own quiet moments. This longing for a fixed point, a certainty, when life itself is a dance of change. I remember a time, many years ago, when I was much younger, perhaps barely half your age now, my friends. I had just returned from a long journey, feeling quite pleased with myself for having mapped out every step, every contingency. My master, an old man named Why, saw the weariness in my eyes, not from the road, but from the effort of control. He didn't say much then, just offered a bowl of warm rice gruel, the steam rising gently to warm my face. Later, as the sun dipped behind the western peaks, painting the sky in hues of orange and deep violet, he led me down to the river that flowed beside our temple. The river, that ancient companion. You know the one I mean, don't you? The one that winds through the village, past old Farmer Lee's fields, where the children sometimes try to catch fish with their bare hands. "Watch it," he said, his voice soft, almost a whisper against the murmur of the water. "Watch how it moves." I sat there, cross-legged on the smooth river stones, feeling the coolness seeping through my robe. The sound of the water was a constant lullaby, a soft gurgle over pebbles, a deeper hum where it rushed over larger rocks. The air carried the scent of wet earth and night-blooming jasmine from the temple gardens. The river, it does not plan its route, does it? It holds no parchment maps, no grand strategist determining the most efficient path to the vast, waiting sea. It has no fixed center, no tiny captain within the current making decisions about direction. And yet, it always arrives. Without exception, without failure, it finds its way. Through towering mountains, across sleepy plains, it always arrives. It's a consistency, dear ones, that no amount of human planning, no matter how clever or meticulous, could ever improve upon. Have you ever had a night like that? Lying in bed, thoughts spinning, eyes wide open, trying to map out every possible turn of tomorrow or next year. We spend so much energy on these internal maps, these blueprints for how life should unfold. The river does none of that. It simply flows. When it encounters a boulder, a great unmoving challenge, it does not stop to assess the situation with furrowed brow. It does not waste its precious energy pushing and pushing against what simply will not move. No. The water finds the passage of least resistance. It swirls, it carves, it embraces the contours of the obstacle, flowing around it. Not because it is lazy, not because it has given up its journey, but because moving around is always, always more efficient than forcing its way through. The boulder remains solid and unchanging. But the river, the river continues, its purpose undiminished. How many times, my friends, have we pushed against a rock that simply wouldn't move? A child's stubborn will, a spouse's quiet grief, a change in circumstances that felt like a mountain in our path. We exhaust ourselves, don't we? Trying to bend the unbendable, to force the unyielding. The river teaches us a different way. The stone is simply part of the landscape. The river's journey is its own. Both are exactly what they are, and neither is diminished by the encounter. And when the river enters a wide valley, a peaceful, open space, it does not accelerate unnecessarily, does it? It doesn't push itself to maintain the frantic speed of the narrow gorge it just left behind. No, it spreads. It slows. It takes the shape of the available space with complete ease, reflecting the sunlight from a broader, calmer surface. You can almost hear its sigh of contentment. When the valley narrows again, when the path calls for focus and swiftness, it gathers itself, quickens its pace, without a single complaint. It adjusts to every single condition, every twist and turn, with the same fundamental nature intact throughout every adjustment. It is always, unmistakably, a river. And it always, eventually, reaches the sea. This, my master Huai would often say, echoing the ancient words of Nagasena I once heard in a story from the distant land. This is how wise action moves through the world. It is not the absence of intention, my dear ones. The river is entirely intentional in the sense that it never stops moving toward where it is going. It has a profound purpose. Nor is it the absence of effort. The river exerts enormous force when force serves its movement. Watch it carve canyons over millennia, and none when it does not. It is not passivity or surrender or the abandonment of direction. Oh no. It is the precise application of movement to circumstance without the interference of a fixed self that insists circumstances should be other than what they are before movement is allowed to proceed. A profound difference, wouldn't you say? I remember a young woman, Melinda, in that old story, who pressed further, her brow furrowed with curiosity. If the river has no fixed self making its decisions, she asked, is the water arriving at the sea the same water that left the mountain? Nagasena, the sage in that tale, simply smiled. A gentle, knowing smile, perhaps like the one I often see on the face of old Mrs. Chen when she watches her grandchildren play. A mix of timeless wisdom and quiet amusement. Is the flame burning now? He asked, gesturing to a flickering lamp. The same flame that was burning an hour ago? The king in the story considered this, and I have considered it many times myself, sitting by this very fire, watching the embers glow. Not the same, not different. A continuity that is real, palpable even, yet without being fixed. A process with direction and integrity, with a genuine arrival, requiring no unchanging center to make any of that possible. Think of this fire, my friends. The warmth it gives us, the light it casts. Is the spark that began it the same as the flame that dances now? And will the dying embers be the same? No, and yet it is undeniably this fire, serving its purpose, burning brightly through the night. Most people I've observed relate to their own lives the way a person might try to carry a river in a bucket. Have you seen that? They take a fixed container, a fixed idea of who they are, what they need, what must happen before things can be acceptable, before joy is allowed, and they try to pour the wild, beautiful movement of life into it. The river, of course, does not fit. It never fits. It splashes over the sides. It refuses to be contained. And the effort of trying to make it fit, dear ones, that is the source of an exhaustion that has nothing to do with how much work the day actually required. It's the exhaustion of resistance. The ancient teaching that Nagasena was illustrating says this with such precision, so simply. Suffering arises not from the circumstances themselves, but from the addition of a fixed self that insists circumstances be otherwise.
Remove that insistence, that rigid demand, and the circumstances remain exactly what they are. Sometimes difficult, sometimes easy. Always change it. But the suffering that the insistence was generating, that deep ache in the heart, disappears with it. The river still encounters boulders. It simply does not suffer them. This is not a teaching about becoming someone who does not care what happens. Oh no. The river cares profoundly about arriving at the sea. It never stops caring. It simply does not confuse caring about arrival with needing every individual obstacle to not be an obstacle. These are two completely different relationships to difficulty, aren't they? And only one of them allows continuous, graceful forward movement. Graceful movement. It reminds me of a river, doesn't it? My friends. So many times we try to hold the river's path, to insist it flows exactly where we need it to go. We prepare, we plan, we set our intentions like stones in a riverbed, hoping to direct the current. Perhaps today, for some of you, a conversation you had hoped would mend something instead left a new tear. Or a simple task like baking bread for the evening meal somehow grew complicated, the dough refusing to rise as you intended. Or a quiet afternoon meant for reflection was broken by an unexpected visitor or a sudden storm. Each of these moments, these unexpected turns, they are like the great unyielding boulders the river suddenly encounters. The boulder is real, yes. It stands there, solid and undeniable, right in the path we had imagined. But the river, if you watch it closely, does not pause to argue with the stone. It doesn't try to chip away at it or command it to disappear. The river's job was never to make the boulder vanish. Its sole purpose, its very nature, is simply to keep moving, to flow around, to find a new path, to adapt. And you, my dear ones, are still moving. The fact that you are here in this quiet hour, having navigated all the demands and surprises of the day, having moved through everything today asked of you, and arrived at this moment of rest. This is the river reaching a quiet part of the valley. Wider, perhaps, and flowing a little slower now, but still entirely itself, still entirely arriving. You have not ceased. You are not broken. You have merely found a different route. But what truly burdens us, dear ones, is not the boulder itself. It is the silent, stubborn insistence deep within our chests that the boulder should not have been there at all. It is the memory of the intended path, held so tightly, even as the river of life has already carved a new course. The river does not carry yesterday's boulders with it. No, it encounters them, flows around them, and continues on its way, leaving them where they lie. What stays behind in our own carrying, in our own hearts, is not the obstacle itself, but that firm, unyielding insistence. And insistence, unlike the gentle, yielding nature of water, does not move. It sits like a hard knot in the chest, a tightness in the jaw, a restless turning in the hours between midnight and morning. It waits, silently, to see how long you will carry it before, perhaps, you might finally set it down. The next teaching, the one that sometimes comes to us in the quietest part of the night, asks exactly that question. Not about the boulder, not about the difficulty itself, but about how long you have been holding on, and whether that holding was ever truly required at all. I remember once, sitting by a clear mountain spring,
the water so still it perfectly mirrored the sky. A young monk, no older than some of your grandchildren, was with me, feeling quite frustrated by a task he couldn't complete as he'd planned. I watched him clench his fists, his brow furrowed. "Come here, my friend," I whispered, reaching out a hand. "Draw a line on water, if you can." He looked at me, puzzled, but then he dipped a finger into the cool, silent pool. A thin disturbance formed for a fraction of a second, a parting of the surface, a fleeting ripple. And then, before his very eyes, it closed behind itself as though his finger had never been there. No mark, no trace. The water returned to its perfect, reflective stillness so completely and so immediately that the idea of a permanent line on water became, as he later admitted, almost absurd. Water does not hold, my friends. It is not in its nature to hold. It does not carry the memory of every passing boat, every falling leaf, every finger that momentarily disturbed its surface. It simply flows and returns to itself. Then I led him to the edge of the river, where the fine, sun-warmed sand lay soft beneath our bare feet. "Now," I suggested, "try to draw a line here." This one stayed. He could see it clearly, a deliberate furrow across the golden grains. He could follow its length, almost read the intention behind his youthful finger. He smiled, a small sense of accomplishment. "This, master, is different," he said, pleased. "This lasts." But I told him to leave it overnight. By dawn, a gentle breeze had worked on it, shifting a few grains. A week of weather, and it was gone entirely. The sand rearranged into perfect indifference to whatever was once written across it. The line on sand outlasts the moment, yes, but not the season. It is a temporary mark, a gentle lesson in letting go. Like many of the small worries and irritations of daily life, they seem so clear and persistent in the moment, but given a little time, a little wind, a little rain, they simply fade. Finally, we walked to the ancient stone steps that led to our temple, worn smooth by countless pilgrims over centuries. I pointed to a deep groove, a deliberate channel carved into the solid rock. "And this," I said, "is a line on stone." This line stays. It was made by a chisel, perhaps, by a mason long forgotten, or maybe, over countless decades, by the slow insistence of a root finding the same tiny crack, widening it with its patient growth. Or even in some places by years of water, drip by patient drip, moving always in the same direction, carving its indelible mark. This line outlasts the person who made it. It outlasts the memory of why it was made, long after the hand that drew it has turned to earth. The line remains in the stone, unchanged and unchanging, cold, hard, permanent. And then, my friends, I turned to the young monk with eyes that had seen many seasons of joy and sorrow, and asked the very question the Buddha himself once posed to his monks. A question for us all as we sit here tonight, perhaps carrying burdens we've forgotten we even picked up. When someone speaks harshly to you, when a disappointment cuts deep, when a plan unravels, where do you hold the mark they leave? In water, where it closes before the moment truly ends, gone with the next breath. In sand, where it lasts for a while, perhaps through a difficult day or week, but the weather of life, the passing of time, eventually handles it and smooths it away. Or in stone, where it remains across years, where you can return to it at any time in any quiet hour and find it exactly as sharp and present as the day it was cut. Most people, you see, do not consciously choose which surface they are. They simply discover over time, sometimes with a quiet sigh in the middle of a sleepless night, by noticing what they are still carrying. What echoes are still resounding in their hearts, long after the sound itself has faded from the air. It's those lingering echoes, isn't it, my friends, that often keep us awake, turning over and over the day's ledger in the quiet hours before dawn. I remember once, when I was but a young novice, barely taller than the prayer mat, hearing one of the oldest monks recount a teaching from the Buddha. He spoke of it with such solemnity, his voice a low rumble in the quiet hall, that the air itself seemed to grow heavy. The Buddha, he said, did not offer this particular wisdom gently. He spoke to his monks of a challenge so profound, so utterly demanding it made even the bravest among them shift uncomfortably on their cushions. He asked them to imagine a gruesome scene. A person driven by malice, attacking them with a saw. A physical saw, mind you. Its teeth tearing at flesh and bone. And then, the Buddha's words cut even deeper. The moment any ill will, any flicker of hatred or resentment arose in response to that unbearable pain, at that very instant, the teaching itself had been lost. Have you ever heard such a thing, my friend? To imagine such agony and yet be asked to hold no malice? It feels utterly impossible, doesn't it? As if the very fabric of our nature would rebel. I remember the chill that ran through me then. My young mind reeled. How could one not feel anger, not feel the burning desire for retribution in the face of such a brutal act? It was a stone in my heart for days, a question that refused to be answered. But then, the old monk continued, and his voice softened like a river finding its path around a boulder. The standard the Buddha set, he explained, was like water. Not forgiveness, mind you, not as an act of will, a strained effort of the mind to simply let go when the heart still clenches. No, not that forced performance of equanimity, where the body still trembles and the jaw remains tight, even as the lips utter words of peace. It was something far more natural, far deeper. It was the actual quality of a mind that does not retain the mark, that closes behind the difficulty like water closes behind a moving hand. Think of dipping your hand into a cool mountain stream, my dear ones. The water yields, it parts, it flows around your hand, and when you draw it out, there is no hole left, no impression, no lingering memory of your presence. It simply returns to its seamless flow. That, he said, was the quality. Not a forced act, but a natural state. When stated so plainly like that, it sounds truly impossible, doesn't it? As if we are being asked to transcend our very humanness. And the Buddha, he was no naive dreamer wandering through the forests with his head in the clouds. He understood human nature better than anyone. He would not have used such an extreme, visceral example if he did not understand the full, vast distance between what he was describing and where most of us stand. He knew the depths of our anger, the tenacity of our grudges, the sharp edges of our hurt. He was not saying, "Achieve this immediately or you have failed." Oh no, never that. That would be like asking a sapling to bear fruit on its first day. He was pointing at the destination clearly enough shining a lamp so brightly upon it that the direction could not be mistaken. He was showing us the path, not demanding we sprint to the end. And the direction, my friends, is always the same. It is always toward less holding, not more. Toward sand, if stone is where you are now, unyielding and hard. Towards water, when sand itself becomes possible, when the grains of resentment begin to loosen and yield. So tonight, as the last embers of the fire settle into a deep red glow and the cicadas sing their ancient song outside, perhaps gently bring to mind something from today that left a mark. Not a grand, dramatic wound, perhaps, but a small sting. An interaction that landed wrong, that felt like a pebble in your shoe all afternoon. A word from someone that has been sitting in your chest since it was delivered. A faint bitterness on your tongue. A moment that played. Back in your mind more than once, like a short, looping film during the hours that followed. You do not need to name it aloud, my dear ones. No need to speak it into the quiet air. You know what it is. Now, with a soft breath, just ask yourself honestly, what surface is this mark sitting in? Take your time. Feel its texture. If it is still sharp, still vivid, still producing the same familiar tightening in your stomach, the same ache in your shoulders, the same response it produced at the very moment of impact, then that, my friend, is stone. Not as a judgment, mind you, not as a failure, but simply as information. Like an old farmer observing the soil, noting its quality. Because stone, even the hardest granite, can be worked. Stone is not permanent just because it is hard and unyielding. Water gets through stone eventually, doesn't it? Think of the deep canyons carved by persistent rivers, or the smooth, rounded pebbles found at the bottom of a stream. It just requires patience, yes, and a consistent direction, a gentle, ceaseless flow. The moment that harsh word was spoken or that unkind glance was given, something real happened. Contact was made. The first arrow landed, as another teaching names it. That initial sting, that shock, that moment of pain, that is not in question, and certainly not being dismissed. It was real. But the question is only about what has happened since that moment. Because the word itself, the sound waves, the sharp vibration, it ended at the moment of its utterance. The person who spoke it has moved through many other moments since then. They are not still speaking it. They may not be thinking of it at all, their minds filled with tomorrow's chores or yesterday's dreams. The only place it is still happening, my dear friend, is in you, in the holding, in the returning to it, like a moth drawn to a flickering candle. In the way a part of the mind keeps taking it out, as if from a dusty box, and turning it over, looking at it again and again, as though looking hard enough will somehow resolve something that looking alone cannot resolve. The Buddha, in his profound wisdom, called what accumulates in this stone surface of the mind agatha, a beautiful, resonant word. It carries the sense of something striking repeatedly against the same place. Not the original blow, not the first arrow, but the repeated revisiting of it. The suffering in agatha is not caused by the original event itself. It is caused by this returning. This habit of treating a completed past moment as though it was still active, still fresh, and still urgently requiring a response from us now. It's like carrying an empty basket, believing it's still heavy with stones from yesterday. The way out of this stone, this heavy, unyielding surface, is not to pretend the mark was never made. We don't deny the hurt, no. But it is to simply stop returning to it. Each time the mind begins its familiar, well-worn path back to the stored injury, back to that remembered sting, it has a choice. Not a grand, dramatic choice requiring enormous willpower, no. But the small, consistent choice, like the river moving around a boulder rather than stopping to push against it with futile force. Acknowledge the feeling, yes. See it clearly for what it is, but then do not return. Let the wind and the weather work on the sand version of that mark, my friend, rather than continually reinforcing the stone one. Allow the gentle breeze of this evening, the soft touch of the quiet night, to smooth away the sharp edges. You know, my friends, how the day can buzz with activity. The sun, a bright companion, keeps us busy. We are caught in the rhythm of the market, the children's laughter, the endless chores that call our names. There is always a task, always a face, always a new thought to chase. And in that gentle flurry, the deeper burdens, the unspoken worries, they often stay at the very edge of our awareness. Like pebbles in a distant pocket, we might feel their weight, but they don't truly press in. But then, as the sun dips below the mountains and the cool evening air settles upon the village, a different kind of quiet descends. The fire in the hearth crackles softly, painting dancing shadows on the walls of your own home, just like it does here. The sounds of the day recede, and the world outside softens into a gentle hum. It is then, isn't it, when the body finally lies down, weary from its journey, and the outer world grows still, that everything we have been, carrying quietly moves to the very center of our being. The marks carved deep into the stone of our hearts, these grievances, these regrets, these fears for what might come, they become the only light in the room. They glow with an insistent, sometimes painful brilliance. And this, my dear ones, is why the quality of what we are holding when we lie down matters so profoundly. Not because the night itself is uniquely dangerous, no. The night is simply honest. It holds up a mirror to the soul, reflecting back precisely what we have brought with us into its quiet embrace. What we carry into the dark, that is precisely what the dark will show us. It has no interest in disguise, no patience for pretense. Tonight, if sleep still feels distant, if those familiar stones are pressing against your spirit, perhaps we might simply consider a different approach. Instead of clutching them tighter, instead of letting them cut into your palms, consider moving from that hardened stone towards something softer, towards sand. It isn't about forcing yourself to feel differently. No, that rarely works. The heart has its own stubborn ways. But it is about choosing, just for this one night, not to return to that mark and retrace its painful lines. Let it sit there, yes, in the quiet of your mind, but without visiting it. Let the weather work upon it. I remember once watching the old river stones in the stream near the temple. They were rough, jagged things when they first tumbled down from the mountain. But over seasons, over years, the ceaseless flow of water, the gentle abrasion of sand, slowly, quietly, transformed them. They didn't disappear in a single night, no, but each passing day, each night that the water flowed over them without resistance made the stone a little less like stone, a little more like sand. And eventually, if the practice holds, if the flow continues unimpeded, those rough edges become smooth, polished, almost like water itself, transparent, yielding. You see, my friends, This carrying of these heavy marks, these grievances, these anxieties, it changes how we see the world, especially in the dark. The mind that clings to these stone inscriptions, that cherishes these old wounds, it begins to create threats from every shadow. The same inner mechanism that turns a small slight into a permanent etching on the soul, that same mechanism turns an unknown rustle in the leaves outside into a lurking danger. It transforms a future uncertainty, a simple possibility, into a looming catastrophe. Have you ever had a night like that? Lying in bed, every creak of the house, every distant dog bark becomes a sign, a warning, a story of impending doom your mind weaves without your permission. We all have, I assure you. This reminds me of a story, a very old one, that often brings comfort to those who find themselves lost in the forest of their own minds. It's a story about the Buddha, not in some grand sermon hall, but deep in a forest at night. Not to frighten us, but to show us what a truly trained mind actually finds when it stops running, when it stops weaving stories and simply turns to look. He was sitting at the base of a great ancient tree, a location he had chosen specifically because it was known to stir fear in the hearts of ordinary folk. One of the cheryl grounds, they called them, those deep forest clearings, isolated gullies, places where the air felt heavy and the shadows long, that people avoided after dusk without needing to explain why. He had been there for hours, this old monk imagined, perhaps from sunset, watching the last sliver of light fade. The darkness was complete, except for what the sliver of moon could manage to filter through the dense canopy above. The smell of damp earth and ancient roots hung in the air. The distant hoot of an owl punctuated the profound silence. And then, a sound. A soft snap, a rustle, something close. The Buddha did not move, not immediately. But then, deliberately, mindfully, he turned his body. Not figuratively, not just a shift in thought, but physically, his whole being turning in the direction of the sound. He opened his eyes wide to the impenetrable dark, straining to see. And there, at the very edge of the clearing, stood a deer. Its large, liquid eyes regarded him with the calm curiosity of an animal that had not yet decided whether to be alarmed or simply to wonder at this strange, still human presence. For a long moment, they simply observed each other. Then, with a soft flick of its tail, the deer turned and disappeared into the whispering trees, leaving the clearing to return to its profound, ancient silence. He returned to his sitting, to the stillness of his breath. And then, after a time, another sound arrived. A slow, drawn-out creak. The kind of sound old wood makes when the temperature shifts in the cooling night air, settling under its own weight. In the deep dark, it could sound like something deliberate, something stealthy, something approaching with ill intent. But again, he turned toward it, physically, deliberately, his gaze piercing the darkness. And what did he find? A branch, just a branch, settling into itself. A piece of the tree itself shifting. He returned to sitting. This, my friends, is what the Buddha described in a teaching he gave early in his ministry. The specific practice he had developed of sitting alone in genuinely frightening places and turning toward every sound that fear tried to make him run from. He described it in such detail, the terrifying locations he chose, the fear that arose reliably at the beginning of each night, that familiar prickle on the skin, the hair standing on end, the breath shortening, the heart quickening, that particular alertness of an organism that believes it is about to need to act. And then the practice itself, turning toward the sound before the mind could complete its story about what the sound meant, before it could weave a tale of monsters or thieves or impending doom. Every single time he turned toward the sound, he found what was actually there. A peacock dislodging a branch from a tree, wind moving through a stand of bamboo in a pattern that the frightened mind reads as footsteps, an animal, a small creature, moving through dry leaves. Again and again, my dear ones, what the darkness truly contained was ordinary. What the mind was generating in response to the darkness, that was not the true nature of things at all. It was merely a flicker of moonlight on the old temple wall, or perhaps the rustle of a mouse in the dry leaves outside my window. But in that moment, when the darkness felt so vast and deep, my mind had already begun to spin its tale. Have you ever had a night like that, my friend? Lying there, listening to the familiar creaks of your own home, suddenly hearing something unfamiliar. Something that makes your breath catch and your heart quicken. It's a peculiar dance, isn't it? The sound arrives, perhaps the wind sighing through the bamboo, or a branch scraping against the roof tiles, or even just the quiet settling of the old house. And faster than a blink, faster than the thought can even fully form, the mind races ahead. It gathers the incomplete fragments of information from the dim light, from the heavy silence, and it weaves a story of potential danger, of something threatening, something that demands immediate protective action. This old monk has seen it countless times, even within himself. The body, bless its diligent heart, responds not to the actual sound, but to the mind's frantic interpretation. Suddenly, your heart isn't just beating, it's pounding like a drum in the silent night. Your muscles tighten, ready to spring or to brace. The whole organism, this precious vessel of yours, goes on high alert, preparing for a deer or a tiger, or perhaps just the shadow of a hanging coat in the corner. It's a primal, ancient response, born of survival, but often in our quiet homes, it serves only to deepen our unease. I remember once when I was a young monk, meditating deep in the forest during the rainy season. The sounds were everywhere. The constant drumming of rain on the canopy, the gurgling of swollen streams, the calls of night creatures. One evening, a loud crack echoed through the trees, startling me so profoundly that I almost leaped from my sitting cushion. My heart hammered, my breath hitched. My mind immediately conjured an image of a huge branch falling, perhaps onto my small hut, or even worse, onto me. For a long moment, I sat frozen, every nerve on edge, the story of calamity already unfolding in my head. But then I recalled the quiet teachings, the way the Buddha himself, sitting in those very forests, had cultivated a different way of being. He understood this dance of fear intimately. His teaching, when truly understood, is so precise, so practical. It's like learning to see in the dark with new eyes. It's a different sequence, my dear friends. The sound still arrives. That initial flicker of fear still begins to form, a tiny spark in the mind. But before that fear can fully complete its journey, before the mind's story solidifies into an undeniable certainty, we learn to do something radical. We turn and look. Not with that braced, defensive looking of someone already expecting the worst, eyes narrowed, shoulders tensed. No, not like that at all. but with an open, steady attention, a gentle curiosity, like someone genuinely interested in what is actually there in this very moment. It is investigation before interpretation. It is meeting the actual thing itself before the mind's version of the thing has taken root and grown monstrous. It is the wisdom of pausing just for a breath between the raw sensation and the meaning we assign to it. And in that pause, a whole new world can emerge. This old monk, I tell you, knows well the moments when this practice eluded me. Even the Buddha described, without a trace of self-congratulation, his own struggles. There were times when that fear completed its journey, when the story of danger became so real, so solid, that investigation simply couldn't interrupt it. I remember that night in the forest after the loud crack. My instinct was to rise, to move away from the sound, to escape the imagined danger before I even truly turned towards it. I did move that night, my heart still racing, my mind still convinced of a fallen branch. Yet the very next night, I returned to sit in that exact same spot. This is the heart of the practice, you see. It was never about achieving a state of complete fearlessness in a single sitting, not even for the Buddha. It was the consistent returning, night after night, to the habit of turning toward that which stirs us, rather than instinctively turning away. Like a river stone slowly worn smooth by the constant flow, the results were cumulative. Each time investigation replaced interpretation. Each time that open, steady gaze found something utterly ordinary where fear had predicted something dangerous. The mind's confidence in its own dark predictions weakened, just a little. The hair might still stand on your arms, that initial catch in your breath might still happen. But that second movement, the one where the mind builds its entire catastrophe on top of the physical sensation, brick by imagined brick, it becomes slower, more hesitant, less automatic. The gap between the raw sound, the raw sensation, and the dramatic, frightening story the mind constructs, it begins to widen. And in that widening gap, my dear ones, there, like a quiet clearing in a dense forest, is where investigation finally has the room to work, to breathe, to truly see what is so. Yes, my friends, that clearing you heard me speak of, it is precisely where the old tales begin. It is the very space the Buddha described when he spoke of a mind truly trained, able to sit alone in the deepest wilderness and find stillness through the longest night. He wasn't saying the forest would cease its whispers, or that the body would stop feeling the chill of the night air, or the prickle of unseen insects. No, not at all. What changed, what training meant, was that the mind simply no longer completed that automatic journey, that leap from a rustle in the leaves to a lurking beast, from a sudden snap of a twig to a catastrophe waiting just beyond the reach of the campfire's glow. Investigation, my dear ones, that quiet turning of the inner eye, it interrupts that frantic journey every single time it is gently applied. And what it finds, again and again, in every shadowy forest, across every long, dark night, is simply the ordinary. Just the ordinary. I remember when I was a young monk, sent to meditate alone in the mountains for the first time. The sounds, the sounds were endless. The wind humming through the pine needles like 1,000 ghostly voices. The sudden thud of a falling branch startling my heart. Even the distant hoot of an owl would twist itself into something menacing in my mind. My body would tighten, my breath would catch, and I would feel that cold knot of fear in my stomach. But then, I would remember my master's words. What is actually here, Mingxin? What is actually here? And I would pause just before my mind painted the full picture of a lurking wolf or a shadowy figure. I would feel the sensation, acknowledge the sound, and then simply ask, what is truly present? And most often it was simply the wind, or a branch settling, or perhaps a small deer rustling through the undergrowth. The fear, you see, was never about the wind itself, but about the story I was already beginning to tell about the wind. Have you ever found yourself, dear ones, awake in the deepest hours, perhaps between midnight and 3 in the morning? The house is quiet, the world outside is asleep, and yet your own mind is a hive of activity. These aren't forest fears you carry then. No, they live in the quiet hours, assembling themselves from fragments of the day. A sharp word from your child, perhaps, or a half-remembered glance from your spouse that might have meant something more. The unfinished chore, the uncertain outcome of a project you've poured your heart into. Or perhaps it's a relationship whose direction feels unclear, like a path disappearing into the mist. A future that has not yet arrived, but which your mind, working in the dark with incomplete information, has already experienced in its worst possible form. These, my friends, these are the sounds in your forest. Your mind, weaving elaborate tapestries of worry from the loose threads of the day. The practice, I assure you, is precisely the same. When a fear thought arrives tonight, lying there in your bed, pause. Just pause. Before the story completes itself, before the catastrophe unfolds in your mind's eye, turn toward it. Not with that old defensive readiness, but with a genuine, gentle curiosity. Ask, what is actually here? Not what might be here, not what this could become, no. Just what is specifically, concretely present in this very moment. Most of the time, the honest answer is so much less than what the mind was building. A quiet house, the rhythmic sound of your own breathing, the soft weight of the blanket. Fear, you see, cannot survive a clear, open look for very long. It's not that clear looking defeats fear, like a battle won. It's simply that fear is almost always a story about something not yet present, something imagined. And clear looking gently, kindly, returns the mind to what is actually here, which is almost always survivable, and often simply ordinary. The Buddha himself sat in those dark forests, night after night, until the darkness no longer required anything of him that he could not meet. The darkness itself did not change. The hooting owls still called, the branches still creaked, the air still held its chill. What changed, profoundly, was his relationship to whatever the darkness contained. It was no longer a vast, terrifying theater for the mind's worst productions, but simply where he was in that moment, with whatever was actually there. And just as stillness has its lessons, my friends, so too does the great tempest. Sometimes the quiet whispers of the forest are not enough to teach us what we need to know. Sometimes life brings a different kind of lesson, one taught through sheer, undeniable force. I remember a tale told by my own master, passed down through generations of monks about a time long ago when the night before the worst storm in living memory arrived. Deep inside a great forest, two kinds of trees were about to demonstrate, with no room for argument, which quality of being truly survives when nothing can be held upright by will alone. The tree spirits, they say, were arguing. This is how the oldest version of this story begins, not with the storm itself, not with the dramatic imagery of destruction that the ending will earn, but with voices disagreeing in the canopy of a great forest on an ordinary afternoon. The sun was still warm, the birds were still singing, the sky had given no clear indication of what was coming. The disagreement was about a simple question, and the question was this: when? The storm finally arrives. What should we do? The spirits of the largest trees, the ancient ones, answered first. Their confidence was the deep, resonant confidence of things that had stood for centuries, the unhurried certainty of beings whose roots reached deeper than the memory of any human, whose trunks had widened past the span of many human arms joined together. They spoke with a rustling pride that echoed through the entire valley. "We will stand firm," they declared, their voices like the rumble of distant thunder. "We will not move. We have weathered every storm that has ever passed through this valley, every flood, every drought, and we will weather this one too. To yield, even a little, would be to lose what we are. It would be a betrayal of our very nature, our strength, our history." The spirits of the smaller trees, the younger ones, those with more supple branches, spoke more quietly. Their voices were like the gentle whisper of leaves in a soft breeze. "We will bend," they said, with a quiet certainty that was different from the older tree's pride. "When the fierce wind comes, we will go with it, as far as it takes us, as low as it pushes us. And when it finally passes, when the sky clears, we will return to where we were, perhaps a little wiser, but whole." The large trees, they found this answer deeply unimpressive. They scoffed, a deep, dry creaking sound that went through their ancient boughs. It sounded to them like surrender, dressed up in careful, gentle language. These small trees, they thought, have always been small. Perhaps they have simply found a philosophy that accommodates their own inherent limitation, their own weakness. Ah, yes, my friend. It is often so, isn't it? This talk of philosophy, of finding comfort in our own limitations, our own weaknesses. But sometimes, dear ones, what we believe to be strength, a firm refusal to yield, can itself be the greatest limitation of all. I remember once, many decades ago, a storm that swept through the mountains where this old monk resided. It was a storm unlike any I had seen since my youth. The air grew heavy, almost thick, before it came. Not a whisper of a breeze, just a profound, unnatural stillness that seemed to press down on the very heart. Even the cicadas, usually so boisterous, fell silent. The light faded, not with the gentle descent of dusk, but with a sudden bruised purple hue that painted the sky. Every creature in the forest, I imagine, felt it deep in their ancient bones. That unique, chilling calm that signals something immense is about to break. It was as if the world held its breath, waiting. Then, the wind. It didn't sigh or whisper its arrival. No, it arrived with a sudden, visceral shove, as if a giant hand had reached from the heavens and simply pushed. One moment, silence. The next, a roaring torrent of air. It tore at the temple eaves, ripped leaves from branches, not gently, but with a violence that made the sturdy oak doors shudder. The canopy of the forest, which had seemed an impenetrable green roof just moments before, now lifted and shredded like old cloth in a furious gale. Rain didn't fall, it flew. Horizontal sheets of water so dense they felt solid as they lashed against the skin, stinging like 1,000 tiny needles. In a matter of minutes, the familiar warmth of the late afternoon vanished, replaced by a sudden, bone-chilling cold that seeped into every crevice. The forest, once so still, became a single, continuous roar, a deafening symphony of nature's raw power. The great ancient trees, the ones that had stood for centuries, their trunks massive and gnarled, did exactly what they believed they should do. They stood firm. They resisted. With every fiber of their hardened wood, with the full weight of their accumulated growth, with root systems that plunged deep into the earth, they pushed back against the immense force of the wind. I could almost hear their silent defiance, their proud assertion, "We are strong. We have always been here. We will not move." And for a time, they held. They did not sway, not truly. They were precisely what they believed themselves to be, unyielding, monumental. But then, my friends, the wind found the limit of that kind of strength. Those roots, though deep, had grown downwards, seeking the hidden springs of water, not outwards, seeking a wide, anchoring embrace of the soil. The immense trunks, designed to carry their own weight upwards towards the sun, were never meant to withstand such a prolonged lateral assault. The strain grew louder and louder, until the air was filled not just with the wind's roar, but with the groaning, creaking protest of ancient wood. And then, the sound. A sound I will never forget. The sound of something breaking that was never meant to break. A deep, tearing crack that echoed even above the storm's fury. One by one, those magnificent giants began to fall. Not from weakness, no, but from a strength that was so rigid, so sure of itself, that it could not conceive of being anything other than what it had always been. It could not bend, and so it shattered. It broke because it knew only one way to be when the moment called for another. Yet amidst that terrible wreckage, something else was happening. The small trees, the young ones, the ones that seemed almost insignificant beside their towering elders, were doing something entirely different. They bent. They bent until their crowns, laden with rain, brushed the very ground. Until any casual observer, seeing them flattened, would have sworn they were utterly finished, indistinguishable from broken. Their roots, unlike those of the giants, spread wide and shallow, forming a delicate, intricate net just beneath the surface. This network held, not because it resisted, but because it distributed the force. No single direction bore the full brunt of the storm. They were not fighting. They were receiving. They took the full, brutal force of the wind and the rain into their bodies, allowing it to move through them, rather than meeting it with a counterforce that would inevitably be exceeded. They surrendered, not out of weakness, but out of an ancient, quiet wisdom. When, hours later, the storm finally began to abate and the first faint light of dawn pierced through the retreating clouds, the small trees rose. Slowly, without any grand gesture, without ceremony. Each one gently, patiently lifting itself back to vertical, as if nothing remarkable had transpired. As if going all the way down and returning all the way up was simply part of what a tree does. The forest floor around them was a scene of devastation covered with the immense broken bodies of the great trees. But among the wreckage, the small trees stood remarkably unchanged. They had endured. It was said in the ancient stories this old monk heard that the Bodhisattva, the being who would one day become the Buddha, once took the form of a tree spirit in a forest like this one. And from witnessing such a storm, he drew a profound teaching, one preserved in the Jataka tales that have comforted countless generations. He realized that what often appears to be strength, that unyielding rigidity, can in truth be a form of brittleness. And what often appears to be surrender, that humble act of yielding, is often the most complete, most enduring form of survival available to us. Only what yields to what it cannot change will still be standing when the wind has finished its fury. It makes you think, doesn't it, my dear ones, about the storms that sweep through our own lives, the sudden losses, the unexpected turns, the arguments unresolved. Ah, my friends, I know those feelings well. The heart can grow so heavy, can't it? Sometimes in those moments we feel as though we must hold ourselves rigid, unyielding, lest we completely crumble. We mistake steadfastness for stiffness, as if bending means breaking. But it is not so, not at all. I remember a time, many decades ago, when I was a young monk, barely taller than the prayer flags that fluttered atop our monastery. A great storm swept through the valley, one of those furious, howling winds that tear at the very fabric of the world. The ancient cedars, so majestic and unmoving for centuries, stood firm for a time, their mighty trunks groaning, their branches snapping like dry twigs. Many of them fell, crashing to the earth with a sound that echoed like thunder, leaving gaping wounds in the forest floor. Yet the smaller saplings, the willow branches by the stream, the bamboo stalks swaying in the garden, they danced with the wind. They bent almost to the ground, their leaves whispering against the wet earth, their slender forms seeming to surrender entirely to the gale. And when the storm finally passed, leaving behind a silence so profound you could almost hear the earth breathing again, what did we see? The fallen giants lay broken, their roots ripped from the soil. But the small trees, they slowly, gracefully began to rise. They returned to vertical, not a single one of them diminished, not a single one having lost its essence. They were still willows, still bamboo, still the young saplings we knew. They had been held, you see, not by their own rigidity, but by the deep, intricate network of their roots, woven throughout the very soul of the earth beneath them. This, my dear ones, is the heart of what we speak of tonight. It is not about weakness, this flexibility, nor is it an absence of principle. Oh no. To be truly flexible, to bend without breaking, requires roots that run deeper than any surface appearance. It means having an inner core, a truth within you so profound and so secure that the outer self can sway, can yield, can even touch the ground without anything essential being lost. The tree does not become less of a tree by bending. It simply expresses its rootedness in a different way. Have you felt that, my friend? That stubborn grip we sometimes have, a particular image of how things must be, how a child's life should unfold, how a certain situation must resolve. Like the large, unyielding trees, we often stand firm in a position we will not move from, an outcome we will not release. We hold on to a version of how something should be, even as reality keeps insisting otherwise, pushing against us like an unseen force. I remember in my own youth, when I first came to the monastery, I had such firm ideas about what enlightenment must look like, what a true monk should be. I held on to those images so tightly, like a clenched fist, that I couldn't even see the simple, quiet wisdom unfolding around me. But the wind, my friends, the wind is not personal, is it? It doesn't know it is pushing against you specifically, against your cherished plan, against your version of justice. It is simply the nature of existence, the way things unfold. And what is held against with sufficient rigidity, with an iron will that refuses to yield, will eventually find the limit of its holding. It's like trying to stop a river with your bare hands. The river flows on, and you are left tired and often bruised. The ancient Buddhist teaching of the middle way is often misunderstood in this very way. People hear middle way and think it means moderation, a careful avoidance of extremes, a gentle stroll down the safe, acceptable midpoint. But the true middle way is not about avoiding the edges, my dear ones. It is about having roots so deep, so unshakable, that you can visit both edges without being destroyed by either. You can explore the vastness of joy and the depths of sorrow, the heights of passion and the stillness of detachment. You can bend fully into the experience without losing what you are, without surrendering your true direction. The small tree, when the wind comes, goes all the way to the ground. It doesn't compromise its bending. It yields completely. And then, when the wind softens, it comes all the way back up completely. It does both, fully, without holding anything back. So tonight, my friends, as the fire flickers and casts long dancing shadows on the walls, whatever you have been holding rigid, whatever unyielding stance you have taken in your heart, can be allowed to bend, just for a moment, just to feel the possibility. Your roots, the true essence of who you are, will hold. They have held through every storm you have already survived, every sudden loss, every unexpected turn. And those storms were real, weren't they? And here you are. Bending now is not losing what you are. It is trusting that what you are runs deeper, far deeper, than any position the surface is currently defending, than any argument the mind is trying to win. And the trees, when they bent all the way to the ground, they found the ground waiting to receive them, not harsh, not rejecting, but simply there, solid and accepting. This, my dear ones, points toward what this entire night has been slowly, gently moving to uncover. The thing that has been waiting patiently beneath every story, every difficulty, every hour of searching that has kept you awake in the quiet darkness. I remember a tale I once heard of a woman who spent her whole life sitting directly above it without ever knowing it was there. And what she found when she finally dared to dig where she had always stood was not something new, not a hidden treasure she had to seek far and wide. No, it was what had always been there, patient, inexhaustible, requiring only the one act she had never thought to perform. Every night of her life, this woman, let us call her May, came home to the same small hut nestled at the edge of the bamboo forest. She knew its floor. Oh, she knew it intimately, the way you know the face of someone you have lived beside for decades. Every uneven stone smoothed by countless footsteps, every place where the old cypress boards creaked a familiar tune beneath her weight. Every corner where the cold came seeping through in winter, teasing her toes as she slept. She had swept that floor thousands of times, the rustle of her straw broom a constant companion to her thoughts. She had sat on it, cross-legged, sharing simple meals. She had slept on it, wrapped in thin blankets, listening to the rain on the thatch. She had wept on it, silent tears soaking into the worn wood, marking the passage of sorrow. It was, in that peculiar way that familiar things become utterly invisible, simply the ground beneath her. Present, yes, always there, but completely unnoticed. There, and yet unseen. May was not a woman without intelligence or care, far from it. She managed her small life with the particular competence of someone who had learned, out of necessity, to make much from little. Her hands were always busy, her mind always turning over the problems of the day, how to stretch the meager rice, how to mend a fishing net one more time, how to keep the small garden from succumbing to the hungry deer. But the years were hard, not in a dramatic, catastrophic way that makes for grand tales, but in the quiet, relentless manner that ordinary years can be hard. Simply the steady weight of a life lived close to its edges, never quite enough. Always the quiet strain of a person whose resources, of time or strength or coin, fell slightly short of what the day or the week or the season required. Yes, my friends, I know that feeling well. That constant, subtle tightening in the chest, the way the shoulders hunch just a little, even when there's no physical burden. It reminds me of a tale I once heard, a whisper carried on the wind from a village nestled deep in the mountains, about a woman who knew that quiet strain all too well. She lived in a simple hut, not much larger than this very spot where we gather. The timbers were old and creaked with every gust of wind, and the roof, though patched countless times, still let in a fine spray during the heavy rains. Her hands, I imagine, were calloused from years of tending a small garden, fetching water from the communal well and mending clothes for her neighbors, just to earn a few meager coins. Every day was a quiet calculation, a careful stretching of what little she had. Perhaps like some of you, she had long since stopped wishing for more, settling instead for just enough to get by. One afternoon, as the sun began its gentle descent, painting the sky with hues of apricot and rose, a wandering monk stopped at her door. He wasn't a grand figure, no retinue, just a lone traveler, his robes dusted from the long road, his face etched with the wisdom of many seasons. But what set him apart, I was told, was a quality of perception that had been refined through long, silent years of meditation. He saw not just with his eyes, but with a deeper knowing, a quiet resonance with the very essence of things. He looked at the woman, her weary but kind eyes, the lines of worry around them. Then his gaze lingered on her humble hut, scanning its worn timbers, its earthen floor. And in that moment, he saw something she, in all her years of living there, had never once noticed. Something beneath the familiar ground she had trodden countless times. Beneath the floor, he told her, his voice calm, like a smooth stone skipping across still water, is a treasury of gold. Imagine her face, my friends. Her brow must have furrowed,
a flicker of disbelief, perhaps even a hint of gentle pity for the old monk. Gold, she might have thought. Here? In this old place? Impossible. But the monk continued, his words a soft, unwavering stream. Not a small amount, not a modest reserve, but something inexhaustible, enough for every need you have ever carried, enough for every need you will ever carry. He paused, letting the silence of the afternoon hold his words. It has been here your whole life, he said. Dig where you have always stood. Now, have you ever had a moment like that, my friend, where someone tells you something that shakes the very foundation of what you believe about yourself? She did not entirely believe him, of course. The claim was too vast, too improbable, too directly contrary to everything her experience had taught her about her own situation. For years, she had lived inside a particular story about herself, the story of insufficiency, of quiet struggle. And people who have lived for so long within such a narrative do not release it easily, not at a stranger's word, even when the stranger carries a presence that makes the claim feel less like a madman's fantasy than it should. But then, a different thought must have stirred within her, the faint ember of curiosity in the ashes of her doubt. The monk's eyes held a serene truth that pricked at her logic. She looked at her tired hands, at the worn floorboards, and she decided to dig. Not because she believed, not fully, but because the cost of being wrong was only the effort of digging. And the cost of not trying? That was a familiar heavy burden. Another year, perhaps many more, of the same quiet insufficiency she already knew. That gnawing feeling of always falling slightly short. So she fetched a small spade, the one she used for her garden, and began to carefully lift a section of the floorboards. The wood groaned, protesting its long-held place. Then she began to dig into the earth beneath. The soil was damp, cool, smelling of generations of quiet habitation. Each scoop of earth was a question, each moment a slow unfolding. She dug and she dug, until finally, her spade struck something hard, something unyielding. What she found when the familiar ground, the very earth she had stood on and dismissed and never once questioned, finally gave way to what lay beneath it, undid her completely. Not with immediate joy, no, not a sudden burst of laughter or tears of elation, but with a profound, almost dizzying shock. The particular shock of a person discovering that the story they had been living inside, the story of their very life, was wrong. Wrong in the most fundamental possible direction. She had not been poor in a poor hut. She had been rich beyond measure, living in complete and utter ignorance of her own boundless wealth. Her suffering, her perceived poverty, had been always and entirely a matter of not knowing what she already possessed. This old monk remembers a time many decades ago when I first encountered this very teaching within the Mahayana Buddhist tradition. This branch of our path, which blossomed and spread through Central Asia, China, Tibet, Korea, and Japan, uses exactly this image. A poor woman living above an inexhaustible treasury, utterly unaware of what she stands upon. The treasury in the teaching, my dear friends, is not metaphorical gold in the ground, though the story allows us to feel its weight. No, it is what the tradition calls Buddha nature, the fundamental,
unborn, undiminished quality of pure awareness that every sentient being already possesses. It is the core of who we are, untainted by the passing clouds of thought or emotion. It cannot be damaged by any experience, no matter how painful or profound. It is not increased by spiritual achievement, nor is it diminished by moral failure. It is simply there, complete, present, and inexhaustible beneath every layer of confusion and suffering and ceaseless searching that we might accumulate throughout our lives. The teaching says something that, depending on whether you have truly touched this truth, is either the most radical claim in the history of Buddhist thought or the most obvious observation imaginable. You are not, my friends, working towards something you do not have, something you need to acquire from outside yourself. You are working toward the recognition of something you have always had. The searching is real. The suffering is real. Yes, I know it is. But they are the suffering of a person who has not yet taken the spade and dug where they have always been standing. Not the suffering of someone who is genuinely, truly without. It's the ache of a forgotten inheritance, a silent gold beneath the soil of our very being. Yes, my friend, that ache, that deep, quiet longing for something we cannot quite name, yet feel so profoundly. It is precisely that ancient inheritance we speak of tonight. Every teaching, every whisper by this fire has softly led us back to this one truth, this singular direction. Remember the mountain, standing so grand against the morning sky, weathering all storms? We often look at it and think, I must climb. I must build myself to be as strong, as unshakable. But the mountain, dear ones, was not showing you something you needed to construct or a peak you had to conquer. It was a reflection. It was showing you something already present within you, deep inside, a strength that the winds of worry and the rains of sorrow had merely, for a time, obscured. Like the sun behind clouds, still there, still shining, even if unseen. And the vast sky above us, stretching endlessly, star-dusted as it is tonight. We might gaze upon it and believe it's a state to achieve, a boundless freedom we must somehow grasp. But no, the sky was never something to attain. It was, and always has been, the very nature of the awareness you have always used to watch your thoughts, to feel your emotions, to simply be in this moment. It is the spaciousness that holds all of it, without judgment, without effort. You are that sky, my friend, not the fleeting clouds passing through. The Buddha, in his boundless wisdom, asked us to extend goodwill toward ourselves. You might think, I must cultivate this. I must work hard to be kind to myself. But this goodwill, this inherent kindness, was never a quality you had to manufacture or force into being. It is what naturally remains when the sharp edge of self-criticism, even for a brief moment, simply stops. When that incessant inner voice, the one that tells you all you should be, falls silent, what emerges is the natural, gentle ground of your own mind. It is a quiet blooming, like a rare flower opening after a long winter, not because you coaxed it, but because the harsh frost finally melted away. I remember when I was a young monk, full of zeal and endless questions. I traveled from village to village, from one master to another, seeking the great secret, the profound teaching that would unlock everything. Each tradition I encountered across the vast lands and countless cultures seemed to speak a different language, use different symbols. Yet eventually, they all arrived at this same recognition from their own unique direction. It was like many paths, leading to the same ancient well in the forest. The Theravada tradition, with its serene monasteries and diligent meditation, describes a state of consciousness they call the life continuum. It's like an invisible river flowing underneath every experience you have, even during the deepest, dreamless sleep. It is the mind's natural resting baseline, clear and undisturbed, visited every single night by every person who has ever lived. Think of it as the quiet hum of existence, always there, even when the daily clamor fills your ears. The Tibetan tradition, with its vibrant tapestries and intricate practices, speaks of the clear light, the luminous, undivided awareness. They call it the ultimate ground, the very essence of being. Their sleep yoga practitioners, through years of dedicated training, learn to recognize this radiant presence at the delicate threshold between waking and deep rest, carrying that recognition into their dreams. It is like seeing the moon's reflection in perfectly still water, not as a separate entity, but as an aspect of the moon itself. And the Zen tradition, they don't use many words at all, do they? They simply point. With a silent gesture, a deep bow, or perhaps the pause after a question hangs in the air. It is in that space, that quiet breath, where the busy, seeking mind briefly stops its ceaseless chase, that something else becomes visible. It's like the moment between two notes of music, where the silence itself becomes the most profound sound. Different languages, yes, my friends, but the same floor beneath our feet, the same treasury hidden deep within that floor, and the same quiet instruction. Dig where you have always stood. Have you ever felt that, my friend? That deep, unwavering sense of being, even in the most difficult nights when thoughts felt like a tangled net around your heart. Even after hours of searching outward for answers in books or in the words of others. And then, those precious moments of genuine rest, the ones that arrived without warning, without explanation, when the mind, for just a breath, released its tight grip and something underneath, something vast and peaceful, became effortlessly available. Those moments, dear ones, were not accidents. They were the treasury briefly making itself known through the floor you have always stood upon. You have been standing in this sacred place your entire life. I recall a story from a village far away of a woman who had lost everything. Her home, her family, her livelihood. She felt utterly barren. She traveled for years seeking solace, seeking a way to replenish her spirit. She visited temples, wise elders, market healers, always looking for something out there that would fill the emptiness. One day, weary and heartbroken, she stumbled upon a small, secluded hermitage. An old monk sat by the door, eyes half closed, a clease on fire, gentle smile playing on his lips. She poured out her tale of loss and endless searching, of how she needed to find her treasury again. The wellspring of joy she felt had dried up. The monk listened patiently, his gaze soft as the evening light. When she finished, he simply extended a hand, palm open, and pointed down. Not outward, not to some distant peak, but directly to the dusty ground where she knelt. He said in a voice like rustling leaves, "Here, my child, not elsewhere, now, not later. This ground, not some other ground." He did not give her anything she did not already possess. He simply gave her the direction of her own attention. He pointed down rather than outward. The teaching for tonight is identical, my dear ones. The peace that has been promised, the quieted mind, the deep, restful sleep. It is not waiting to be constructed from these stories, these words. It is waiting patiently to be recognized. This recognition does not require more effort from you, quite the opposite, in fact. It requires less. It asks for the gentle releasing of whatever you are still gripping tightly, whatever thought, whatever worry, whatever expectation. It is the simple willingness to be, for this night, exactly where you already are. The woman in the story did not have to travel anywhere to find her treasury. She had to stop treating the ground beneath her as just something to stand upon without question. She had to begin to understand that what she stood on was precisely where everything she needed had always been waiting, a quiet current beneath her feet. Your mind, my friend, has a natural resting place, a deep quiet that it returns to every single night without knowing its own name. Tonight, perhaps, you have simply learned to recognize it. And as this night finds its final threshold, as these gentle teachings settle within you, and the restless searching quiets, and the floor slowly, gently reveals what was always beneath it. There is one image left, one that has been present in the sky above every story this night, as told, waiting to be seen clearly now that the water is finally stilled. The moon, my dear friend, has always been up there, patient and full. We, in our human way, often search for it in the ripples of a pond, in the fleeting reflections that shimmer and break with every passing breeze. We stir the water, hoping to grasp its image, only to find it fragments into 1,000 pieces. But the moon itself, it never moved. It was never in the water at all. It was in the vast, quiet sky above every story this old monk has told tonight. Unchanged, unhurried, asking nothing of you except that you stop reaching and simply look up. Look now, past the embers of our fire, beyond the faint outline of the distant trees. Can you see the mountain across the valley? Even through the deepest hours of this night, it stands. It has not swayed, not shifted once. I remember many years ago, when I was but a young novice, a great storm raged for 3 days and 3 nights. The wind howled like a hungry wolf, rain lashed down, turning the path to a churning river. I huddled in the temple, filled with a young monk's fear, certain the mountain would surely crumble. Yet when the sun finally broke through the clouds, painting the soaked earth in gold, the mountain stood, exactly as it always had. The storms had passed through it, leaving no permanent mark. They never do. Just like the troubles that sweep through our own lives, my friends. They pass. They always pass. For over 2,000 years, in quiet lands far away, practitioners have recited simple protective teachings before they lay down to sleep. Not as some magic spell to ward off evil, but as exactly what these quiet hours by the fire have been. A gentle, deliberate weaving of thoughts, a creation of a quality of mind that finally feels safe enough to rest. You,
my dear ones, have received that same protection tonight, perhaps in a different form, through these old stories, and the warmth of our shared silence, but with the very same intention, to quiet the restless heart. Everything this night is carried, every whisper, every memory shared, every gentle sigh. It has all been pointing to one thing: the mountain's stillness, the vast embracing sky that holds all things without ever gripping them. That little lamp burning steadily by the temple gate, offering its light to whoever needs it, asking nothing in return. The anger that, once recognized, can simply be left with its owner, like a forgotten burden on a lonely road. The arrows of harsh words or unfairness that, through no effort of your own, simply fell short of their mark. The small, quiet garden that must be tended before dawn, not for praise, but for the simple, honest joy of growth. The fear that, when invited to sit down beside you, often transforms into a quiet companion, no longer a monster. The woman who, after a lifetime of searching, finally chose to dig deeply right where she had always stood, discovering a wellspring of wisdom beneath her own feet. All of it, every single thread points here, to this moment, to this gentle breath you are taking right now, to the steady ground that has always been beneath you, even when you felt adrift. The mind, you see, has a natural resting place, a quiet harbor it yearns to return to every single night. You have been returning to it your whole life, dear friend, without ever knowing its true name. Tonight, perhaps, you have glimpsed it. No need to search, no need to strive. The moon, high above, has been there through every single tale this night has told, unchanged, unhurried, asking nothing of you except that you simply stop reaching, stop grasping, and look up. Just look. Feel its soft light upon your face, even if only in your mind's eye. Rest now, my friend. The stories have settled. The quiet teaching is complete. The mountain remains steadfast and true, and you, exactly as you are, exactly where you are, with all your joys and your sorrows, your weariness and your quiet hope. You are already home. May your sleep be as deep and peaceful as the mountain's slumber, and may you awaken with a heart as clear as the morning sky. Good night, dear one. Good night.